Real G, man. I was born and raised in Forest City, Arkansas, by the way of Little Rock, Arkansas. I reside in Jonesboro, Arkansas, but I do music. I do reality hip hop music with Run G, Mike Mill. I don't know if y'all know the producer Frank Castro. Me and him connected with each other. He does music for OJ the Juice Man. He does production. His name is Frank Castro. He's also from Forest City, Arkansas. And I'm just, I just represent Forest City, Arkansas. I went to school in South Carolina, so I have connections out in South Carolina on the music. Shout out to my brother Dwayne Prello, my homeboy Donnie Brosco, aka Donnie Simpson. You know what I'm saying? He's a producer and stuff out in South Carolina that I went to school with. So me and him, we trying to connect with each other and do some things. But yeah, this your boy Last Real G in the building. Salute to all my brothers and sisters in the struggle, and it is what it is. You hear me?
Hey man, well check this out. I've been keeping my ears to the streets, and everybody been telling me to check out your music, bro. I checked out one of your songs, man. I thought it was hella dope, man. Why don't you tell us about your last project?
Okay, what we have now on the table, what I'm working on is my debut album, which is I'm gonna name it Funerals and Court Dates, because whatever going on in our life, you know what I'm saying, we try to make it to those dates. But the last song that I did that I recorded here recently was My City, and called Forest City, Arkansas, but it's called My City, and it was an ode to Young Dolph. I actually took the intro from like a mid intro from Key Glock's Proud that Young Dolph was speaking, talking about run his money up. And I utilized it in a song to show ode to Young Dolph because I got to meet him in person on May the 11th, 2013. And one of my fellow artists is, which is Ron G. He influenced me back in March of 2022 because I had took a 7-year hiatus on the music, and he influenced me to start back recording my music and everything. So right now, what we have on the table is I have 14 tracks finished that's ready to be heard. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to the professional studio and re-record those tracks for sound quality purpose, so everyone will be able to hear my songs better. Because I've been sending my music to people, and they've been telling me that my delivery is good, the sound is good, and that, but they saying my music is a little bit too low, and I've been using BandLab as a recording platform, but I do pay to go to the professional studio. And so that's what we have on the table right now. We have 14 full tracks, and I want to do at least 3 more full tracks and an intro and an outro to this debut album. And the reason I've been getting everybody's review, because I want to know the opinions of my fans, the listeners, so I'll know what to do as far as catering to them with my music. I know that people have everyday life situations that they're dealing with and things that's going on in their life, and I want everybody to know that even though you're going through something or I'm going through something, we still should be able to manage and maintain and do what we have to do in our everyday life, no matter what's going on around us, what's distracting us. We can't blame the opposite man for our situations, or we can't blame anyone for our situations. But I love doing music. Yeah, I want to continue to do my music to be able to help people and be able to utilize the money that I make either working or off my music to be able to help my community and give back to the community, whether it's I'm in Jonesboro, Forest City, Arkansas, wherever I'm at, to be able to help the youth and let everybody know that, hey, this man is a positive influence and he's a family oriented person. He cares about the women and the children, and also my fellow brothers and sisters of the community. I just want to be able to help wherever I'm at and wherever I go. I want to be able to stand up and walk through and change the atmosphere wherever I'm at, and be able to let people hear my music and tell my life story. I want the world to hear my life story. So that's the reason why I do music, because I love music.
All right, so at this show right here, man, what we like to do is we like to dig just a little bit deeper into the background of the people that come on to the show. So how was it for you growing up, man? How was it for you as a youngin', G?
Um, to be honest with you, growing up, I didn't have everything I wanted or everything that I needed, but my mom and my father raised me and did what they could to the best of their capabilities. Over the years growing up, I used to be around my great grandmother and my grandmother and other family members, and I'm family oriented. I grew up in a household with three other siblings, which is me and my three sisters. My oldest sister is 41. My next to the oldest sister is 39, and I'm 38. And my younger sister, she is 36. She's about to be 37. So I grew up around them, which I was the only male in the house. So I had it harder than them. I had that tough love growing up. My mama, she used to take care of us, all of us, but I used to have to, go around other family members and stuff like that because my mom, she had to work. She was the only household member that I had around versus my dad. He used to come around, but he wasn't around all the time. So I was raised up in a home without my father being present 24/7. But my mom, she was always there. And she taught me how to be a man, and other men, as far as my uncle and cousins, they taught me how to be a man and how to operate as a man, and taught me how to be respectful, call people yes sir, no sir, things of that nature. um, I think I was probably about I want to say going into kindergarten. That's when I started realizing that my father wasn't really around, and I used to question my mother. Why my dad ain't around? What he got going on? What's so important that he's not in my life and he's not here with me every day? And my mom just got to telling me some things that happened in the past. My dad was really like an old player, you know what I'm saying? He'd be chasing his women, but he took care of his kids too. But my dad, he dealt with multiple women coming up. And in the summer times, I used to go be with my dad for those 2 to 3 months out of the summer. And right before school would start, I'll go be with my mother through the school year. But in the summer vacation, spring breaks and stuff like that, I got to be around my father's grandmother, which is my great grandmama, and his mother, which is my dad's mother, which is my grandmother. She when I turned about 13, I had moved from Fort Smith, Arkansas, from elementary school going into junior high school, my sixth grade year. I talked to my mom, and me and my mom ended up moving from Fort Smith, Arkansas, to Forest City, Arkansas, and that's when I got to be around my great grandmother and my grandmother on my mama's side of the family. And I got to be in the household with some of my cousins, being around them, Demikia McLean, and my other cousin, Lauren McLean, some older guys that, really put the finishing touches on me, showed me how to be a mature man, how to carry myself, and how to deal with situations out in the streets. My mom, she used to discipline me when I got in trouble in school. The first time I got in trouble at school, I went to kindergarten uh, out in Pecola, Oklahoma, and I stole some chocolate milks and was drinking the chocolate milks in just sneaking in and drinking them while we were sitting in the cafeteria before class. And that was the first time I ever got disciplined and got a whooping, that I can remember from being at school for stealing chocolate milks. And they taught me never to do that again. You know what I'm saying? So I'm that type of person. Even in my youth, I learned not to, pick up things that wasn't mine. And not only that, if I do something wrong, I'm gonna get disciplined or I'm gonna get in trouble for it, which meaning I will get punishment.
While you were searching for yourself and searching for your father at the same time, you managed to find another family on the streets, man. Could you tell us how that went?
Oh yeah, at the age of 13, I was hanging around some of my childhood friends and some of my childhood homeboys that I had just moved from. Need I remind you, I just moved from Fort Smith, Arkansas, back to Forest City, Arkansas, and a couple of the homies came to me and they was like, do you want to be down with the guys? And they introduced me to the knowledge and the literature of growth and development, and I took upon myself to get blessed into the organization. At that time, we didn't know anything about 360 or whatever. I mean, 720. So I came in, when I came into the organization, it was 360, but really in that year it was 720. But I didn't come into that knowledge of that later on. But I still was under the same laws and principles and the knowledge that I received over the years. I got to be introduced to the Pontiac 19, which let us know about the old man and King David being in unity with other organizations. So when I came up under my elders, they didn't teach me or raise me to go against other organizations, but they taught me anybody could be your opposition. Anybody could be your op. But over the years, from the time I was 13 until my adulthood, over the junior high years and high school years, the knowledge of the organization taught me how to be a mature man. It taught me how to be a protector and provider for my family. So at that time, within a year later, from me being blessed into the organization, I started detailing cars for Noble's Car Wash in Forest City, and that's how I was able to provide for myself and my family and be around people. I got to meet people and be sociable with people. And on an everyday basis, I got to meet, get to see my family members and get to see some of the homeboys after school. I would walk from Rice and Main Projects in Forest City to Noble's Car Wash, which was located on the same side of town. And I was able to, be around people that was in the streets, be around people who was educated, uneducated, and it taught me to be more humble, also hungry, but humble at the same time. And over the years, I started writing poetry. Like I said, at the age of 6 years old, I was writing poetry, and I converted it when I was 10, 11 years old. I started getting Tupac and Biggie instrumentals from different family members. They would, I don't know how they would do it, but they would get the instrumentals for me. And I used to I had a radio, Emerson Walmart radio with a mic on there. And I would sit up there and record mixtapes at the age of 10 and 11 years old till the time, I was 12, 13 years old and realized what music was all about. It was about life situations, and I put my life situations and my problems and my issues, and I bent it to people through my music and told my stories through my music. But the nation taught me how to be a man and turn that positive situations and negative energy into a positive, and taught me how to carry myself and conduct myself in private and in public.
Hey, can you tell the people where they can find your music at right now?
Oh yeah, you can actually go on SoundCloud and check me out. I'm on SoundCloud, Eugene Controversy King Smith. That's another one of my aliases. But you go on YouTube and you put in Eugene Smith, or you can put in Last Real G, which is LASREALG on YouTube. You also can go on Reverb Nation and look up Eugene Smith or Last Real G, or you can come on Facebook and hit me up and I'll send you the links, which my name is Eugene Solo Dolo Smith on Facebook. And you can get, you can get audio from me, or you can get the YouTube link. And once you get the YouTube link, it'll take you to my channel and you'll be able to hear my music. And I also have another YouTube channel, which is Franchise 870. So if you really want to hear my old music versus what I used to do to what I'm doing now, you can go on there as Franchise, like the franchise, like a store, 870 on YouTube. Just put that in and it'll take you to my old music, and you'll get to hear from then, which was back in 2010 when I actually did my first mixtape, which is called Money Waste.
100 strong. What's that word, family? Hey, man, check this out. We back in the building with my homeboy, G Flames, man. Hey, G Flames, what's been going on since the last time that we talked with
you? Man, ain't not much, just wanted to express my concern with the prison system all the way around the coast, from coast to coast. Of course, it's the same thing. And for people out there who's never been to prison, kind of what it feels like for a person to be in prison, starting as a youth all the way up to adult.
Okay, so what's your issue with prison? You don't like that people go to jail for crimes that they commit, or what? What's going on?
It's really not the matter of crimes that people committed. Yeah, I believe that they should be certain people to go to prison, but they lock up everybody and send them to prison. For example, a substance abuser, like they lock them up, and only it gets worse in there because you alone. You not like lonely, like relationship lonely, but deep inside you in this cage like thing, and 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 you know that whatever they do to you is what they're gonna do to you. You have no win situation, and it makes you it's really depressing to know that somebody has that much control over you, to when they let you out of your room, when they tell you to go to your room, when to take a shower, when to go get some clean clothes, when to go eat. They tell you everything, and I understand it's for a controlled purpose. But whenever you take your, I've seen people get their fingers slammed in the trap by the officers. I've seen officers beat up people. I've been beat up by the police in prison, and it's just like, y'all use this as modern day slavery. They put us to work. We make 25 cents a day. Okay. Some of us make that, some of us make more than that. But that's modern day slavery. You slave driving somebody when you making thousands of dollars off of these inmates already, but you putting us to work and telling us if we don't go to work, then we'll have a maximum release date. And if we do go to work, we'll get out sooner. So it's saving them money at the same time. It's just like a plantation was used for. You know what I mean?
Right. Let me ask you this, Flames. Have you or one of your family members ever been a victim of violent crime?
Um, I haven't been, and as far as I know, my family has been. I got a uncle in there for murder right now. So, and a cousin in there for murder, but I don't. We hadn't been involved with no. We hadn't been affected in
No,
no
no, no,
way.
no. I said, so you haven't been affected. Nobody in your family ever been murdered.
No,
Wow, that's amazing.
I mean, as far as I know, I was adopted. See, so I don't really. Yeah, see, I don't really
No,
know.
I mean, say for instance, this right. Personally, me, I had a niece and a nephew that was shot and killed, and my niece was pregnant. So that was three. Shot and killed by her boyfriend. He started a fight with her. Her brother intervened in a fight. He killed all three of them. Have you ever been a victim of violent crime?
No, sir.
All right, so should that guy be in prison?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
Should he be without phone calls? Should I care if he shit on himself? You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, yeah, you still really at the end of the day, because it's a. I understand, like I can't say I feel your pain, but what I can say is we all human and we all make irrational decisions. And there can't be a time, all right, let's use this for example, G. Like if there was a time in your life that you beat up somebody, you could have accidentally made them hit their head on the sidewalk and they could have been dead. And then look at you. Would you want somebody to treat you like you a animal in there? Now, child molestation is a different story with us. We don't care about them in there. We look at them as the bottom of the bottom. We make sure that they don't have nothing in prison. But
But the murderers that killed my niece, my nephew, and my great niece, he gets respect in the prison. He got three bodies. You know what I'm saying? So that's my thing right there. Coming to you as a person that's never been in prison, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I've never been there, so I don't understand the pain of being there for 10 years. I can't say that. But what I can say is I was knocking at the door and throwing rocks at the windows and all of that shit. But just so happened I escaped. You know what I'm saying? Because I had to use my mental. Now I know that we all love our favorite hood guys. You know what I'm saying? Our favorite tough guys. We love them. You know what I'm saying? We don't want them to be in prison shitting on themselves. But when you're a victim of violent crime and somebody kills your family members, you know what I'm saying? Do you wish that person dead? That's what I'm saying, right? as black folks, even though you're a Caucasian, but as black folks, we are so hypocritical when it comes to prisoners and people going to jail. We don't wish jail on our worst enemy, right? But at the same time, we want justice for Offset. We want justice for Whitney Houston. We want justice for celebrities, not for our people. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that?
You already know how I feel about racial division in the United States. But as far and maybe I'm not hearing you right, but the way I look at it, the way I'm looking at things is if we can upbring, like, let's say, these rappers or whatever, I miss FBG Duck. I miss Young Pappy. They make some fire ass music. You know what I'm saying? So fire ass music. I listen to it all the time still. But would I put them on a pedestal without putting Black America on a pedestal and being like, look, we got to quit killing each other, because shit, if we don't quit killing each other, then what's the purpose of us fighting the bigger picture if we can't quit fighting each other? So that's where I'm at with that. So we have to look at everything as equal, from the low class to the middle class to the high class. We have to make sure that we understand that each person is a person, and and speaking as for the minority.
Let me ask you this. Are you speaking for child molesters and just irrational killings? Are you speaking for those people?
No, I'm not. So I don't believe in just killing for just to kill, just to go and spin somebody's block. I don't believe that. I believe that there is people that need to die. I believe there is people that God puts here, or Allah, whatever, puts here to handle certain people, because I feel like there's people that's not gonna be right, they'll never be right, and they're a danger to us and our children.
Let me ask you this. Did you watch the Jeffrey Dahmer series?
No, sir.
Why not?
Man, I'm in my own little thing out here. I be doing a lot of studying. My the studying that I do, I stay within the history. I like, and I understand what you're speaking about, but I like more of trying to figure out how to get Black America to a Black America. You feel what I'm saying? And that's why I spend a lot of my time. Like, my Google searches is nothing but Black history, Black history, Black history, and all the way down. I mean, it's just because that's my purpose on earth, is to get it back to a Black America, Black business owners, Black homeowners, Black car owners. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see that before I die.
All right. Well, I'm gonna tell you a little something about Jeffrey Dahmer, right? There's a lot of Black folks mad at Dahmer when the movie came out, and I was alive when that shit happened. I was in Chicago. That happened in the Midwest, so we had a lot of news coverage about it, right? And the thing was, Dahmer wasn't racist. He actually loved Black people. He was just a killer. He would kill anybody, but they threw him in the ghetto because once he caught his cases, they slid him to the ghetto. And I think they knew that he was killing people, but he wasn't racist at all. You know what I'm saying? Even the singer, Life Jennings, Life, he came out with a song called Must Be Nice, having someone that'll love you, and all of that type of stuff. So Life Jennings even said that he was in prison with Dahmer. And my thing with Dahmer is he wasn't a racist. He was just a white guy that was a murderer. They threw him in the ghetto. For whatever reason, they threw him in the ghetto. Does Jeffrey Dahmer deserve fair treatment?
It depends on if he was killing, like let's say with the unborn baby.
I'm talking about in prison, in the prison system. Does he deserve fair treatment?
That's what I'm saying. If he ain't killed no unborn baby, like in your situation.
I'm not talking about with the inmates. I'm talking about with prison, just prison.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if he didn't do nothing that was that critical of killing like kids, innocent people, women, and the elderly in their community, then hell nah, he deserves to be treated like a human. And you know what I'm saying? But if you out here and you doing something towards our kids, our elderly, and the women out here, and you out here killing them and raping them for no reason, raping them period, but killing them for no reason, then yes, I have a problem with that. And yes, you should be treated like an animal.
See, we thinking differently, right? because you're thinking about inmate justice. I'm not talking about like a guy can't eat food or they taking his trays. I'm talking about the prison system. Should we care that a murderer like that, or should we care that a guy that got caught with 10 dime bags, he got the shit in the same cell as a Jeffrey Dahmer? You know, which those are two different type of criminals, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's get that right. Those are definitely two type of different criminals. You know, what I'm trying to ask you is basically, what changes do you want to see in the prison system? Period.
Right. And I understand where you was coming from, by the way. That's what I was speaking about, the prison system. They shouldn't give a damn about people like that, because you terrorizing little kids and elderly and females. But
let's just be real though. You know, inmate in the prison system, you know, they all deserve the same treatment by the guards. Now, inmate on inmate justice is different compared to, you know what I'm saying, the way the guards treat people. What inmates are you sticking your neck out on the line for, bro?
I mean, my brothers, any of my brothers that's in there, I'll die for them. I don't care which one it is, and you know, I don't get that L back to me, that loyalty back sometimes. But regardless, I could say that anybody who is one of me, you know what I'm speaking of as far as that goes, like growth and development, then I'm rocking with them all the way. We'll rock all the way to the door. But what? Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. Finish.
But what I was getting to was the child molesters in North Carolina get better treatment than the regular inmates, because they get to a point, man. You put your hands on one of them, man. You might as well say you don't caught you a case that's gonna put you in prison for a long time. And if they think that you making them click their card or whatever, well, it's over with. But yet we could do that to the same person that's standing there that's not a sex offender, and it ain't nothing, man. It ain't no hate crime. You know what I'm saying? Like how can they be in justice with us?
So that's your issue. That's your issue is that because you hate somebody that they're a child molester, you stump them out. That's not a hate crime.
Nah, that's not my issue. My issue is something totally different than this. We just got off on this. What I'm saying is, how can if the chomos, how can they be treated differently than some of the realest guys in there that's gonna keep it all the way 100 with you about everything, and keep their face all the way clean, like you ain't got to worry about them. It's the child molesters you got to worry about, because they predators. You know what I'm saying? And you always got to just be careful when you messing around with them. But the police and child molesters run together in a pack. It's like they a bunch of wolves.
Police ride with child molesters now?
In North Carolina, man, it seems like that for real, man. They get, and I know whoever watching this video from North Carolina, whoever watching it from North Carolina will agree with me. Man, they run the camp. They run the camps, man. They do what they want.
Wow, that sounds odd to me that you would say that the police run with the child molesters. It seems to me from watching prison movies that the cops will tell you that somebody's a child molester. He's in here for child molestation. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? That seems like an inmate problem. That don't seem like a cop problem. You know, when I think about it, it seems like the inmates, the child molesters ain't getting no retribution when they tell on somebody.
I mean,
if they moved in silence the way the black community moves in silence, we wouldn't know nothing, right?
Hey, that's powerful, but you know, that's just the way it is in prison, man. I guess they've had so many over the years.
But what's your issue? Because we running out of time. What's your issue?
My issue with the Department of Corrections and just nationwide is they want to lock us up and give this persona to our community, like, oh, we helping these people, like we don't know why the hell they keep coming back for. You know, they must like it here. But in all reality, they don't do a damn thing for us. The way them guards treat us in there while we in there, they pick and they poke, and that's why we end up assaulting them. That's why they end up getting killed. That's why they, you know, end up getting extorted outside of the prison facility. It's because of the way that they treat us. They don't treat us like humans. We might ask for some toilet paper. We might be sitting out there in the shitter for about 5 hours in our cell asking for toilet paper, and they won't bring you none for 5 hours. You know what I'm saying? So they very disrespectful. They drop your tray, they may pick it up, put it back in your trap, make you eat it. Like it's just you can't say nothing out the way to nobody, but they can talk to you like you a dog. Like, come on right now. They put all these chains. Hey, look, man, when I was on lockup, they put chains around my waist, around my hands, connected them together, and then connect them to my shackles on my feet just to move me 15 foot outside of another little cage. So you know what I'm saying? You treat it like you a dog, man. And then up until recently at Alexander Correctional, man, they put a dog leash on you and made you walk like a dog. And that's a fact. That's 100.
Sound like some Kanye West, Kim K type shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. I'm trying to understand, right? Because you go to prison, it's punishment. You shouldn't want to go back, right? And
right.
You got murderers that murder kids, and you saying the police are protecting child molesters. The police are protecting child molesters. That don't sound right to me, man. That don't sound right to me.
That don't sound good, does it?
No. Shout out to all the prisoners that's locked up for low volume crimes. You know what I'm saying? You guys be out soon. Hopefully, you don't catch any cases inside of the prison system. But for the people that killed my niece, I feel like shit, nigga, shit in your hand. You know what I'm saying? Take a shit in your hand.
Right.
I want the worst for you. I don't want the best for you. I don't wish you on the streets. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I don't want to take street justice. It's already been, without my help, it's already been presumed that you're the person that killed my niece. You know what I'm saying? You're the person that killed my nephew. And the thing is, the guy that killed my niece and my nephew, a year before that, he ran over a woman in a high-speed chase with the police, ran over a woman and killed her. And he was out free. Seems like the prison system is fucked up, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Shout out to all the guys that's doing that hard time, man. But it's a lot of motherfuckers. Maybe I don't know. How could a child molester tell on somebody? You know what I'm saying?
How can a child molester lay down and have sex with a kid?
How can a child molester tell on somebody? That's what I want to know. Because he's supposed to get taken care of. Well, he's scared to death to open his mouth. Period.
Because they run the prison. They run the prison. You touch one of them, you done for. I promise you done for. You ain't gonna see daylight.
It sound like an inmate situation, bro. It don't sound like a guard situation. You know what I'm saying? It sound like an inmate ain't taking care of the business. You know what I'm saying? It don't sound like the guards only doing what they, if a child molester gonna tell on somebody, it could be he tell about anything.
But see, it ain't just telling though. It ain't telling. It ain't really about telling. I ain't talking about telling. I'm talking about they get more leeway through the prison than any organization member or any person who, or just a regular civilian inside the wall. Like they get the best jobs. They get the most high paying jobs. They get the most trusted in prison. Like, you know what I'm saying? And they get protected. They protected, man. Like, you touch one of them.
Why you think they protected? Why do you think they protected?
Because I've seen it, bro. Like,
why do you think they protected? Why are they protected? Why?
We beat up one on a bus one time, man. And we was all in handcuffs and shackles, strained to our damn waist, because we're going to close custody and stuff, transfer bus. And we found out what his charge was. So, of course, me and some other of my brothers, we handled business because we don't like that. So we got over where we was going, and they got us off. They seen him, they come got me, they put me on long term for 8 months. 8 months. I mean, come on, man, long term for 8 months. Dude, then he had to go to the hospital. We was all in handcuffs and shackles. Get out of here, mom.
What the fuck?
That dog, they a dog, boy. I don't know who the hell dog that was. You know, so, well, I'm scared of a dog. Well, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm scared of chihuahuas.
I got two of them over here, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm scared of dogs, man.
Yeah. Hey, look, what I don't understand is, right? Y'all beat an inmate and he told on y'all.
Nah, he didn't tell the police when they come on the van to get everybody off the bus. What they done? They seen the camera because they got cameras on there, and they seen his face and all.
Oh, y'all did a crime on camera, bro. What the fuck you expect?
I mean, but what I'm saying is, look, most of the time they don't give you they might give you 3 months, or they might give you 6 months, but 8 months was like, oh, that was pushing it. You know what I'm saying? And they wasn't supposed to. They were supposed to give me icon and anything.
So let me ask you this. Y'all couldn't have got him without the cameras.
Nah, cause I mean, once we find out about it, you know, we trained to go. Me and them bros, we were trained to go. Like
y'all sent yourself off. It sounds like almost. You know, when you said to me like that, it's like nobody planned it. Nobody said, all right, dude, going. Nobody told the other inmates he go to court on the 28th. He'll be in the bullpen on the 28th, or he'll be downstairs on the 28th. It's like nobody planned it out. And then just like I just heard a video today, take responsibility for what you do. You beat his ass, you say, shit, I'm going to do some time in that motherfucker. It could be a year. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You beat his ass, you take responsibility because they got you on camera. You plead the
thing about it. But here's the thing about it is, though, they
giving them protections as far as a protected class like the LGBTQT.
Exactly. But if we would have jumped on a black man, and I'm not, you know how I am, man. You know I'm not racist. You know I love my black folk. But if we'd have jumped on a black man, you know what they'd have done? They'd have probably gave us 2 or 3 weeks, and then we'd have been right out of seg. I promise you, that's the way they work, man. Like, you know, because most of the, and I ain't being discriminatory or racist or whatever, most of the child molesters is old white men in there, most of them. And, you know,
well, we already know that's a protected class. Hey, man, we got to get the hell up out of here because the timer is going down. Hey, man, peace, man. Hey, I feel you, though. We're against that.
Yep.
Yeah, the time went down. It said I got to upgrade to pro.
All right, love, bro.
Yeah, bro. Love, bro. That was good. You're going to see it was decent.
All right, I appreciate it.
I'm going to see how to do this, though, because I don't know how to do it.
Ears to the streets, ears to the mother effing streets. It's your homeboy Low from the Go, and I'm back with another episode of Fast and Furious interviews. On today's show, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very important person, man, a returning guest, man, coming back to the show. So, Benzo, 51st Street, won't you tell the people who you are and where you from, man? Remind them.
Once again, boy Benzo 51st, straight from Chicago, in the heart of Chicago, South Side.
Hey, man, a lot of things been going on since the last time that you was here on the show. I want to touch on that just a little bit. But right now, man, tell us about that new video that you got going on right now, bro.
Man, new video is called I Don't Know. Is Glomingo featuring myself. I must so say this one of the best songs that we brought out so far. And they got a whole lot more coming. Glomingo, Prince Mingo, his brother, they got a whole lot more coming. That's just doper. It's just get doper and doper. But this is by far one of the better songs that we've put out and released so far.
How did the concept of the song come about, bro?
Actually, to be totally honest, it was just like on the wing. We just decided that we wanted to be creative this day, and we didn't necessarily know which beat we was gonna choose. So his girl Bree actually chose the beat, and he went in there and laid the hook down, and we just made it up on the spot. Came up with it on the spot.
Now, I'm not a music critic, but I can say this, man. I believe that you really carried the song. Bro did his thing on the chorus, but like the song, like I was like, man, like this nigga just snapped. You was talking about some real life shit, bro. Could you tell us a little bit about your lyrics?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, you know, the hook he came up with, and when I heard what he was talking about, it inspired me to, you know, go deeper and and talk about some of the things that I felt related to what he was saying on the hook, which is unfortunate events that happened recently with the passing of a couple of my little cousins, one who of which was 17. So that just was on my heart, and I know it was on a lot of my family members' heart. So it was something I wanted to touch on and speak for the family on that behalf.
Wow, man. Could you tell us a little bit about that situation, or you can't get into that?
Not necessarily, not in detail. Well, one of my cousins, I can say that one of my cousins, I don't know if everybody probably from Chicago may have heard, it was on the red line. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunate events happen now. I don't really have a whole lot of information on exactly what happened. I wasn't there. All I know is it was tragic and he didn't deserve it. That's all I can say.
Right, right. Hey, man. So when you did that song right there, it really meant something to you, right?
Of course, yeah, definitely.
Could you explain your emotions, man, while making this track?
Well, yo, honestly, like I had like 2 verses worth of material wrote for this song. I didn't even know I was going this long. I had to actually cut the verse short because it was like double the length that it actually came out to be. And so I had a lot more to talk about. It was just it was a subject that, was close to heart, and I seen all too, we all could talk about these tragic things. And unfortunately, it happens so much in Chicago that we all had these stories, and that's why I know so many people could be able to relate to it.
Right, man. That's like every story that we hear coming up out the hood. And it's been a lot of things that's been going on since the last time that I talked to you. And I wanted to get your opinion on a few of these things, man.
Yes.
All right, so first off, FBG Cash died in Chicago, man. What did that mean to you?
Actually, I know all his people, man. His sister, real tight with her, real cool with her. You know what I'm saying? So that's like losing somebody close. Like I said, I know his people. It meant a lot, man, because losing any young guy from Chicago gonna mean a lot to me, regardless of which side they on. Because I just feel like it's a loss of talent. I think he could have brought a lot of opportunity to other people in the city. Because when one person make it, they bring people with them. There's a lot of jobs involved. It could change multiple lives, not only just his. And I just think that it was unfortunate that he wasn't able to capitalize on the momentum that he was gaining at the time.
Right, man. Rest in peace to FBG Cash, man. That really hurt me right there. That's one of the rappers that hurt me, even though I really wasn't even a fan of his music, bro.
Yeah, he had some hot music. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, he was tearing it down right before he passed, man. He was going crazy.
Yeah, that last song that he did when he was dissing all them niggas and they said, whatever. Like, that shit was kind of hot, man. DJ Academics was talking about it.
Yeah, he was on his way, definitely.
Right, man. Well, speaking of somebody that threw away their talent, man, King Lil J, man. Lil J Double O got out of jail since the last time that we talked, man. And the thing about King Lil J is I felt like he came out just a little bit too hard with dissing motherfuckers and shit. It's almost like he didn't learn his lesson. And then he got caught with a pipe and he went right back to jail, like, 2 months later. So I really feel like he didn't learn this lesson, man. What do you think about the whole Lil J situation, especially the dissing and shit like that, bro?
Well, the dissing, I'm not real close to the situation to know exactly how deep that run, but I could say maybe it was because that's how he felt like he was gonna get a buzz again. I can't say for sure if that was his total reason for jumping right back in with the dissing, but it seemed to get him the buzz he was looking for. Unfortunately, you know, it's a lot come with it. You know, you got to carry them pipes everywhere you go, and you kind of have to do that anyway, regardless if you're dissing or not, almost. But you definitely have to carry it at all times when you um doing the diss music. But you know, I hate to see him. He had to get back in that jam.
Yeah, man, they were saying that he would have been out by now, but evidently he's still locked up. Straight to PC this time, man. What do you think about that, man?
Well, I didn't even hear about that. I didn't know he was in PC. I think I kind of caught wind of they said he was in PC the first time, but I think I caught an interview on Say Cheese or something when he was saying that it was out of his hand that they made him go to PC or something like that for the protection of others as well. But I don't know exactly that situation because I wasn't in that with him. So you hear so many sides of the story. They side, his side, and the truth is in the middle somewhere.
Right, man. I feel you when you say that. You wasn't there. You don't know the entire details. Like, we don't really know the details whether or not he's truly in PC, but I kind of believe it, man, because he would have some type of message out there. He would be probably showing niggas that he's not in PC. You know what I'm saying? All right. So to keep others safe, yeah, I feel you. To keep others safe as well as him, the police will force people to go to PC. Is that true?
I mean, I never been forced to go to PC when I got locked up, but I don't know. It's been a while since what I mean, been in there, so I can't say. I don't really know how they do. You know what I mean?
All right, all right.
Yeah,
All right, man. I feel you. I feel you, bro. Shit, I don't know neither. All right,
yeah.
but let's move on just a little bit, right? So, a lot of Chicago rappers have became bloggers this year, man. King Geller is like
Yeah.
the #1 blogger in Chicago blogging right now, man. He's getting thousands of views. He's making hella cash on YouTube. What do you think about rappers stopping the raps, especially on the 63rd side? Why, it ain't really too many old block rappers or, you know.
I think you got to do what works. I think he found the lane, and that lane been working, generating revenue, and he rolling with it. From what I hear, I don't know exactly how true that is, but they was claiming that they was getting blackballed a little bit. Because people who was there before them had relationships with people already. So from what I'm hearing, the rap thing wasn't something that was kind of going a way at the time. So. Uh, then you got to adjust. So I think if that was the case, then I think he did a great job of adjusting and finding a new lane.
Touche, my brother. Congratulations to King Geller. Yeah, I think he found his lane. People want to hear from him because, as he say, he was blackballed. So now they get to hear from him in a different, from a different perspective. And he's been doing pretty goddamn good anyway. All right, so let's move on a little bit, man. Kanye West, man, just lost billions of dollars. Kanye West, what do you think about that shit, man?
Uh, he lost the status of billionaire. You know what I mean? He didn't actually have it on liquid cash. You know what I mean? I don't know if they took money out of his bank account, but they definitely cut ties on some of the payrolls he was paying out, from what I hear, and things like that. I don't know. It's some powerful people at play. You know what I mean? And I don't want to get too much into saying who a powerful person or not, because from what I learned recently, to say a certain group of people are powerful is actually anti. You know.
Yeah, man, I hear you on that. But what do you think about what's been going on with Kanye, being that you from Chicago and all that, and he's from Chicago, and at certain times everybody can see themselves inside of Kanye in his actions and all of that, because we kind of got the same mannerisms,
Yeah.
here and there.
Man, I think that people are very quick to jump on bandwagons. Especially with the existence of social media. People don't want to feel left out. Whatever appears to be popular, they're gonna jump on whatever that is, and they take sides on that. You know what I mean? Kanye just doing and saying the things he feels. You know what I mean? You know, some certain things you say you can't dictate how it's gonna affect other people. And then and with that being said, how it in turns affects you because of who it affected. But you know, I feel like it's showing me that to an extent, freedom of speech is selective. You know, even with the Kyrie Irving situation, it seems very selective. You know, he posted a link to a movie, and now they calling for him to apologize. But you know, the streaming services that he posted it from, Amazon, they ain't holding them accountable at all. I didn't hear them, the CEO. I didn't hear anything about them. So it seems like it's just kind of selective on freedom of speech.
Yeah, well, to give you an update, Kyrie, he apologized. You know, he had to, and he
Exactly.
suspended.
Yeah, I know. I heard that he apologized. Thank you, but that ain't when it didn't seem like that was something that was in his heart. When I first was hearing his interviews, what I was hearing him say was that I take accountability that it might have been some things in there that was false. I take accountability for that, but I didn't make the movie. You know what I mean? I just shared it because I don't exclude. I'm not an exclusive person. So, you know, I will listen to whoever, regardless of what your religious belief is, regardless of what your background is, I'm going to give you a listen. That wasn't good enough for them. They want to hear, I'm sorry, you know what I mean, for doing whatever it is that you don't like.
Right. Let me ask you this, man. Would you wear one of Kanye West's White Lives Matter t-shirts?
No.
Was that a
No.
mistake? Was that a mistake to make that t-shirt by Kanye West?
Man, I think people putting too much into it. Like, a person can wear what they want to wear. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a shirt. To some people, it may be more than a shirt, but to me, it's just a shirt, man. You know what I mean? And if anything, I think it opened up dialogue, which I think that's what he was attempting to do. You know, open up dialogue for people to be able to have these conversations to talk about. You know what I mean? What's appropriate, what's not appropriate? Because I think that's where we at right now. You know what I mean? What exactly is appropriate and not appropriate? You know, with with cancer culture evolving to what it is now. I think is not very clear on what's acceptable and what's not to me nowadays.
All right, man. We got one more story that's about Chicago that I want to bring to you, and I want to get your opinion on it because the people love your opinion. You speak with a lot of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. All right, so Lil Zay Osama, if you don't know, he's a Chicago rapper, up and coming. He was arrested in New York. He got caught with a switch, but he didn't get caught by like flagging it or anything like that, showing it. He got caught by leaving it in the Uber, man. And the Uber driver came with the police. The police walked up on him. He was still standing outside at the spot where the Uber driver dropped him off, and they had the switch in the car. But the thing about him is 3 days of him being in jail in New York, he was calling for Jay-Z, Kim Kardashian, and Donald Trump to free him, man. What's up with these rappers, man? They can't take the time once they do the crime, bro.
Yeah, well, you gotta know that. You know, if you have them pistols on you, man, you have them pipes on you, that come with it. You know, if you're not carrying it legal, and if you're not carrying it, and depending on where you at, if you're not legal, then it's a possibility you can get locked up. So you just gotta that come with it. You just gotta get lawyered up and handle it accordingly. That's it.
He did take a picture with a New York goon inside a prison and sent it out, well, inside of the jail, and sent it out to the world. So everybody could see that he was doing okay and he was in population. That's what I was saying about Lil J. I didn't see him taking a picture letting us know that he's okay and all good in jail. All right, so moving on to other news. All right, I got to talk about a couple of murders, man. PNB Rock shot and killed in a Waffle House in Los Angeles, bro. What do you think about that?
Uh, it's always unfortunate when somebody get their life taken. You know what I mean? Especially with people out here hungry, starving. They looking for any opportunity to come up. That's sad. That's also another story. Is lack of opportunity. But even with that lack of opportunity, it's gonna give you a right to like take somebody's life or something. Also on the other end, like you just like made money to buy that chain the first time, you can make that again. You know what I mean? If you're not here, then you can't even enjoy that chain no more. Unfortunately, with the emergence of social media, people don't want to take these L's because they feel like their career gonna be over. I'm not saying that's the case with him, but in some cases that might be the case. But I also think that I don't think that it's necessary really to even wear jewelry like that in a hood that's not yours because you might not even be safe in your own hood depending on who jealous and who not. And you can't check the temperature all the time. But to be in a whole nother state in the hood with $100,000 worth of jewelry on, I don't think that's very a smart thing to do, just in my opinion.
Yeah, man, that was a crazy situation. Police caught the guys. One of them was on a run. It was a father and son team, man. What do you think about that, father and son?
There's absolutely no way I'm taking my son on a robbery. If anything, if I feel like that we need to eat, and if I feel like that this is my last resort and it's something I got to do, I'm gonna be going along. Um, there's no right way for me to teach him wrong. So that ain't even something I can fathom.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. You got to lead the kids the right way. All right, speaking of a father and son duo that committed a crime or something happened to, we got Jada Young, and man, out of Florida, man, he was shot and killed in front of his family's house. His father was also shot. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that situation, bro?
Uh, and I recently had been put up on that song he had. I can't remember the name of it now, but I really liked it. Unfortunate, man. These guys get on these social medias and beef, and one person feel like they got to prove something more than the next, and people just get to watch it. The whole world get to watch your demise and watch you crash out. It's a very sad situation. I think it's time for us to change the narrative on that. I think that's why a song like I don't know the new release of the video we got. That's why that's so important because situations like that, people feel as though they have to. You know, I'm not gonna say have a certain image, but people don't want to be played as if they less than. So when you let these beefs play out online, you don't want people to make you look a certain way. You want to present yourself a certain way. So in both sides, and when that happens, it's just like game of cat and mouse. You know what I mean? So with this song, we talking about the dangers of putting yourself out there on social media, putting beefs out there on social media, and how that affects not only you but the community. My homie Glow Mingo, he started off the song saying, his nephew wanted to take him to the park. He didn't want to tell him no, but it ain't safe outside. You know what I mean? That's a sad situation. Something that simple. If your nephew just want to go to the park and you fear for his life just by taking him to the park, something simple like that. And that's one of the, like I say, I think that's one of the how we talk about street codes and stuff like that. I think that's one of the most overlooked street codes that there is. Protecting your community. That was something that was always instilled. So, Larry Hoover and everything. Larry back in the day had people going around cleaning up the neighborhoods. You had days where you cleaned up the neighborhood you was from, picked up trash and all that. So you took care of your neighborhood. somebody had a problem, if somebody was sitting in front of an old lady house and she didn't want them there, and she told them to get from in front of our house, and they gave up backlash, and they can go get up with the person who they know run that hood, and they'll put them in check. So I think protecting the community is one of the most forgotten street codes that there is. And I think people got to stop being selective on these street codes and how real they say they is. Because that ain't real.
Man, that's dope what you just said right there, bro. Hey, man, yeah, your song, it really makes a lot of sense when I listen to it. Like, I'm actually a fan of it, and I love it. But like I say, your part, bro, man, your part is crazy. It's bananas. So everybody that's listening to the show, go ahead and check that song out. Tell them what it is again, Benzo.
Glow Mingo featuring myself. It's called I Don't Know. People definitely need to get in tune, man, because I hear a lot of people talk about how they ready for something different. A lot of people, once the tragedy reaches close to home, hit close to home, then everybody want to change. But when that change is possible, or when somebody is going for that, going towards that, the support just don't be there as the same as it is the negativity. You know what I mean? Just recently, like this comedian who has a podcast out. He was like, he get, semi decent views, but he had put together a clip of him and another comedian as like they was going at it about the fight. That blew up. He said even his friends was calling, people who never called him before was calling, man, what's going on? It did mega views. People want drama. And then they sit back and cry about why is it like this, especially people in Chicago. People in Chicago, why Chicago? Why I gotta be like this? Or I'm moving out of Chicago. But the minute they got an opportunity to propel, the other side of it, you don't see it. That gotta stop.
Man, you got a lot of knowledge. I can tell you that. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy right here, man, he's doing this thing, man. All right, so I got one more bad news story to talk about because that's what's all going on the internet in the goddamn world, bro. So look, Takeoff from the Migos shot and killed in Houston.
Please Takeoff.
All right, I got a question to ask you, right? He was with mob ties. All right, so Chicago lost a talented person about 3 or 4 months ago. Duke the Jeweler, 093 Duke, shot and killed in Houston. Around the same guys, man. I know you kind of fuck with mob ties a little bit, but does this cast a dark shadow over mob ties? Are they to be trusted, bro?
Yeah, I think they can be trusted. I just think that it depends on who you are. You know what I mean? I can't talk about those situations specifically, but what I can say is that you know when you go somewhere anywhere, you know what I mean. You're accountable for yourself as well. You know what I mean. You gotta carry yourself a certain way because there's real niggas everywhere. You know what I mean. You can't expect niggas ain't gonna back down just because you somewhere else. And I ain't saying do the Jewel. Of course, I don't think he got into it with nobody or nothing like that. But I'm just speaking in general. And also, you gotta have your people in place. Like even for that situation, like it's people you grow up with. You can't really wholeheartedly trust. You know what I mean? In terms of like, is they really out to get you, or is they jealous, or the tides turn? You don't know. So you gotta have your people that you trust in position at all times, or you just gotta protect yourself, or can't put yourself in certain situations. You know what I mean? These situations is dangerous situations. You know what I mean? If you hanging out with certain types of individuals, and speaking as far as the mob type thing, like if let's say this is Jay Prince cool with Migos and he got his people out, you know, they probably be safe in terms of ain't nobody gonna come just randomly mess with you and try to rob you, nothing like that. I got you. But if you getting into it with people that's there, anything can happen. You know what I mean? Because everybody their own man. You know what I mean? Jay Prince can be cool with whoever, even the people who done it. But at the same time, if them as a man feel disrespected in that moment, that they gonna do what they have to do, regardless of who you are, who you're around. You know what I mean? It's gonna happen.
Right, because reports came out that Takeoff was the person that actually threw the first punch. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard. And then his man's that was with him, it was a video out of a guy with a gun in his hand. He appeared to be with Takeoff. He fired first, and then shots had to be returned or whatever. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think with that, I think a lot of people doing the same thing they did with the Kanika Jenkins video. They trying to decipher it and be investigative reporters based on the little footage that they see. More things probably come out from the people who was actually there, and you'll probably get to start hearing more about it, grounded in facts more so as it go along. But I think a lot of people probably just speculating based on the video footage, and they analyzing and and posting a video with a commentary on it to try and get some views on it, which I'm not mad at, but at the same time, like, I don't take too much inventory into that.
Benzo, 51st Street, man. It's always a treat when you come through the show, bro. Tell them where they can find you at, bro.
Man, I'm on social media. I'm on Snapchat, Instagram, Benzo 51st. And go on, hit that follow button, man, so you can go on, get in tune with everything that we got going on. Also, follow Glow Mingo, man. I don't know if he spelled it backwards on Instagram or not, but Glow Mingo, Prince Mingo. You know what I mean? That's the team right there. And they and I want to add this: they very, very talented, man. You was talking about how good I did on that verse, but it has nothing on what these boys gonna come with. Prince Mingo and Glow Mingo, them brothers, man. The amount of ammunition them guys about to hit the world with is unheard of. People hadn't heard this yet.
Well, let me just say this, man. Shout out to Glow Mingo, man. I didn't want to I didn't try to disrespect
No.
but at the same time, I'm just saying, like, your verse stood out. Maybe it's because I'm already a fan of yours. And with that being said, I just want to say peace.
You already know.
What's that word, family? Hey, man, check this out.
Oh, I smell you.
Smell it. Smell it.
Oh, just musty.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah. So, guys, what do you think about that? What type of game is that? To go around and smell people's asses? You know what I think? I think they should have smelled everybody's asses to make sure that everybody was on point, because you shouldn't just point out one person. I wonder how the girl ass smelled that was smelling the ass. And what's with the females nowadays? I seen it was like a stud looking female in there, and it was a guy that looked like he had on a goddamn bulletproof vest. Was he an undercover cop or something? What were they doing? A Halloween party? Nasty pussy disguised as good pussy? I don't know. But I'm going to tell y'all this. The whole community as a whole has been losing this, man. We've been doing all type of stuff that we never did in the past. Anything for clout, as they would say. It reminds me of this video that I was watching the other day of these girls. They were doing a sleepover and they were doing something similar. Matter of fact, I'm going to play that video for y'all. And I actually got to turn the sound off for this video because they was playing music. So we don't want the copyright strike again. So let's check it out. See, what they doing is they dropping a paper towel. They're dropping a paper towel and the girls got a kiss or they got a drink. I don't know how this game goes, but this is the women. This is what the chicks are doing now. Hanging out, kissing. I ain't gonna lie, I kind of like that one. I kind of like that one. I ain't gonna lie, but that ass smelling part, I kind of like that too. To think about it. Before you open up your legs, somebody's gonna go up in there. Somebody's gonna smell and make sure everything smells good. If not, you gotta hop your ass in the shower, and we definitely using condoms. You ain't gotta worry about us trying to slide them off because something's wrong with the poo nanny. But tell me how y'all feel about this whole entire situation in the comment section. We got two different stories here. We got two different things going on. But are women losing their minds nowadays? I'll be back later with more news and commentary. Peace.
Is to the streets, is to the mother effing streets. It's your homeboy Loafing to Go, and I'm back with another episode of Fast and Furious Interviews. On today's show, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special guest in the building. So why don't you tell the people who you are and where you from?
What's good, man? It's your boy SS Choir Boy, straight out of 205, Birmingham, Alabama, east side to be specific.
All right, man. So I've been going through the internet. Everybody been telling me to check you out, man. What's going on with you, man? Tell us about your latest project.
Appreciate it, man. By the way, today is my dad's death date. Today in particular, I released my new single, Time Heal, by SS Choir Boy on all platforms.
All right, so here on Fast and Furious Interviews, we like to dig in the background just a little bit, man. So why don't you tell us what it was like for a young SS Choir Boy growing up?
Like I told you, I kind of had the best of both worlds. If you could say a Zack and Cody life. I was one of them people. My dad was a preacher. My mom was a crackhead. So I had a little bit of knowing to go into the church, putting on a suit and tie, and I had to also be in the street life, not knowing if I was going to live the next day, not knowing what I was going to eat.
Wow, your dad was a preacher and your mom was a crackhead. How did that happen?
How they say fate. God puts everybody in a season and in a place, and they just so happened to meet each other at that time. My dad at that time was not a preacher, and my mom was a recovering crack addict. My dad at the time was a drug and counselor, and they just so happened to meet. How they say, opposites attract, I guess.
Wow, man, that's crazy, man. So your mom was a crackhead your entire life then, before you were born and all of that now, huh?
Yeah, in the words of Deontay Wilder, to this day.
Wow, man. So tell us a little bit about your father. What kind of man was your father?
My father was a man that stood on all 10. Of course, my father was not always a father. Let me correct myself. My father was not always a preacher. Just being specifically honest, my dad lived his own life before he came into the life of Christ. But once he came into the life of Christ, he ended up conceiving me. So just being honest with you, my dad was an upstanding guy. My dad was the one who taught me the right from wrong stuff. Hey, you ain't gonna do that. Don't spare the rod, don't spare the child. You know what I'm saying? And then like I told you, of course, any child gonna rebel, gonna do what they want to do, gonna be in the streets to where my dad can protect me from any and everything that life had coming for me, or that I wanted to put myself in as an individual adult or as a child.
All right, so growing up, you stayed with your dad. Did he have a stable household?
I stayed in a big ass house. I don't even cap to you. I never wanted for anything financially. I stayed in a 2-story house. I never wanted for anything financial. My dad was an entrepreneur. My dad was one of them dudes that can goddamn, if you needed your car wax and shine to make $1, my dad would get it done. So it was to a point to where I never went without anything. I was never one of them children that struggled by choice. And I want to tell you like that. I was never one of them children that struggled by choice. Now, we didn't have it at that time. We didn't have it. So I was one of them kids that always had it. But at the same time, my dad taught me hard work. And a man can only go out there and get it, especially a man. I can't talk about a boy, but a man got to go out there and get it.
All right, so growing up, man, what type of child was you / student was you in, like, 4th grade?
4th grade, like I told you, innocent child. One of those people that, just being honest with you, in 4th grade, I'm gonna say I wasn't the typical 2000 baby. I was respectable. I had a teacher named Ms. Brown that I was in love with. That anything that lady told me to do, I did. And my grade point average and everything showed of that sort.
So what was the difference between 4th grade and 8th grade?
8th grade, I started smelling myself. 8th grade, I started feeling like I was a man. I started getting bigger. I started lifting weights. I started playing sports. I started liking girls. And I started feeling like I ain't gotta listen to nobody. Think about it. Like I told you, I got me a little cell phone. Social media is coming into fruition. And like I told you, now I got me a Facebook page to where I got me 4,300 likes. Oh, it's up. You can't tell me nothing. Include my father and my mom. You can't tell me nothing. My friends say I'm the shit. That's what my friends say. They say I'm the shit. The people on the internet say I'm the shit. And eventually I'm finna get about your shit. Just being honest with you, in 8th grade.
At what age did you start putting words together, making them rap?
I can honestly say I did that at a young age. I did that about around 12. I had a sister, just being honest with you, they used to write songs. And I used to sit up there and see her write her songs, and I could never write songs. I'm talking about I used to try, and I just could never put words together. And it kind of was a competition for me. I'm gonna be honest with you. Once I seen her doing it and she was such good at doing it, I pushed myself to learn.
So did you guys have like a group or what?
No. I did grow up singing in different festivities. Like I grew up singing in the Boys and Girls Choir of the Magic City. I grew up singing in the church, just being personally honest. I had, of course, a lot of different events like parties and things that I would do just singing because I always love singing. I always love rapping. But I never had a group. We never had a group.
What was mom at during this time? Because you said she was on drugs, right?
Like I told you, mom was an active crackhead. Mom was there every minute of the day. I'm like this. A lot of times you wouldn't even be able to look at my mom and tell she was on crack. Went to work every day, did everything. To where a lot of people don't understand, just because you're on a DOC doesn't mean that that has to stop your everyday lifestyle.
So she was like a functioning, crackhead to say, right?
Yes, sir.
How did that make you feel knowing that it was that secret going on?
To a certain extent, I was just grateful to have my mom at certain times. Because like I told you, with my dad being the person that he was, I seen a lot of parents that were on the same drugs or on different drugs that people didn't have their parents. So it was to a point where it was more embarrassing than uncomfortable. Because of course, when my mom did come around, and sometimes think about it, man, I'm like, but you know what I'm saying? Can't nobody shame their mom. So it's either I'm gonna accept my mom for who I am, to where I had to learn how to say everybody's life ain't perfect except the punches, and keep fighting.
Right. All right. So you make it out of 8th grade, you make it to high school, man. What was the difference between 8th grade and high school?
High school, I lost my rabbit ass mind. And I specifically want to say that I got locked up. Majority of my high school life, just being honest with you, I was in DYS committee. That's Department of Youth Services. I was locked up.
What type of crimes you was committing, because you were like, what, 12, 13 years old at that time?
Like I told you, I caught my first case at 13. And basically, I got released from DYS commit at 18. My first case ever was, like I told you, the assault and battery case. Specifically with this assault and battery case, a young man was bullying me. I attacked him. A lot of people don't understand when you attack people is repercussions to the things that you do, even at a young age. So I attacked this young man and ended up hurting him very badly, to where his parents end up pursuing legal charges against me. With me being young, I had to go through a juvenile court system. With me going through this juvenile court system, they weren't able to put me in adult jail, which is Department of Corrections, but they were able to do what they felt like I needed to be done. To where a lot of the trouble that I got in after that with being in the system was violation of probations. So I ended up literally staying in the system from the time I was 12 years old until the time I was 18. And then they never even had a choice but to release me at 18, because at this point I'm an adult.
Wow. So what was it like when you walked into that juvenile setting?
At first, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I was just like any kid, laughing, giggling, thinking it's a joke, thinking like, man, there ain't dudes in here that's really like, I'm just being honest, I was locked up with murders. At 16, 17, like dudes in here for whole bodies. Like how they say, I got my young bull, I got my young killers. I was in there with the young killers. I was in there with the young bulls. I was in there with the dudes that was in, specifically, I wasn't in there for a body. But I'm in there with guys that, man, look, after they get through with their little youth DYS commitment, They're getting shipped to DOC. And a lot of people don't understand when you get, let's just say you do catch a body at 16. Once you catch that body at 16, they can't necessarily put you in a dope prison. To where they put you in a DYS committed facility until you're of age, which is 18, to put you in a Department of Corrections facility. Basically a transfer. How they say you transfer schools, they transfer your ass to another prison. But this time you're in big boy prison. So like I told you, I got dudes right now, man, that I was locked up with that never see the light of day again. They was 16, 17.
What was it like for you, man, just walking through the doors, man, your first time?
I'm like this, it was traumatized. I'm gonna be real with you. But at the same time, how they say, it was traumatizing, but I knew I had to be a big boy. I'm like this. It made me grow up and it made me become very paranoid, just being honest with you. It made me become very untrustworthy because it was to a point to where I felt like I had to put on a certain persona to make another guy leave me alone. To where every day, man, you wake up, how they say, with that monkey on your back. You waking up feeling like, man, you can't trust nobody. Because that's what type of mentality I had to wake up with every day. To where, guess what? It kind of institutionalized me. It kind of traumatized me in a lot of ways that I'm still having to cope and deal with now that I'm in the free world.
Tell me about your community. Is it gang infested, ghetto type community?
I'm saying like this. We still do in Alabama have a few little gangs, but the gangs kind of played out. I'm gonna be real with you. You still have a few people that bang the sets, but the gangs are kind of played out. You have a lot of organized neighborhood stuff. So think about it, man. You grew up in the same projects. All us part of this project. So we be with another project that might be on another side of town. So otherwise, cliques, organizations. So I wouldn't even call them gangs, because even with gangs, I don't look at all gangs as they are gangs. They're organizations. Some gangs are organizations. So it's to a point to where I would say, my community is very traumatized from losing brothers, and then turning around and want to retaliate by taking another brother, to where it's an ongoing cycle.
So you never had to join a gang in order to survive inside a jail, or in order to just
I'm not gonna lie to you, the gang chose me. I've never gotten a gang for protection. If you gotta get in a gang for protection, you wouldn't die.
What gang chose you, bro?
GD 74.
Is it a large presence? Like,
And it's not a gang, by the way, it's an organization.
Right. Is it a large presence of GDs down there?
Just being honest with you, I don't associate with a person just because they GD. And I want to say that, like, just like they had the situation with Quando, to where he just put down his flag. He specifically put down his flag, in my belief, because he dealt with people that didn't have his back, and he just dealt with them because they were crook. My best friend is a blood. So I don't look at you just because you're GD like you're mine. It's like you family. Like we one. Now that does give us ties, but like I told you, how they say, my right hand man is not even GD. But I know that he would help me or do something for me before probably a GD member would. So it's to a person to where I'm with a person who loyal to me. I'm more loyalty over everything else.
All right, so you locked up, man. Is Dad a preacher at that time?
Yes.
How did he feel about the situation?
Of course it was uncomfortable for him. But like I told you, my dad was not always a preacher, to where he knew there was a trial and a tribulation that I had to go through by myself. Dad was there for me through the whole thing. Dad tried, like I told you, of course, Dad tried to keep me out of trouble. Dad tried to go to court every day, every time with me, and tell him like, hey man, he a good boy. But of course, the things that I had allowed myself to do allowed them to see that I was not a good boy at that time. So, well, you saying your son a good boy because you a preacher, but hey man, your son got caught with a gun. Did you know your son got caught with a gun? Your son got dang on broke somebody's house. Did you know your son broke somebody's house? Your son shot at these boys last weekend. They caught him on video. Did you know your son shot at these boys and they caught him on video? You know what I'm saying? Well, what could my dad do for me at that point?
Do you feel like you embarrassed the family by doing like all this?
Hell yes. Hell yes. Hell yes. But I was a young teen at the time that, like I told you, I felt like I had something to prove to some guys that, just being honest with you, to this day. To this day, that's my biggest thought. What did I have to prove to some guys? To this day.
All right, so you said you started rapping at a young age, man. So you go into the juvenile system, you still rapping? Are you concentrating on writing raps or what?
At that time, I'm just being honest with you, my concentration was on doing time. So like I told you, when you in jail, I had a journal to where that's where I learned how to start putting words into writing. To where every day they would make us write in our journals. We got a, you remember we used to have a note, the little colorful notepads. They used to make us write in our colorful notepads every day. And sometimes, like I told you, just like Tupac Shakur, sometimes I would write poems. To where I started out writing poems. Because I could never really like write words, but I always had beats in my head. To where I boom, 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 boom. Like, okay. But I would end up just writing into a poem. And some days I just write how I felt. If I just had a fucked up day, I write, man, I had a fucked up day today. This shit was crazy. I'm just being real with you. This shit was crazy. Man, these motherfuckers pissed me off today and period. So I guess what? Eventually, I learned how to put those words into song and the melodies. And once I learned how to put them in the songs and the melodies, you got what you got today.
All right, so I want to jump into the music just a little bit. So when was the first time you went to the studio to actually write a song?
March 20th of 2020. I never forget that day a day in my life. That was the day that I felt like I stopped being scared of what everybody saw in me.
Tell us about that song and your experience.
My first song that I released was called Revolvers. Specifically, I was one of them kids that always went around the hood singing my little ass off. So folks be like, man, why you never go to the studio, man? Like, man, like you hard. Like, people used to even try to invite me to their studios because, of course, you had your at-home studios and different things like that. And I'm like, man, I ain't doing no music, man. Like, I'm straight. I'm out here. Like I told you, at that time, I'm out here. I ain't doing no music. You know what I'm trying to see what we got going. Like, what this going on? What's that going on? The last thing I'm worried about is going to a studio. Specifically saying it like that. The last thing I'm thinking about is going to a studio. And one specific day, I had a friend named Bam that stayed down here and he got killed. And Bam was the type of person that, I'm gonna be honest with you, he would give you his shirt off his back. Bam was already part of a crew named M.O.P that had local stardom as far as downhill. And Bam was trying to do his own wave. Bam had became single and was trying to do his own wave, and they killed this man outside his own house and burnt them up in the car.
The rappers did that shit?
The street says the mob. The street say the mob did it to him.
Was he accused of like stealing or something like that? Or
Man, Bam went, from what I know, Bam went that type of dude. His name is Bam Bam Carter. You can find him on all platforms. He's deceased now, but long live Bam Bam Carter.
How did that make you feel when you found out he was dead?
Traumatized. To know that a guy that, man, I can understand Bam was a good guy. Bam was one of the people that was in the streets, but I try to get everybody to understand just because you in the streets don't mean you're a bad guy. So every time I seen Bam, Bam shook my hand. Bam asked me, little boy, how you doing today? Shit, what you got going on? Now, I never knew what he had going on outside of me, but I know that man didn't deserve to die like that.
All right, I want to segue a little bit. How hard is it for a person to come up in the rap game from your community?
It's very hard. Not only are you dealing with hate, number one. Hate is the number one thing that's killing all artists. Number two is goddamn on competition. A lot of us in this music industry do not like competition. We okay with knowing that a person good, but the time that they start and you start stagnating to where instead of you worrying about what your next move gonna be, you worrying about taking them out so you can get to the next level. So it's not about helping your brother up anymore. It's about letting me get there before you.
Do we know anybody that came from your area that's famous off of raps?
For my area, it's a lot. Alabama, if I can say Alabama, or you just talking about Birmingham?
I'm talking about the whole Alabama. I know y'all got what's his name? The throw the D's on that bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I know
yeah.
y'all got.
Look. I'm finna give you all on. Rilo Rodriguez. No cap. Young Blue. Mr. B from down here. Let me tell you about them whole. Let me hear you say Mobile, Alabama. Who else from Alabama? Gucci Man from Bessemer, Alabama. Whether he want to say he from Zone 6 or not. Whether he want to claim Zone 6 or not. Gucci Man is from Bessemer, Alabama. Is what they call it because we from the country. They say Belma, Alabama. He went to Lawson Community College.
All right, I got a few questions to ask you, man. So I'm gonna jump right into the questions.
I'm ready.
If you could bring an artist back from the dead to help you on your project, who would that artist be and why?
Mo3, because I felt like Mo3 was more inspirational than he knew. In my eyes. Number one, he wasn't scared to show his church, but he wasn't scared to scold that he was on that type of time too. I look at very few artists like they are truly themselves at all times. To a lot of us, like I told you, this internet get a lot of us in trouble. To where we get on the internet and try to be something different than what we are in everyday life. Not knowing that the internet is global and it can get you in a lot of trouble very fast. But like I told you, and the reason why I would bring Mo3 back is number one, I never knew anybody that can literally sit up there like how we used to do in school and beat on the damn table and make a whole song and it would go viral. Now, Finesse 2 Times did it too, and I understand it's something that's been called freestyling for a very long time. But I've never seen someone sit there and sing as well to where, like I told you, I'm a singer. The way he used to sit there and put his words, like, man, the melodies. I wish, I'm like, if I can go dig them out right now and breathe my life into them, I would. That's how hard I want bro back. Like, real talk. He inspired me in a lot of ways, whether he, and the way he died was fucked up. Should no man die running down the interstate.
All right, so are you working with any particular artist?
Right now, no. Because of the industry, I've been trying to kind of take my time when it comes to that. No, specifically because I don't want to make any music with anyone that it's not of me. And I want to just say it like that and leave it at that. I don't want to make music with anyone that is not of me.
Man, powerful words. Hey, what do you see yourself 5 years from now, bro?
5 years from now, I see myself globally known. Globally, like I see myself if I can. And no, you asked me that question. Myself, I see myself bigger than Michael Jackson.
Those some big shoes to fill, bro.
But at the same time, if you don't look at yourself like you can fill big shoes, you a small foot dude. I don't wear small shoes. If I can't fill them up, I get halfway there to a. I used to wear my daddy's shoes all the time, and I couldn't fit them, but I used to make them go.
All right, man. If I'm the record label, not saying that you want to be signed to a record label, but if you were signed to a record label, and I'm the record label, and I tell you, we got room in the budget for one top industry artist to be on your first single, man. Who is that artist and why?
Drake. The reason why, Drake. Self-explanatory. Everybody already know. Drake. Soon as Drake drop on it, platinum. Look at it. Statistics show. How they say, just like they say about LeBron James, statistics show.
Hey, man, tell me your top 5 artists in the industry right now.
Drake, NBA Youngboy. This third one gonna kind of probably catch you off guard. DJ Khaled. If he'll get his mind right, I would say Kodak. But he got some demons he got to deal with on his own right now. And Pitbull, because a lot of people don't look outside of your ginger. So Pitbull is selling not only to our kind, but he's selling to Mexicans, he's selling to white people, he's selling to everywhere.
Hey, what camp do you see yourself fitting in best with?
Stay solid.
Who is that?
Myself. That's what the SS and SS Squad Boy stand for. Stay solid.
So you don't see yourself. You don't see yourself like with CMG or maybe Top Dog. Or...
I did. I would be a Dolph. If I can say it like that, I would be an Adolf. I wouldn't say I wouldn't sign a distribution deal with them. I wouldn't say, okay, man, I would pay you to market my music. I wouldn't be under your umbrella, your branch. But of course, I want to be independent. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest with you. The independent is the new way. I could be a CMG. Got it before he was CMG. Before he signed the artist, he was Yo Gotti. Before Gucci Man was Gucci Man, 1017, he was Gucci Man. Before Jay-Z was Def Jam, he was Jay-Z. Before he was Rockefeller, he was Jay-Z. All these people started with their own. A lot of people don't believe in themselves. You got to believe in yourself first. And that's all the independent is, believing in yourself.
All right. You got anybody you want to shout out from your town?
I want to shout out. Look, this is going to take a long time. Star Baby, she's 12 years old. Let me specifically say that. Star Baby with 2 R's, and she's 12 years old. She the new wave. I'm going to say it like that. We going out of style. She coming in style. And she already popping. Respects to SGK Gooley. Respect to Kid Trouble. Respect to Rocky. Big respect to Tierra Ray. Tierra Ray is one of the most best, outstanding female rappers in the game right now. Shout out to Keisha. Keisha is a very good artist. Shout out to the Boogeyman. And these are all local artists, by the way. Shout out to Motion Boys. Shout out to 256 Reese. Like I told you, and it's of course it's a lot of big name artists, but I feel like they already have the platform for what they want. I'm shouting out my local artists.
Tell the people about your next project. Yeah, what's coming up? What's coming up next?
You kind of put me on the spot now. I ain't gonna even lie to you. What's coming up next is a lot of adventures. I'm gonna leave it there. What's coming up next is I'm finna take you on a road to where we gonna have some ups, we gonna have some downs. But if you fooling with Quiet Boy, you gonna love this way. So like I told you, I never want to tell my next move, because if I tell you my next move, I want you to wonder on that too. So I want to see where my fans coming from.
What could the people find you at on social media?
You can follow me on all platforms at S. Specifically on Instagram is SS #_Choirboy. But other than that, everything else is Choirboy.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I really appreciate you for joining the show, bro. You know what I'm saying? I wish you nothing but the best, nothing but success on your journey, man. You know what I'm saying? And with that being said, bro, I just want to say peace.
Peace.
WMG Racks, man. Racks in the building. Why don't you tell the people what you've been up to, man?
What's going on? What's going on with you, man? I've been chilling, man, working hard, grinding, you know. I just got signed to Bentley Records Oka Days out of New York.
So, man, I've been seeing you everywhere, all over the internet, bro.
Man, it's like when you grinding and you grinding for a purpose and you got the work ethic to back up and the good music and the personality with it, you will catch the attention of certain bloggers, certain rappers, things of that nature. And one of the biggest bloggers from the Midwest, AK-47, he reached out to me. I reached back, he said he heard some things about me, know who I am, I'm a solid individual. I'm really one of the members from where I'm from, and he fuck with the music. So he just be shining a light on me because he think I deserve to be heard.
One thing about King AK-47, I've been a guest on his show a couple of times, bro. And, that guy's been treating me with nothing but respect. He treat everybody really with respect, except for Husan Campbell, man. That nigga really get out on Husan Campbell, man. Fuck Husan Campbell. If King AK-47 don't like you, nigga, I don't like you. Because that nigga keep...
I don't like him. I don't like him period the way he disrespect Mama Duck. So, shit, I'm with it, man. Fuck Hussein Campbell, man. Tell him Rax said it, man, from Chicago.
Racks.
Really.
Hey, man, what else you been into, though, bro?
I'm really trying to, create that breakout single so I could be known all around the world. I've been making good music. I've been gaining traction. I just got to get the fans to fall in love with me as an artist because I'm unique. I only sound like me, I only rap like me, I only act like me. So my latest project I'm working on is my very first album. It's called Marty, M-A-R-T-Y. And I named the project after my mother. And it'd be a blessing if y'all, say some prayers for me. My OG going through something. I'll disclose it later on. I mean, I could disclose it now, but I'll disclose it later on. Just pray for my mother. So I'm dedicating my very first album to her. She like the way I pop my shit because I deserve to. I've been through a lot in my life. And it's for her, I'm dedicating it to her. So she got to have something for her before she leave this earth. You know what I'm saying? It's the least I could do.
WMG Racks, man. Since the last time we talked, a guy that took the internet by storm that goes by the name of Kevin Samuels, man, he died, man. What he did was, to me, he did the black community a service.
And I can get a little deeper about what you're talking about. Now, when it comes to the government and the funds that they provided to women, so they won't need the men, it's just like that Beyonce song, Independent. And if anybody that calls themselves spiritually inclined, they should know to consider yourself independent, man or woman, is a sin. Women thinking they supposed to be independent, they decide to marry the government. Therefore, they don't need no type of financial stability from a man. So now you got these women out here marrying the government, relying solely on the government as far as the benefits. And what happens? You have broken homes. Is what you see right now today. No protection, no stability. So, it's just all traumatizing events that lead to what we see now today. But now the women got it in there, implanted in their minds. They don't need a man for shit. They took Kevin Samuels, that's his name, correct? They took the gems and jewels he was trying to bestow upon them negatively because the way that he gave it off to them. And they don't understand. We come up from slave days to now dealing with what? Tough love. You have to have thick skin to understand what's really going on around you and with this cruel world that we live in. Women, they are emotional creatures. So if somebody come at them direct, straightforward, and play no games with them, They don't know how to take that. So they looked at Kevin Samuels as, oh, you just beating down us as women. You talking about us, you disrespecting us. So the information, the valuable information, the jewels and gems he was trying to give off, they wasn't trying to hear it. They missed it. They thought he was being rude and disrespectful. So therefore they grew a hate for this man instead of sitting back, analyzing what he was saying and learning from it and applying it to their life so they could become better women.
All right, so moving on just a little bit, we got to get into some Chicago shit, man. Now, since the last time that we talked, King Lil J from Chicago was set free, and the first thing he did was come out swinging, bro.
Him, no, because we all know that's him. He was doing it before he got incarcerated. Ain't no telling what he dealt with while he was incarcerated, so he had to continue it on. It did good for him financially, music wise. He had a great buzz. I think that he should have slowed down in life. He was probably moving a little too fast, probably around the wrong people. You never know in this case. As far as the music, he ain't do nothing wrong as far as music because that's him. Everybody expected that. He came out swinging, and it's what the world wanted and needed as far as how lopsided it is. Like with the BDs up here and they study trying to suppress us down here. He came and he was giving us that. Him and rest in peace Cash too. So it's crazy, man. And he got locked back up because he was doing what he needed to do for the drill culture as far as rap music.
You said something that was interesting in that part right there, man. You said that LBG Cash was shot and killed, bro. LBG Cash was actually killed since the last time we talked, bro. How did you feel about that situation when that happened?
You know, he got on my Instagram lives a lot. We talked in the background in the DM as far as like me furthering myself in the music business, in the music industry. He was giving me tips and pointers on like, just correcting my engineering, so forth, and my sound. And that's really what it was, my sound, as far as like a more professional, crisp sound. I ain't meet him personally, I ain't know him personally. It don't matter if you're GD, BD, MC, Stone, if somebody's willing to reach out and try to help me elevate in what I love to do, and I'm trying to make money off of, I'm gonna accept that. So he was a good dude behind the scenes. He did a lot of internet trolling. That was Cash. That was his persona. He was a comedic guy. The way he went out, sad to say, it was like it was damn near predestined, bro. He told us in so many ways. Even his opposition told him in so many ways on the internet how his demise was going to come to be. So, we lost another heavy hitter in the drill coach as far as on the G side. I think Cash should have took heed to whoever was giving him the proper and the adequate advice as far as on how to move and who to deal with, because he was warned by the opposition, his opposition. I'm as damn. He was warned by his opposition. You always with women. You love to chase pussy. That's how you gonna die, nigga.
I got something to ask you about, man, that happened since the last time that we talked. You think about Larry Hoover denouncing growth and development to the parole board.
When it comes to me answering the question to about the concert Kanye and them threw for the Free Larry Hoover campaign, no disrespect to the guys. I'm one of y'all's. They should have did that shit in Chicago. Period. No hands down. They should have did it in Chicago. Secondly, even though it was a Free Larry Hoover concert, it kind of looked bad as far as like the way it was promoted, the shirts, all that shit. It seemed like a money move. I'm a GD and I don't know what the money was used for. I'm sorry, no disrespect once again. I think it would have been better and more understood if it was here, if it was in Chicago, if it was just in the fatherland where this shit started, man. That's all.
The mayor, Lori Lightfoot, she's a BD. We all know that. I don't think.
No, she ain't no BD.
A stone. She's a stone.
She one of the moles. She one of the moles, and the moles fuck with the BDs.
Fuck with Lil Durk, right? So she's a she's a stone, right? So allegedly, man, according to the streets in Chicago, Lori Lightfoot is a black stone, man. Of course, she wasn't gonna let that
whole motherfucking concert go down in Chicago. They would have shut it down the night of when everybody flew in. So Kanye West played it safe. He got in tune with the right people, I think, because that.
So the politics behind it is the real reason why it was done in Cali. Why they ain't take it to Texas? Why they ain't take it to Texas? Where Jay Prince and them at?
It's more people in California. I don't know. Don't ask me, bro.
And it ain't a lot of. There's more Crips and Bloods than GDs in California now. Like, somebody help me make this shit make sense.
Well, this ain't about GD. It's about the politics, the optics, right? It's about the optics. Not about being GD. It's about the optics. It's like you performing it only solely in Chicago. Why? You know what I'm saying? You only regional. No, we were.
Ain't nobody in California screaming free Hoover, man.
They could have did it in Dubai. It was Drake.
Shit.
West. Hold on.
I mean, I understand though. I do, but I don't. You know,
some of the proceeds went to the Larry Hoover Project or a foundation, whatever.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, free singer. I'm not sure, but I did see a lot of people there, man. And guess who I saw there that made me put my glasses down, bro?
Who?
I saw Russell Simmons talking to Mike Tyson. Somebody sent me private footage of them talking to Russell Simmons and Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, damn, Russell Simmons is in the U.S. You know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of shit that I don't know. So I don't want nobody thinking I'm being disrespectful, which I'm not. I only can speak on what I see.
Right. I do believe that a large amount of proceeds from that concert, whether it was selling T-shirts, selling shoes, whatever, selling autographs.
Oh, Kanye and them did right with that money.
Of course they did, man, because it hasn't been no uproar. You seen what happened to Rick Ross, so we're not gonna be sitting here acting like this ain't the internet age. Even after the fact that they did that concert, Larry Hoover still had to come to the parole board.
I'm in my 70s. I'm trying to come home. I'm not finna ever ruin my chances of coming home still holding on and taking credit for some shit that ain't got nothing to do with me. And I've been gone all these years.
What about all the people that was clowning and trying to crack jokes about him denouncing GD and growth and development?
They're idiots. They're idiots. From any GD, BD, Mo, I don't give a fuck what they claim. They're idiots if they don't see that is what needs to be done. He does not need to be tied to a group of radicals. And why I'm calling us radicals, not us per se, you got the younger generation that don't know shit about shit, out here claiming shit, and out here doing all type of wild shit that they time right back to the old man. And he don't even know what the hell going on unless he's able to watch the news. He ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Let me ask you this, right? WMG Rax is in the penitentiary for 3 years. He goes in front of the parole board. Do we say, yeah, I'm still involved with my gang on the streets? Or do we say, oh, Your Honor, I flipped a new leaf?
It's no secret that man is different now. He got a different way of thinking, a different outlook on life. He's just not with none of the fuckery. He's just not. So me, when I just did my 3.5 in the feds, and I had to go sit in front of my goddamn counselor to get my re-entry back into society, sir, I am not the same person I was 3.5 years ago. You're not gonna tell me I'm finna go out here after doing counseling in this bitch, all this reprogramming, and tell me I'm gonna be the same person and do the same shit that I've done. I am not insane. I'm not. An insane person, they gonna repeat the same shit over and over. That's insanity. And everybody know that man, Mr. Hoover, is not insane. He's sane. He know what's going on. He know that he's not the same person or not gonna deal with the same shit as he's done all them years ago.
Since the last time we talked, R. Kelly was found guilty in his sexual assault case, man. He got 30 years in New York, man, and he just got found guilty in Chicago, man. What do you think about the whole entire R. Kelly situation, being that you're from Chicago?
You know, a lot of people in their opinions Like a lot of people's opinions about this R. Kelly situation is biased because they don't know really what's going on. They're just going off of what others are seeing. If they paid attention to this case all these years, a lot of shit that they put on R. Kelly was really a lot of the mother of these women's fault. A lot of them let their 17-year-old daughters and shit like that fly out and do things with this man because they wanted the bag. So if he asks a woman their age and they land say they 18, 20, 21, what could he do? If they never tell him her age, but they get on a plane, what will he automatically assume? So it's a lot of flaw shit in the case. But if he did do some of the shit he done, he deserved what he's getting. Feel what I'm saying? I don't fuck with chomos at all. I used to run their ass up top. They used to take all their goddamn canteen, they commissary. So he dealing with that shit now, you know, getting punched on, and extorted, and you know that's what chomos go through. It's a lot of fucking discrepancies in this case.
The person that said they wasn't in the first video is actually coming out now saying that they was actually the person in the video. And it seems as if that money is starting to fall off with that female because they had new cars, houses, the college was paid for, and now that R. Kelly's locked up, now she wants to say that, hey, I was the person in the video that lied and said I wasn't the person. And it almost looks as if R. Kelly paid her off, and now that the money's falling off, they took her car, they repossessed it, and who knows what else gonna happen. Maybe she's trying to write a book. Do you think that now she's telling the truth and that was Sparkle's niece in that video?
Man, I think the man been getting extorted since day one. Not even just by the women, their mothers. I think his camp had a lot to do with it. He had a lot to do with the shit too, because you know you can go back to the Aaliyah days. All right, they were secretly married, and she was what 16 years of age. So maybe he just liked them prime, and that's terrible. So maybe he getting what he's just due. Maybe the truth is finally coming out because the money is dwindling, and they want to keep them funds in because they feel like they deserve it because of what they went through. But you can't just blame everything on kills, man, because them young women knew what they was doing at the time.
You know, Rex, I have to agree with you because I personally know a female that R. Kelly was dealing with when she was underage, and she got on the hand about R. Kelly and said that, yeah, this, that, and the other happened. But at the same time, she never told nobody how they were very proud when their daughter was dating R. Kelly. My mom know they mom. My sisters used to hang with her sisters, even her. You know what I'm saying? They don't get on the stage and they say, oh, we used to love R. Kelly, though, back when he was buying gifts.
It was consensual. Now it's just rape. Like that's why I don't honor this shit.
But at the same time, R. Kelly still should have knew better, man.
He should have knew better, and the mothers need their ass locked up.
And I got another Chicago story that I got to bring to you, bro. Young Pappy, man, he's been dead for what, 8, 9 years, bro. You know, one of the dopest artists in Chicago. But recently, some paperwork came out about Young Pappy, man, saying that some people shot at him, and he actually told the police who the people were, what kind of vehicle they was in, and all type of stuff, man. I really personally don't think that Young Pappy was the type of savage that he rapped about, bro. What do you think about this whole situation?
I'm gonna speak on this light. The first thing I want to say is no disrespect to them guys up north, his family members and things of that nature. It ain't got nothing to do with me, so I ain't gonna speak too much on it. But if any of that shit true, why they wait 9 years to bring it out? You know what I'm saying? Why I wasn't said before he got killed. To be honest, I think it's a total disrespect to the dead and to the family. I think certain shit, I think a lot of shit should be left alone, especially after someone transcends to the next. They need that peace. They need, people still grieve. 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years later, people still grieve over they lost loved ones because it's like they still got that memory. What if they were still here? So it's like some shit just shouldn't even be fucked with, tampered with, spoke on. That's why I ain't got too much to say about any of it. You ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm from the South Side. He ain't my peoples. I ain't disrespecting him when he was alive. I ain't gonna disrespect him while he's dead.
051 Driller was just shot in Chicago. He was shot in his leg, and then his buddy saved his life, came over the car, started dumping back, grabbed this nigga, pulled him up out the car, and the nigga that was shooting that saved Driller's life, man, he was shot and killed in Chicago the other day. What do you think about that?
Now, before I talk about that situation, I'm gonna tell you something you don't know. I've had one time to actually speak with Driller, and it was over FaceTime. It was in 2020, late 2020, like October, November. He got into it with Fendi Boy because Fendi Boy was disrespecting his dead and his block in his area or whatever. I was the one that got on the internet telling Fendi Boy, that's not the way to go, bro. Somebody's going to kill you. You're being disrespectful, putting yourself in shit that ain't got nothing to do with you. So, doing me and Driller's phone call, dude is not what I want to say is dumb or crazy as people try to put out to the media. He has some sense. He talked to somebody he ain't know from a can of paint. But I know his big cousin from Young Money. I know Snake. So therefore, I was able to get Drill on the phone and let him know, like, I'm trying to talk short into not crashing out and getting hurt because of the way he's speaking online. He really don't mean it. He's just trying to find a way in the rap game. So Driller is a real nigga, man. He'll hear a motherfucker out and he'll, get his people to spell niggas, you know what I'm saying? It ain't always about, taking a nigga head off. There's ways to some sad shit. So therefore, when I see certain niggas that's out there in them trenches going through shit, it touches me because I feel like if I could talk to him, I can stop shit. That's just me. I think I'm the street salvation. The long story short, man, it's sad when you lose someone that'll protect you at all costs. The things that his homie did for him was immaculate. He saved his life that day. He ended up with minor wounds or whatever. I don't know where he got hit, but he survived. And it saddens me, the person that saved his life lost his life a week later. I'm not into that what goes around comes around bullshit. I think his homie did exactly what he needed to do. It's fucked up. The shit that they guys do going through in the streets, man, it's fucked up. Like niggas wanting beefing over lost loved ones, but it stems from dumb shit. Like what bitch fucking on who, bitches got a lot to do with why niggas into it. Or niggas just simply being disrespectful, disrespecting the dead, trying to get a name for themselves. So just the whole shit surrounding all that shit, the gang activity is just it's fucked up. And somebody needs to put a stop to it. They need some sense knocked in their head. Not physically, but
man, Rax, every time you come onto the show, bro, I want to tell you this. You need to start blogging. You know what I'm saying? Like
I actually was
for you, bro. That's the future for you, bro. You need to keep it going, man. But why don't you tell the people about your latest projects coming out, man? Because we got to get the hell up out of here.
Like I was telling y'all in the beginning, I got an album dropping named after my mother, my OG. It's called Marty, Marty. I got 2 singles out on all platforms through my label, Bentley Records. It's called the first single I dropped it's called Traumatized. The second single that just dropped a few days ago is called No Competition. Nice songs. Go listen to them. Good mixing and mastering on them. Beautiful, beautiful song. The third single I'm dropping off the album before these 2 videos I'm gonna drop is called Built to Last. I'm just giving y'all a little bit of my life, just how I'm coming, The project gonna be beautiful, you know what I'm saying? It's dedicated to my mother because she has less than a year of life to live. I don't know if she can go any day, any week, any month. So I'm just preparing for that the best way possible. I got big things coming, man. More photo shoots, video shoots, major features on the way with people in the industry. Got to set it up through my label and get that done. And just listen to the music. WMG Rax, you find me on all platforms. Follow my Instagram, WMG_Rax. My Snapchat, my Twitter, my TikTok, all that's WMG_Rax. My Facebook fan page is WMG Rax. RACKS. You know, fuck with me, man. I got a story to tell, man. Fuck with the music, you know. I'm one of the growing Chicago rappers. I've been at it for a little minute now. I'm back at it. Been home from the feds 2 years now, and I'm being productive, positive, out the way. And I just hope y'all enjoy my music.
Racks in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
They sent me out of state to Minnesota, but it was weird in Minnesota. Like it was nothing but love. Like, you know, them people that you be like, dang, what happened to old boy? You know what I mean? He must have moved or something. But when you go to the joint, old boy in the joint, that's how it was. Like, as soon as I walked in, all you heard was Keys, GD, felt like everybody knew who I was. I had cousins up there. Like, it was different when they sent me out of state. Like, the love was incredible. You know what I mean?
Wow,
I
man.
hate to say it like that, but prison actually saved my life, man, because I believe if I stayed in the streets, I was going to be dead. You know what I mean? So.
Right. At that time, that's when you started writing raps?
No, I was writing already. I started writing in 96, the day after Tupac died.
Wow.
Yeah, it was, I wasn't no rapper though. You know, I had dreams of being a doctor, but I remember this OG, he came on the block and he was damn near crying after Pac died. So he was begging Tupac and he was like, we laughing, we think it's funny, like this grown man crying, bro. You know, I had to be like 11, 12 or something like that. And he was like, man, this the realest man that ever did it. Yeah. So we laugh and he like, y'all think it's funny. Whoever can rap like this, I'll give you $20. I'm like, yo, I need that. Hey, only thing I remember though is the N-word like a million times. Nigga, 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 nigga. That's all I remember. And then when he gave me the 20, he said, I'm finna take you to the studio right now, bro. You got potential. And the studio was right across the street from my house, right across the street. And that's when I met the big homie, D-Love from Infamous Records, man. And he taught me how to write. He taught me how to write verses. You know what I'm saying? And how to put a song together.
Hey, how old was you when you got that $20 bill?
I think I was 12. I think I was 12, 96, 12.
So that was before all the bad shit was happening with mom and all of that.
Well, no. At that time it was more. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Now that I come back to it, yeah. Cause this is actually when her and Dude, that's when Dude moved in around that time. Yeah. It was around that time. So mom left, my brother's daddy, they broke up so we had to be like 11 and 10. I was already hungry before I went in. By the time I was 15, I actually met the whole Rough Riders and Cash Money. Birdman, one of the Cash Money entourage members, it was the Cash Money, the Rough Riders Cash Money tour. And one of the Cash Money members or entourage gave me a backstage pass and told me to do my thing. So we met Birdman. He told us to meet them out at the hotel. But instead of conversating with Birdman, then when we get there, I'm sitting down with Jadakiss and Styles P from like 11 at night to 7 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So I was already hungry, ready to go. You know, only thing is that I wanted to be Pac so bad. So when Jada told me to spit, I want the world to feel me. I'm doing all this, and he like, pah. And then he like, basically, yo, be yourself, man. You know what I'm saying? And Swiss Beats was like, yo, if you had a Guardian signature, I'll take you with me. Now, this is the time where I was really living in the streets, you know what I mean? But I was already going hard before I went to prison.
How did you get around those guys like that, man, at a young age?
I had a big homie that believed in me. You know what I'm saying? M.O.P, he believed it was me and my homie Lil Wu. He believed in both of us. He thought we could be somebody. He wanted us out the street, but it was too late then, you know what I'm saying? Like when we met him, it was too late. We already had him, you know what I mean?
You get out of prison, what's the next step?
Women. Women and money, man. They going I wasn't thinking about nothing else. I came home with a few G's though that I stacked up while I was in prison, but It was women and money, man. I ain't even want to get back to rapping. I was looking for a job, and then I think I got out in 2006, so I wasn't thinking about rapping no more. 2006, 2007, one of them. But I didn't get back into rap till 2009 when I started feeling music was garbage. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo, let me show them how to really do this. I paroled to my cousin on my father's side. My cousin Brandy, one of my biggest supporters ever, man. For real.
Shout out.
Yeah, shout out to Brandy. Her and my brother T.Y., man, they always push me, man. So yeah. But yeah, I paroled to her crib and I was there for a minute. And then I end up I went to 3 places before I had my own, or me and my other brother had a spot together. So I was there at Brandy's. Then I went to my cousin Keisha. She dealt with a lot with me too, on God. Shout out to Keisha. Then I went to my auntie, may she rest. And then I had my own little spot, me and my homie.
How hard was it to be on parole?
It's worse than it's worse than doing prison time, man. Like I can be the way they had me was I could have been out for 2 or 3 years. I'm 5 years on paper. I could have been out for 2 or 3 years. If I got into a fight, I was getting revocated the whole 5 years. I had to do the whole 5 years just off a fight. You know what I'm saying? It was, man, you couldn't even scratch your ass wrong, bro. They was, but my PO and them was cool. To be honest, I think they was cool because I found out where my supervisor lived. So they stopped sweating me. I used to see my PO boss. She like, what you doing over here? I knew she was scared when she seen me. Man, they started being nice as hell to me.
Right.
You know, and I was high risk too. That's the funny part.
Right.
I went from seeing her every week to once every 3 months.
Right.
Yeah.
So you get off parole. What's the next step for you, man? What are you thinking now? I'm off.
Well, by that time I'd have met my girl, I'd have had my daughter. I'm just living life, and I joined my brother Hollywood, rest in peace Hollywood. One of my brothers got killed. I joined him with his label, and we doing shows. We out here. We out here, bro. My name getting up now. They recognizing the art. A lot of people still knew me from the streets, but now they recognizing the art. So we doing shows. We out of town. We here. We there. We opening up for Do or Die. You know what I'm saying? Like this artist, like we just gone. Project Pat, we doing all types of stuff. And then bro also created the Try Radio, which was an internet radio station that we was doing numbers every week, over 750,000 listeners. You know what I'm saying? We got big, I have my own show on there, spinning my music, all types of stuff, other artists. I'm having interviews with major artists and all that. And then it became great, man. The life became great, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of things slowed us down though, like since I got it, like, because I never had a job history. So with me trying to get a regular job, it was always do temp services, and if the assignment up, it wasn't consistent. It was a little struggle between that. So to the point, me and my girl used to clash because now she handling everything. And instead of me being a man, like, yo, you right, let me get out here on the grind. I'm using an excuse. Well, you know my record, and you know what I'm saying? Like I was doing dumb shit, but still partying as far as the rap style lifestyle. Yeah.
All right, so you and your brother, man, y'all very successful. This your blood brother, right?
No, it's just my big brother. He ain't my blood, man, but he couldn't be no closer.
So is that still going, or did you guys have to end up stopping?
No, everything's still going, but it felt like it only fell down on me because all the other artists left. So me, bro, and and Sis Honey B was the last ones there. And then the big homie went to the homie Vinny, he went to Atlanta, so he wasn't around as much as he used to be too when we was all together. So it felt like at the end of the day it was just me and bro until he got killed. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So could you talk about that a little bit?
About Big Bro passing?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Some young niggas, man, they say it's over road rage, man. Young niggas killed bro for telling them to stop swerving. He got kids in the car. And they shot out the window and killed him with the kids in the car too, man. I think that was the most, besides my baby brother being killed 3 days before, I think that was the worst pain. Like it's weird, bro. Like I thought I should have had a panic attack. You know, I get a call that I just finished my album, and I get a call that I come in the house to find out my baby brother was killed. Big bro come over my house 2 days afterwards to talk about my baby brother, and we're gonna do what we gotta do with this music for Lil Bro, and then he get killed the next day. So instead of me when he got killed, and I'm thinking about both of them, it went from being angry and sad to like it was just confused, like how the hell did it, like, out of anybody in this world, like, why me? Like, both of my brothers, both niggas I'm close to, in 3 days apart, man, that's crazy, bro. Like, what is God trying to tell me? And I felt more of a real loss and confused. I just felt, I don't know, man. It was a weird feeling. Like, I knew I should have had a panic attack, but I didn't. That was the first day I think I lost respect. Some respect for my mama.
Wow, man, that sounds crazy. I can't imagine doing that. So you out on the streets now? What how old was you? 15?
15, 16. Yeah.
Where'd you go?
I stayed at the homie's house. I had a little girlfriend too by the time I was 17, so her mama let me stay there too till I went to prison. But and I was everywhere, to be honest with you. I was just, as long as I had money for food, I was still going to school too. You know what I'm saying? And then I remember him and mom's breaking up, and then we got another house. And this by the time I was like 16. And but she was never there. She was always working and doing stuff. So me and my brother T.Y., you know, we ran out. We had the parties, all types of junk. You know what I'm saying? I think at the end, right before I went to prison, everything started getting good. It started looking up. And then as soon as something go up, it's like the devil come right back in, because I end up getting shot like 4 or 5 times over there.
At the age of 15?
No, I got hit. This was as soon as I turned 17. As soon as I turned 17, I got shot over a girl I ain't even kissed.
Wow. Let's go back to the night that your mom kicked you out. Now you everywhere. How are you getting money, bro?
Stick ups. I was already hustling. You know, I was selling a little weed and a little dope, but like it wasn't moving fast enough. You got that feeling, that urge of, I need it now, just to lay somewhere. Like, some people would charge me to come stay at night. So, and then you got to get your own food. So, you know, I used to be on plenty blocks. I'm watching niggas, just watching them. Oh, he the one getting a little money. So that's how I was. I'm coming to get it.
You know, when I think of Milwaukee, being from Chicago, I'm kind of familiar with it a little bit. I think of a small town, almost like maybe the size of the hundreds, maybe. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be in close proximity to people that you out there robbing, right?
In a way, Milwaukee is in a way, especially when it comes to knowing people is small. Like these people know what I used to do. They know I got a little name out here for the street stuff I used to do back then. But you still got it. I mean, it ain't that small. It's small, but it ain't that small. You still got your sides, like east, west, all that, and these are big areas too. You know what I'm saying? But 9 times out of 10, somebody knows somebody. It's that close. You know what I mean? It's that bunched up.
Right, right. Hey man, what's the situation out there as far as the gangs, bro? Is it gang infested in your community?
No, it's I don't like that word gang. It's organizations out here though. But it's more of set tripping. You know, it ain't too much of banging. It's more like set tripping. Like I'm GD, bro, Vice Lord, bro, a king, but we all stay on this block, and this is our area, this our home. But if any other GD, Lord, or king try to come over here and hustle, we're gonna have a problem with them because this our area. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But as far as banging, I mean, you got some cats that watch the videos and they like to throw the rakes down or throw the crown. They doing misguided stuff. You got some cats that do that, but that's because they don't know what, you know what I'm saying? They don't know nothing.
Right. So 15 years old, you hustling already. You started hustling. Are you gang banging at that time?
Oh yeah, I was gang banging hard.
What was
I'm talking about blue and black flag, OB daily, GD crazy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we was few of the homies, a lot of us. We had some OGs, man. We had some good OGs that taught us what I ain't gonna say taught us, but we had some good OGs that was around, and some of them came from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? They used to try to teach us right from wrong. It was times they helped me out too when I was going through my situation. You know, they didn't ask for nothing. They just wanted to make sure I was good. You know what I'm saying?
right?
But yeah, I was GD crazy. They couldn't tell me nothing.
All right, so 17, you end up going to prison. What you going to do, bro?
2 counts of armed robbery while concealing identity. It was weird too because they gave me a party to a crime. I'm the youngest on the case, and I got more time.
Damn, it's like Tupac for real, huh?
Yeah, I got more time.
Wow.
All the homies ended up getting like a year and a half. They gave me 10. I did 5 in and 5 out.
What was you feeling when you got on that bus to go to the penitentiary from the county jail?
Everything was blank then. Like I wasn't emotional or nothing. I think everything was just blank. I do remember though me being sentenced the day before I got on that bus. I remember just thinking about my brothers, and that hit me like, damn, I ain't gonna be around because I'm all they know. You know what I'm saying? But going that bus ride up there, I had no feelings at all. It was like everything was blank. Or I was, you know what it felt like? I was going on a field trip and I'm just viewing the what they call them, cornfields and stuff going up north. That's what it felt like.
So you make it to the penitentiary, man. As a young 17-year-old child,
yeah.
What was it like when you first walked in the doors?
I mean, everybody knew who I was already in a bad way though. I mean, they knew what I did. So there was a lot of drug dealers in there. I went to it was damn near like a gladiator school in Racine, Ryak. And everybody wanted to test me, man. They found out wrong. You robbing niggas, you the type of nigga we kill. Bro, my cell open, bro. It's open season, bro. It's popping. Yeah, they found out wrong.
Hey, you gotta tell us like a story for one of those situations?
Yeah, so this one I was going to get I remember this vividly too. So I was going to get it was lunchtime. And literally it's like a movie, bro. You see the movies, like the old gang prison movies when they put little stuff on your plate. And that's what they was doing to me, bro. And the head cook, he was making them do that. So I'm like, hey, bro, y'all ain't finna treat me, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I get into it, the head cook. Now, the head cook, like Superman, built as hell. You know? And he like, man, you don't move around, I'm going to slap you. So I threw the tray at the nigga, like, nigga, slap me, nigga. He like, man, what's happening? We can go to the room. I'm like, well, let's go, bro. So everybody anticipating it. They like, oh, they know I'm getting beat up. They waiting on me to get beat up. All I can say is, man, it was count time. He walked in the wrong cell. When he came out, his mouth was bloody as hell. Not one scratch on me. You hear me? I grew up boxing. I was training to box, or somebody was trying to train me to box. I'm not gonna let, and then he kept trying to grab me, but he couldn't. Like he wanted to bear hug me. Man, I tore that boy face up. When he came out the room, they was smiling at first till they seen his face. Everybody put their head down. Stop playing with me, bro. You know what I'm saying?
So after that, how was your respect level in the prison?
It still was bad and then I got shipped out. Like I think I did I want to say 3 years. They shipped me out as soon as I turned 18. They sent me out of state to Minnesota. But it was weird in Minnesota. Like it was nothing but love. Like, you know, them people that you be like, dang, what happened to old boy? You know what I mean? He must have moved or something. But when you go to the joint, old boy in the joint, that's how it was. Like, as soon as I walked in, all you heard was Keys, GD, like everybody knew who I was. I had cousins up there. Like, it was different when they sent me out of state. Like, the love was incredible. You know what I mean?
Wow, man.
I hate to say it like that, but prison actually saved my life, man, because I believe if I stayed in the streets, I was going to be dead.
Ears to the streets, ears to the mother effing streets. It's your homeboy Low from the Go, and I'm back with another episode of Fast and Furious Interviews. On today's show, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special guest in the building. Why don't you tell the people who you are and where you from?
Man, it's Keith Picasso, hella from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, man. Shout out to the homie, man. Low from the Go, Members Only Podcast. What he do?
All right, so here at Members Only Podcast, Fast and Furious Interviews, we like to go back a little bit. We like to go a little bit deep, man. So what was it like for a young Keith Picasso growing up in Milwaukee, bro?
It was like any other area in the inner city, you know. In the beginning it was good, but you know, some things transpired, so times got a little hard, you know what I mean? We try to make it the best we could. You know what I mean? For me, it was more like, I want to say, this word always in my head, like I feel like I'm a survivor, so it was more like surviving for me. You know what I mean? Just the way I felt then, you know what I mean? It was more like surviving. In the beginning though, like I said, it was pretty good. And then some things transpired in life, so it got harder, you know what I mean?
Did you come from a two-parent home?
No, one parent home, just moms. For a long time, man, she held it down for her. Boy, she was a real strong woman, you know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, things transpired to the point where it got hard.
All right, so what was Pop's at?
I can't be, man, I don't even really know, but I will say I knew he was an addict, you know what I mean? Where he was at all the time, I can't tell you. Like when I used to see him, it was here and there, or like if his mom's, my grandmother come get me, or my aunties and them come get me. I barely seen him growing up.
No, I'm sorry to hear that, man. What type of man was your father, though?
Well, I can't speak on what type of man he was then because I ain't really knowing much besides the what he did, his addiction and all that. But right now, man, Pop's a great man. Like he clean, he living good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He calls. You know what I mean? Like I have a better relationship with him than I did when I was a kid. We actually have a great relationship right now. And shout out to my pops, man.
Going back a little bit, man, what type of student was you around 4th grade, bro?
4th grade, man, I was a straight A student, bro. If it wasn't straight A's, it was B's. But we always like schooling was our number one priority. Like my uncles, they didn't play. Like we didn't have to be their sons for them to make education our priority. They were strict about education. So, I mean, I had a little struggles. Like I think they said I had dyslexia, but it never showed when it came to the academics.
What is that?
Apparently, I really don't even know the definition, but I know they said when I used to read, I either used to read stuff upside down or I'll read a sentence that comes 3 sentences down before I read the first sentence or some stuff. I couldn't remember. I remember sitting in the classroom though, and the teacher was telling my mama that.
Oh, wow. So you still managed to be a straight A student even though you had this condition?
Yeah. Because back then we had teachers who really cared. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like teachers that really took their time to sit down with you and show you things. You know. There was some I went to a I went to a school, it was called Victor Berger. It's Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. now, but them teachers really cared about us, man, for real, man. I be thinking about that too. Like, do these kids still have teachers like that?
Yeah, some of them I'm pretty sure. You know, it's a lot of teachers out here that's reckless nowadays, though. Hey, so what was the difference between 4th grade and 8th grade?
8th grade is when everything went to hell, man. Like, same clothes, you getting ribbed, you know what I'm saying? Hand-me-downs. This when life changed for us. Yeah, 8th grade. It did. I don't even, man, I hated school. I think when I was in the 8th grade, I hated school. Middle school, I hated it.
All right, going back to your family, man. It was your mom, and did you have any brothers and sisters?
Yeah, it was my mom and my brother T.Y. at first. And then mom's met somebody and she had 2 more boys. My brother's Steve, Marnie G and Oil Base. So in the beginning though, it was just me and T.Y. And then the other little homies came afterwards. In the beginning, yeah, me and T.Y. shared a room. But my baby brothers, they father eventually got custody of them. So when we was teenagers, when me and T.Y. was teenagers, we had our own rooms. Eviction notices and stuff came, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. You say your brothers went with their father. Why did they go with their father?
I was young to know, man. I don't even know what happened in that whole situation. I just remember their father getting custody of them. So they've been with him. They was with him, I'm gonna say 14. They end up being with their father. That's when him and mom split.
Oh, so they was together and then
Yeah, they was together for a minute. They was together till my brothers were probably like 5 or 6. Them baby brothers was like 5 or 6.
how did that make you feel, man, mentally when that happened?
Oh man, it always hurt because I always wanted to see my brothers. I remember. I mean, I got close to my little brothers because I was the oldest, and when moms and they pops would go out, you know, I was the one that made sure they ate, you know what I'm saying? Getting washed up, all that stuff. So I grown close to my brothers. I remember changing nasty diapers, bro. Listen, them niggas owe me. Straight up.
All right, so when your brothers moved in with their father, is that when things started taking a turn for the worse?
Yeah, that's about time mom's met somebody else. And man, that nigga wasn't no good. Straight up. If it wasn't his money, he ain't care. I'm talking about sleeping, eating the food off, everything. Yeah, everything went bad, man. That's when we started sleeping at cars and shelters, family member homes, all that. Mentally, mom's wasn't there, man. Like, I don't know what it was about dude that, like, she put him on the pedestal. I don't know what it was.
What type of man was he, man?
Sucker. I ain't gonna lie though, he used to work like crazy. I to be honest, I think I think they started doing crack, to be honest with you.
Right. It was a quick like downfall going down.
Yeah, it was real quick. Mean, like real quick too. Like, yo, as soon as we get a house, we good. We got new radios, everything. And then 3-4 months down the line, everything gone. I ended up going to prison. I just remember this when I knew something was up because we was already by this time we sleeping in shelters and cars, or my grandmama house too, because my grandmama, she loved us to death. She still love us to death. I remember going to visit my mama. She was staying with dude and the chick that was like his sister or something. And I remember going to visit her, and I fell asleep. And I fell asleep on the couch talking to her. Next thing I know, they fighting. And this nigga actually put his hand on my mama in front of me. I had to be like, I want to say 15, 16. And I remember just picking him up and slamming him on his head. And my mama was like, you gotta leave. You can't be here. And that's when I was like, oh, okay. That's what type of party this is. That really hit me though. That was the first day I think I lost respect, some respect for my mama.
PNB Rock, man, he just got shot and killed in California, man. He didn't tap in?
I don't know. From what I heard, he had been living out there for a minute. So I don't know who he was affiliated or with, man. His girl posted at Roscoe's and then that whole shit went down. I can't speak on PNB. I don't know if he was tapping in. I don't know. As far as I was concerned, from what I heard, he had been living out there maybe 6 months to a year. People were telling him, maybe he should move back to Philly. So I don't know who he was messing with out there. R.I.P. PNB Rock, man. Another talented artist took way too soon.
You really think that his girl was being followed by the ops?
Yeah. I be telling my girl, lock your social medias down. Bruh, you know how many of these motherfucking pages be following niggas and they be cops? Besides op. 12, they all on the internet too. So why wouldn't the ops be following people if police is following people every day on social media?
All right, but you do know that PNB Rock, he actually posted a picture of himself, before his girl posted her picture. So I think they was following him, and he posted.
Possibly, yeah. Possibly, it's all possible. But I'm saying, like, in the streets, like, just even in Sacramento, I've heard of niggas that don't like a neighborhood and don't fuck with certain individuals following that motherfucker's girlfriend on social media to try to get a drop, or family members or that type of shit. That shit goes on all the time.
I'm glad you said that. That's genius.
because that's exactly what I said when everybody was saying that they were following his girl. I said, well, if they followed his girl to find him, that was
They
fine.
might have followed his whole damn family on Facebook. You don't know. I don't know. It's easy to do.
Getting back to the music, man, can you tell us about your latest project?
Oh man, it's called Blue Magic. I'm just trying to put together some good dope music for everybody, man. Gearing up, I'm gonna shoot a few visuals to it. Most people they think, you just make gangbang music or funk music. I'm not. I got songs, singing. I got songs rapping. I got songs about, something for everybody. I try to make a little of everything. You know what I'm saying?
Not saying that you want to. If a label wanted to sign you, who would you want to sign with and why?
Man, if somebody wanted to sign me like right now,
Yeah. All the money that you want.
oh man, that'd be cool because it can't be no chump change. I'm not talking 50, 60 bands. I buy a car and, lease a house or, rent a house and some shit. I'm broke. I need life-changing money if I'm in this life. You know what I mean? Man, what label do I really like right now? Who would I sign to? Probably PRE or QC, Quality Control maybe, or shit, I'd even sign with Wiz Khalifa, if the money was right. Taylor Gang or something. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't matter just as long as the money was right, and the situation and the timing and it felt good. I'd be down to sign with someone, but maybe Empire Music. I don't know.
No LA or California.
I'd sign with Snoop. Snoop cool if he wanted to sign me, but he's like major Hollywood. He don't know who I am. You know what I mean? But if Snoop ever realized who I was, what that was I wouldn't sign me. Out of LA people, I'd sign with Snoop Dogg probably.
What about Top Dog?
They cool too, but I don't think my music would kind of fit in what Kendrick and them are doing. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if I would fit in with what they're putting out and what they're doing, but I would. But it'd have to be on the grounds I can make my own music. They can't control too much of what I'm doing in that aspect.
Right. All right. So let me ask you this. I'm the record label, and I say in the budget, we got room for one industry artist to jump on your first track, man. Who would you want that artist to be and why?
For the fuck of it, probably NBA Youngboy. Fuck it. He's doing the most numbers, the most YouTube views, the most streams, fucking period. I'd say Youngboy. I'd do a song with NBA Youngboy.
Hey, where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
Man, I just want to be winning. I want to be established, man. I want to have everything going, this label, this music, this YouTube, just everything that I'm putting together and that I'm working on right now, man. I just want it to come together and kind of, in the next 5 years, hopefully just get bigger than what it is and just take off more. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to put my friends on, my family, everybody I fuck with.
Why don't you tell me your top 5 California artists?
Top 5 California artists. I love E40's music. I fuck with 40 Water, something tough. I'd say E40. I like Ralphie the Plug, Mike Sherm, Filthy Rich. Rest in peace, the Jacker. I'd say Jack probably 5th, and then if I get another one, I'd say Sibo from Sacramento. It's my favorite artist. He's been mashing through the game for years. He's the only Sacramento, California artist on Tupac's All Eyes on Me CD.
Who's your top 5 industry artists?
Industry, I'd say probably, I like Youngboy. His shit cool, some of it. R.I.P. I liked it, Jada Youngin. Some of his music was cool, Youngin Ace. I fuck with Ralphie the Plug. Lil Uzi Vert. I like a lot of his music and shit, what he's doing. Some people don't like it, but I see it is for what it is. You know what I mean?
Hey, why don't you tell the people where they can find you on social media?
Sauce God 916 SAUCE GOD 916 on Instagram.
All right, so Sauce God 916 everywhere, man.
Yeah, SAUCEGOD 916. Or 6 OD, not a G. The number 6 instead of the G.
All right. The number 6 instead of the G, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, man, taking the time to tap in and interview me, man. It's been great.
Yeah, man. Man, shout out to you, man. I wish you much success, my brother. You know what I'm saying?
You
Keep your
too,
head.
man. I wish you all the best, man.
With that being said, I just want to say peace.
Hey, peace. Shout out to everybody out there, man. Tap in. Thanks for fucking with me, man. Taking this time to interview me, man. I respect it.
Is to the streets, is to the mother effing streets. It's your homeboy Low from the Go, and I'm back with another episode of Fast and Furious Interviews. On today's show, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special guest in the building. Sauce God 916. Won't you tell the people who you are and where you from?
What's up, man? I'm Sauce God 916, man. I come from 24th Street, Garden Block, South Sac, Iraq, Sacramento, California, man. I'm tapping in with you for the realest interviews, man. You know what's up.
Hey, man, I really appreciate you coming on to the show. We like to get down and dirty, man. We like to dig into the background of the people that come on to the show, man. So won't you tell us what it was like for you growing up, man? Come on.
Man, it was hard. You know, good times, bad times. I seen a lot of fucked up shit happen. You know, had some good times. It's kind of like that little Boosie song, you know, where he rap about coming up in the hood hard but sweet. And I can't say it was all bad. You know, but just like anybody else, just trying to find their way in life, you know, making moves and trying to be the best person you can be the next day. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, did you grow up in a 2-parent home, bro?
No. Single parent household.
What type of man was your father, bro?
He was into the drugs, and you know, he liked to put his hands on my mom and just different shit. So he ended up like going to jail when I was 2. So I didn't really see him or have much of a relationship like my whole life with him. You know what I mean?
What did he go to jail for, bro?
When I was a kid, he used to whoop all my moms and shit. He used to do powder all the time, and he ended up like me and my mom, we left living with my auntie and bouncing spot to spot trying to get away from him. And he found where we were. We was in Kmart, you know, in the parking lot, and my mom's was buying my brother a car seat. My brother was newborn at the time, and my dad's rolled up, and my auntie was sitting passenger seat holding my little brother because he didn't have a car seat. You know what I mean? Like, so my dad comes around the car, punches the window out with some gloves, big ass knife in his hand. And my aunt, to keep my brother safe, had to like throw him in the floorboard of the car by her feet and cover him in the blankets and shit. You know what I mean? There's glass going everywhere, blood. It's crazy. So cops come, the security guards start pepper spraying my pops and tasing them from the Kmart we was at. The security starts getting into it with him, and next thing I know, fucking helicopters come. He goes to jail. I don't ever see him again.
That's tragic right there. So you said that your father stabbed your auntie 34 times?
Yeah, my mother's sister, yeah. My dad was a sick individual, man. My mom tried to get away from him, and he proceeded to like stalk her, and he would call her, and he'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna kill everyone you care about. That's the type of man my father was.
So your father,
and he tried it.
So your father would make these type of threats before he stabbed your auntie?
Yeah, it was going on for months, and then it all led up to that big ass situation.
How old do you think your father was at that time?
I'd say I was probably what? My mom had my brother when I was 4, and when she was 20. So I'd say my dad might have been like 25, 26, maybe 27-ish. I don't really know like that.
How did that make you feel mentally, bro?
You know, you go through the motions being a kid. You like, where my dad? But at the same time, like, I feel like it made me a stronger person, man. It made me sharper mentally. It prepared me for the streets, whatever I'm doing in life, man, just in general. Like, I feel like I got a leg up in that aspect, I guess, you know, seeing so much fucked up shit as a young person.
Right. So the day after your father stabbed your auntie, man, what was that like?
Crazy. Just a real cold feeling, man. Just crazy. My aunt was all fucked up. She had to go through several surgeries and shit after the stabbing, and it was like we didn't know if she was gonna die from the stabbing or die from the surgeries to fix her from being stabbed. You know what I mean? It was like that kind of thing. She lost a lot of blood, so.
Do you feel like that mess with your mental, going to school and stuff like that? Were you an angry kid?
I mean, yeah, I got in a lot of fights. The hothead, you know what I mean? Like, I got kicked out of a lot of schools for fighting, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is, but, you know, when I got older, I calmed it down. Seeing that kind of violent stuff happening, that kind of shit at a young age, it kind of fucks with you a little bit.
So what type of student was you in 4th grade, bro?
Surprisingly, I got decent grades, but I was just like shy. I didn't really fuck with people like that. I just tried to stay to myself. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't like going to school like that. Even at a young age, I really didn't care for going to school.
What was the difference between 4th grade and 8th grade, bro?
The innocence,
The
you
difference.
know, in California, like Sacramento, you know, you 3rd, 4th grade, you cool. By the time you get to like 5th, 6th grade, you start seeing the world and shit for what it is, and you know, people for who they are, so to speak.
What grade was you in when you realized you can put words together and make them rhyme?
Oh man, I used to rap like from the time I was a kid, man. I used to like love the fucking Vanilla Ice song when it would come on, Ice Ice Baby. I used to try to dance like him and shit. And then, you know, Funky Cole Medina, he came out, and then Big Tone from LA. And I have a crazy music background because it's like my mom, she's Hispanic. She listened to everything in Spanish, you know, like Selena, everything. You know what I'm saying? Like everything, mariachis, Gloria Estefan. Who else did she listen to, man? Just a lot of stuff. And then she listened to rock, a lot of classic type of rock. Like, don't get it wrong. My mom had them Too Short tapes back in the day. She be slapping some Too Short. You know what I mean? Like, but I kind of like started trying to put words and songs together, and just when I was like probably like 5, 6, maybe 7, 8, 3rd, 4th grade, 5th. You know, I'd hear like a song on the radio, and I'd do like some Weird Al shit and like make a funny version of the song, or you know what I mean? I was into it since I was young, very young.
Going to high school, man, how did you fit in?
Man, I stood out a lot. I stood out, but it is what it is, man. Like, you know, I got kicked out of all the schools in the South area where I'm from, so I had to go to school on the other side of town. Got bust out type shit, so out like a sore thumb. You know, you the kid from the projects going to these nice schools and shit. You know, you kind of stick out, but it is what it is. You know, high school, it got a little rougher. We went through some shit. I changed schools a bunch of times. You know, getting kicked out of, not really changed, but kicked out of schools a lot. And like I got kicked out of every school in the South, the whole school district. That's the reason I had to go to school in the North, a different district. Once you get kicked out of South Sacramento School District, there's Elk Grove. But Elk Grove is like, you know, like rich type neighborhood, like middle class, $1 million homes and shit. So once they figure out you got kicked out of every school in the South, they was like, fuck no, we don't want them in our school. So I had to go to the North.
What was the difference between the South and the North?
Same shit going on, just different kind of. South area, more shit goes down in like broad day. Like, you know, you might see somebody like getting carjacked, or some nigga might rob somebody for a chain, or run their money, or just, you know, it'd be some random ass shit, but it'd be like some bold ass shit going on. And like North Sac, it'll be shit going on, but it's like shit between cliques of people. You know what I'm saying? The South area is pretty much just out there. You can just stand on the corner of the street and just watch the street and tell what's going on. Like, oh, this motherfucker's doing that. They doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the North, it's a little more hidden. You get what I'm saying? And it's more cliquey with the people. And the South, anything can happen. Like, you could just run into some random motherfuckers and they might rob you, or, you know, you might have to fight. Like, that's how it is. Like, if I could describe the South area, it'd be like like how they describe like LA a little bit, like how anything can happen in South Central. You know, you might walk down the street, somebody get shot, get robbed, whatever. North Sac, it's like shit goes down all the fucking time, but you really got to be in the mixes with the people where the shit's going down. You know what I mean?
Describe your style for the people.
Oh man, I can't even describe it. It's just me, man. Like I do a little bit of everything. I sing, I rap. I just try to put myself out there and just put what I'm doing into my music and my projects and everything. I can't really describe the sound. I mean, who would you say I sound like?
Let me ask you this then. What clique do you fit in best with? That's already industry clique.
That's already industry? As in what?
Like CMG.
I wouldn't sign with CMG, but I like Yo Gotti. I like his movement and his music. But for like saying I would fit in with him because he has another Sacramento artist, nah, not so much.
If you could bring an artist back from the dead to help work with you on your project, who would that artist be and why?
I have to say Young Dolph. Young Dolph.
Oh, wait a minute. We got something here. So now I kind of see why you won't sign to CMG a little bit, huh?
No, it's because my neighborhood fucks with Oak Park. The Crips where I come from, we don't fuck with the Oak Park blood. Period. We've been fucking since like 1970, 1980s type shit. Like we don't ever get along. So it don't have nothing to do with Dolph or Yo Gotti. Like, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's just the artist he signed from Sac. I don't really like my neighborhood don't fuck with him. Not even in the sense that I specifically have a problem with these artists on CMG. But my neighborhood and the politics of the streets, I could never sign to CMG. My people would look at me funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, or do a song with them type of artists because it would blow back on me in the streets and shit. I'd get called, you know, fake or you fucking with ops type of shit. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not even a sense as that I have a direct problem with these artists. It's more of a sense of like my neighborhood has a problem with their neighborhood. You get what I'm saying? Been since the 70s and shit. I wasn't born in the 70s.
Right.
So it is what it is. They've been funking since before I even was existing.
Hey, what set of Crips do you hang around, bro?
24th Street, Garden Block, Crips. There's 21st Street, 24th Street, and 29th. It's all the Gordons. We got 3 streets in the South.
Are they associated with the 60s?
No, not that I know of, nah.
What do you think about Quando Rondo dropping his flag?
I mean, it's good for him, I guess. I mean, like, if that's what he felt in his life he needed to do, it's a fucked up situation what happened to him in LA. It's tragic. You know, but at the same time, like, I don't know, cutting all the street niggas off when you need street niggas with you and you getting shot at, I don't know if it's a wise decision, you know, on behalf of his camp or him. Or, you know, maybe it has something to do with the feds or the cops. You know, maybe he felt that Fed pressure after his boy, you know, got murdered and, you know, was like, I need to separate myself from the gang type shit. If I was in that situation, I think I would want people around me that can handle the situation, you know what I'm saying? Or that were ready for it, you know.
Well, you're not the first person that brought up the feds. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else brought up the feds and said that that's the reason why he actually said that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but look, he also said that the Rolling 60 Crips in LA was fucking with the ops, man.
Shit, they were saying like they backdoored them for not tapping in with Big U and all that shit. I don't know. It's a lot of shit going around.
No. But check this out. Lil Durk, you know what I'm saying? He signed a Rolling 60 Crip from LA, man. Brick Baby.
I know about all that. Yeah, and they fuck with Young Thug and all them. Yeah, I know. So it could have been a backdoor from the 60s from Dirt. The motherfucker was out there on them blocks in LA throwing up fuck Hoover next to a 60 hand sign. And LA, that's the type of shit. People are everywhere. Every corner. You can be in one little area. As soon as they see you, it's online. They know where you are within 2-3 minutes. So him being right there, Beverly Hills, all that, them shopping centers, they probably followed him to the gas station because he was throwing up shit online. Because you got to tap in to go to LA, man. You got to pay to play. That's how they operate. It's been like that for years. I'm a California, Sacramento, even people in the Bay, they know that about LA. It's always been like that. You know what I mean? You want that little protection, you got to tap in somewhere, or you got to bring your niggas from your neighborhood, come out there at least 20 deep. I've seen some artists from the Bay Area, Sacramento, that have went out to LA and brought like 40 or 50 people with them to do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's what you got to do sometimes.
Is tapping in a form of extortion?
I mean, I can't say that. I mean, you can consider it that, but at the same time, a lot of these gangs carry the same name from these California gangs. How can it be extortion if y'all got their name? I'm just saying, y'all came from somewhere, right?
Right. Hey, let me ask you this, man. If you're a Crip and you live on the East Coast, man, are you a real Crip?
Yeah, why not? They banging too, man. 2022, they about they shit too out there. They on the same shit we on in Cali. Just like down south, they on the same shit too down south. You know what I mean? It's everywhere. I can't say somebody's fake or real just because of what side of the map they on. The way I feel, there's real niggas in every jurisdiction, bruh. There's real steppers, real killers in every jurisdiction, anywhere you go. Real niggas is everywhere, man.
PNB Rock, man, he just got shot and killed in California, man. He didn't tap in?
I said, he told me that he's not my real father, and my real father committed suicide. And my mother, based on what she knew from the papers, okay, my mother and father weren't close. My mother assumed what she read in the papers was true. I'm assuming. So,
let me ask you this. Man. All right, so that day, you talking to your mom, man. How did you feel emotionally?
Devastated. Broken. I wanted to know about my family. I wanted to know, but I didn't even know where to begin to look. And then when I asked my mother about my birth certificate, she said my birth certificate said father unknown because back in those days, in order to get for a mother to get welfare, you couldn't know who the child's father was. She told me she would fix it. She told me that she would pay for it to get it fixed. And so, I definitely want that. I wanted that fixed. And I'm like, okay, bet, I need you to do that. And the first chance I got, I moved back from New York City. At the time I was living in Manhattan. I moved from New York City back to Pittsburgh to find my dad's family. It was easy to find my dad's wife and children because they still live in the same house. Took me 6 hours to find them. I called the house. I said, "Can I speak to William Brock?" That was because he's a junior. And he said, "This is he." I said, "Did your father work for Volkswagen in New Stanton, Pennsylvania?" He said, "Yep." I said, "Did he commit suicide?" He said, "Yep." I said, "Are you William Brock? Are you his older son?" He said, "Yep." I said, "Well, are you standing up?" He said, "Yep." I said, "You might want to sit down for this one." He said, "What's up?" I said, "I'm your older brother." And we talked for about 15 minutes. And when I told him to put his mother on the phone. And I read in the papers that they had gotten some money from Volkswagen. I didn't really know how serious this was when I first learned of it, because I just learned from what the paper said that he committed suicide. And so when he put his mother on the phone, I said, "I don't know if my father ever told you about me." And she said he did. I said, "I don't want your money," because I didn't know how serious it was back then. And then also at the time, you know, I had a lot of dope, I had a lot of dope dealers in my family, so money was never an issue back then. Um, So I told her, I don't want your money. I just want to meet I want to know my brothers and sisters. And she said, your father told me about you. I said, good. And then after I called the house a few times, she asked me, why do you keep calling here? And she said she wanted proof. Proof for what? If you said my father told you about me, but I didn't understand where that came from. And I didn't really know where to look for my dad's brothers and sisters because I didn't know anything about them. And I never forget, I was living in Pittsburgh for a few months, and the guy who raised me, uh, his his brother's ex-wife, who was my favorite aunt for all those years. I told her, what I had been told, and she said, "Come over to the house. I got something for you. I've been saving it for you because I knew you'd find out the truth someday. So I've been saving it for you. So come on over to the house." So I go over to the house, and she gives me all these newspaper articles, and that's when I found my dad's brothers and sisters. I'm sorry. That's when I found my dad's wife and children. I'm sorry. But as far as his brothers and sisters, I didn't know where to look. So one day I'm working it, and so I prayed about it. I said, Lord, I really want some help here. I don't even know where to look. I don't know any of their names. I don't know anything about them. And my mother is from the Homewood area of Pittsburgh. My father is from uh, the Garfield area of Pittsburgh. But I don't know anybody from Garfield. I've never been there. It's not that far, but I don't really hang in. And Pittsburgh is like, uh, from what I remember, for the little bit of time that I was there, it's divvied up into sections, and different gangs run these different sections. And if you're not from that neighborhood, doctor, and you rolling around up in that neighborhood and you don't know nobody, you might not be living around walking around too long. You follow me? So I never forget. I'm working at, I'm still young now. I'm like 16, 17, and I'm working at this burger joint, and I'm working with this guy, and I'm like, man, you look familiar, dude. Where you from? And he said, Garfield. I said, I don't know where from Garfield. I said, where do you hang out? He told me the different places he hung out at. No, I don't know where from either. I said, what's your last name? He said, Brock. I'm like, Brock. I said, you ever have anybody in your family used to work for Volkswagen and he committed suicide? He said, yeah. He said, you're not going to tell me you're my long lost brother or something. I said, well, that depends on how you're related to him. He said, that was my long lost. He said, that was my uncle. And I said, I'm not going to tell you I'm your long lost brother, but I'm definitely going to tell you I'm your long lost cousin. So he said, you got brothers and sisters, right? I said, yeah, I got two brothers and one sister. I got a brother named William and a brother named Reuben. I said, what's my sister's name? I knew it, but I wanted to see if he knew. Because, I want to see if he was for real, because I really didn't believe it. He said, your sister's, he said, I think her name is Leah. And then I said to myself, he's full of crap. Because what first cousin doesn't know their first cousin's name? You know what I'm saying? So I thought he was full of crap. But we exchanged numbers anyway. And from the way I understand it went down, my dad's favorite sister's son was in town from DC that weekend. And he went home and he saw his other cousin and said, hey man, Babe brother had another kid, because my father's family name was Babe brother because he was the baby. And he said, oh yeah. And he said, yeah. He gave him my number and he took it home to his mother. And from what I understand, he told his mother, he said, Babe brother had another kid because I feel work for him. And she said, my brother ain't had no other kids. If he had another kid, I'd have known about it. And he said, well, why don't you call him up? Because that Brock gene is strong, so you better know if he's full of crap or not when he walks in the door. So she called, she paged me on my pager. Back in those days, we didn't have cell phones yet. They blew up my pager, and I called her back. And she said, you claim to be my brother's son? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, well, I want to meet you. I said, bet, what's your address? She gave me her address, and I went over her house, and I went over all cocky, like, yeah, what? And, when I knocked on the door, her son, he was a bodybuilder. So he was a little, he looking all cock diesel. And hi, how you doing, little brother? Because I was just as skinny as I want to be, you know what I'm saying? And when I walked in the door, I never forget, his mother was standing in the kitchen, and her jaw just hit the floor. She said, you're definitely my brother's son. You look more like my brother than his other kids. She said, "Who is your mother?" And I told her my mother's name. She said, "Boy, you were conceived on my couch. Your mom and dad used to come over at my house and watch my kids all the time." You know, and I asked her, I said, "Why did he commit suicide?" And that's when she sat me down and she pulled out all these papers and she showed me all these newspaper articles and all these different things. And she said, "Boy, your father didn't commit suicide. He was murdered."
Your name Brock, right?
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't Brock before, right? When you had the other guy that you thought was your father. Was your name Brock then?
Bro, you getting kind of personal.
Well, the people going they
People
gonna
gonna get
watch it
personal.
and they go,
Nah, it was my mother's last name, but I'm not giving it.
oh, no, you don't have to give it. All right, so when did you change your name to Brock?
A few years later, when after I sat down with the Brock family and realized that I was accepted. I mean, they accepted me more than my own mother. You know, I never forget that night after I sat down with my dad's brothers and sisters, and we began doing some research. We did some digging, and I found out some things. You know, I never forget the after I sat with her that night and we stayed up the whole night. I ended up having to spend the night on her couch, and I never forget she left the light on in the hallway. And I thought I was thinking to myself, what if this guy really isn't my father? What if what if what if it's just not real? You know what I'm saying? What if it's just made up? And I never forget, brother, the light was on in the hallway, and I heard a voice come from around the corner, as clear as day, like I'm talking to you. And that voice said, "You are my son, and I love you, and don't you ever forget that." It was so clear. It was so like
Vivid.
vivid. There you go. Thank you, sir. It was so vivid that I had to get up and walk around the corner and look like, who's there? You know what I'm saying? um, I never met my father, man. But I met him twice when I was a kid, but I don't remember it. I was like 2 years old. My mother told me when I was a kid that um, that I would that I was the type of kid that my father would used to come by and try to take me. He wanted to see me all the time, and I never forget. Even the guy that raised me told me once. He said, your father. He said, I want you to know your father desperately wanted to be a part of your life. He did. He tried. He hired he hired the best private detective in Pennsylvania to find me. And every time he got close, uh, you asked me how was my childhood coming up. My childhood coming up was hard because it was hard to get good grades in school because I kept changing schools. Like I would start, I might spend 6 months at a school, and I didn't understand why I always had to change school, why I was moving so much, and it was hard because this school might be doing I don't know division, and this school over here is doing subtraction, and this school over here is doing adding and subtracting, and this one over here is doing statistics. So my childhood coming up, because I moved around so much because my mother was trying to hide me from my father. I didn't do good in school. Um, I I was able to I've always been able to mingle and talk to people. I've always been able to hold conversation. I've always been able to get involved. That's not a problem. But it was just hard to maintain focus. You with me? Um, but the point I was trying to make a moment ago, I was talking to the guy who raised me as his son, and I never forget. He told me, he said he went to my father's church one day, and he told my father, if you don't leave, his mother alone, I'm gonna kick you behind. He told me, he said, T, when I went to your father, he said I went to your father's church and stood outside his church and told him that. I said, man, why would you do something like that? He said, because your father was a third-degree black belt in 3 different forms of martial arts. He said, if I'd have done that anywhere else, your father would have beat the hell out of me. But your father had enough discipline not to do nothing in front of his church.
All right, so the reason why you moved from place to place was to escape the private investigator.
I guess. I didn't really, as you gotta realize, coming up as a child, I didn't understand why we were moving, but that was it. That was it. That's what I learned later on in life.
Let me ask you this, Dan. Why do you think your mom tried so hard to keep you away from your father?
I'm gonna say this, and then we're gonna leave this conversation about mom alone. I believe personally that my mother's a control freak. Is if it's not her way, then it can't be done.
All righty, so you find your father's people, you find your father's family. They embrace you with open arms. What's the next move after that?
Next move after that, I started looking into some of the facts. My aunt says he didn't commit suicide, and so I started looking into some of the things, because you got to understand. My aunt told me, 10 days before he died, he had a family meeting, told everyone in the family he had just been approved for a $9 million venture. He was going to purchase a hotel, a Hilton hotel. He was excited. He was telling everybody about the different things, the different positions they were going to have. He already had his own business. He had a cleaning business. He was running for mayor in the city of Washington, Pennsylvania. Um, and in doing some of my digging, some of the things didn't make sense. You know, and so I wanted, after I began digging and seeing that this guy really didn't commit suicide. And when I started asking some of his former employees and fellow employees for their help, and I was hearing things like, "Well, I can't help you because I got a family," and he didn't. He died for you, and not only that, he died for you, and I never met him. And he tried desperately to be a part of my life. But if he would have if he'd have put you down, you know what I mean? If he had the same attitude that other blacks had for him, I wonder what I could have learned from him. You know what I mean? I feel cheated. And then when my fellow blacks, the people who he died standing up for, I mean, I wonder how they would feel if he had approached, if their children approached him, if it were the other way around. Would they want him to take that approach?
Okay, so check this out right here. Originally, your father was not involved with the lawsuit. What made him get involved with the lawsuit?
Because the company tried to blackmail him with knowingly false information to convince him to coerce the other blacks to back out of the lawsuit.
Can you dig into that just a little bit more?
Okay, so they try to say that he raped someone, so that they could get. So okay, here's the thing. You uh I have a lawsuit against your mother, right? And your mother is at risk of losing her house. Okay, so you come to me and you say, well, if you go through with this lawsuit, T, then I'm gonna tell the courts that you try to extort money from me. Now you know that's a flat out lie, but you do it because you want me to back out of the lawsuit. Make sense?
Yeah. So what are you trying to do now? What is your purpose?
What I want to do is I want the world to know that William Brock was murdered. When I spoke to Dr. Cyril Wecht, have you ever heard that name before?
Nah.
Dr. Wecht is one of the best pathologists in the country. He's from Pittsburgh. He worked on the O.J. Simpson case, the Kennedy case, and Nicole Smith, Whitney Houston. I mean, the guy's well known all over the world. Okay. And I asked him, has he ever dealt with suicide? He said, of course. I said, where do people generally tend to shoot themselves? He said, men shoot themselves in the mouth, under the chin, or in the temple. Women typically tend to shoot themselves in the heart because they want an open casket funeral. So when I asked him, has he ever dealt with a suicide case where a left-handed man shot himself in the back of the right side of the head, he said no. So I asked him, he asked me at that point, what did the coroner's inquest say? I explained to him that there was no inquest. There was a report, but no inquest. He said, that sounds like foul play. So now I'm wondering, why won't our government get involved? So I went to the Pennsylvania State Police, right? Because I'd gone to the FBI with all kinds of facts and proof, and they won't take my case. They could just kind of blow me off. And when I was talking to an associate of mine who worked for the NSA, he told me that the reason why our government isn't really doing anything about it is because I don't have enough people talking about it. He said because because you understand that every time Volkswagen makes a sale, our government gets tax money. Get enough people talking about it, then they won't have a choice. They'll have to reopen the case. So my goal is to get more is to do enough of these shows, sell enough of my T-shirts, get enough people to become a pop with me. Okay, and let's become partners of purpose, and let's get something done together. Let's make those who are in leadership, those who run our government, do their job or get the hell out of the way.
All right, so how can the people get in contact with you, bro?
On Facebook. My name is TW Brock. Befriend me on Facebook, and please don't talk to me about booty calls and send me nude pictures of yourself. And I'm talking to the women, and yes, I like women, but I don't want to see that. I want to let us fight for a purpose together. Let us fight to make a difference together. We can. I remember, to tell you a little bit about the character of who I am. When I was in Pittsburgh, I was the youngest member on the board of directors for the NAACP. And I never forget, we had, you know, you hear stuff about a friend of mine's. I tell you, a friend of mine's father got me a job at a Mercedes dealer. And he told me, he said, don't expect to get promoted because they don't promote black folks here. And I took that job because I didn't graduate with honors like my father did. I didn't I bounced around a lot. I barely got out by the skin of my teeth. I made it, but barely. Okay. And I never forget the when I took the job at the Volkswagen plant. It was called Wetzel Motor Works. And so I took the job, and the first 4 months I was there, four promotions came available, and they gave it to the white guy. All 4 months. So, the definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing and expect different results. So I got a notebook pad. I took a piece out of my father's notebook because I noticed when going through my father's paperwork that he took scrupulous notes. You hear me? And I mean scrupulous. So, uh, I started taking notes. Okay, I took those little notebook pads you put in your back pocket. And so what time I punched in, I wrote it down. What time I punched out, I wrote it down. When my boss told me to do something, I wrote it down. Who was present there with me? I wrote it down. Was he satisfied when I got finished? I wrote it down. Everything. And I never forget, the blacks used to laugh at me. Oh, N-word, them notes don't mean nothing. N-word, you stupid as hell. N-word, da-da-da-da-da. You'll never hear me say the N-word. I hate that word. You know, I don't understand why we call ourselves that, and we want them to stop calling us that. You know what I mean? I've never seen, white folks go around, what's up, my hunky? Come on, man. So, I mean, if we want them to stop doing it, we need to stop doing it. So anyway, even though they call me that word, I blew it off. I let it roll off my back. And 4 months had gone by, and another position came available, and I applied for that position. When I came in the following day, they gave it to the white guy. All the blacks laughed at me. Oh, N-word, I told you notes didn't mean nothing. You stupid as hell. You wasted time. Blah, 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 blah. I still took my notes anyway. At the end of the day, excuse me. At the end of the day, I went to my boss. His name was Lynn Stewart. I said, Lynn, do me a favor. He said, what's that? I said, pick a day next week, any day you like, and give me the day off. He said, why? I said, because I'm going to go down to EEOC and file a complaint. When I came in the following day, guess what happened?
You got the day off that you wanted?
No, sir. They promoted my behind.
Wow.
They created a job. They created a job for me. You follow me? See,
Right.
where there's a will, there's a way. We just got to be willing to put the work in to get it done.
Right. Hey, Brock, do me a favor. Why don't you tell the people more about the website, where they can find it at? What's the www behind it?
Certainly. Yeah, you can visit Justice for Brock at www.justice4FORBROCK.com. Again, that's www.justice for spelled out FORBROCK.com. And every blue word on that website is a hyperlink. Some of my favorite blue words that I really like you to click on once you've clicked into it is the word recruited. Okay, that's a letter that my father wrote to one of his supervisors to cover himself. And I never forget, a couple years back, after doing some homework and doing some research myself, there was court documents indicated that gentleman, Joseph Trudalski, relocated to Shelby, Michigan. So I tracked him down. I called his house, and I said, "May I speak to Joseph Trudalski?" The wife says, "Joe, honey, get the phone." So Joe grabs the phone, and I said, "Joe Trudalski?" He said, "Yep." I said, "You ever work for Volkswagen out in New Stanton, Pennsylvania?" He's all excited. "Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I used to work out there. Yeah." I said, "Great. Just the guy I wanted to talk to." I'm doing some research into my old man's death, and I wanted to ask you a couple of real quick questions. You'd have thought this guy saw a ghost. I didn't know your father. I said, respectfully, sir, I didn't give you his name. His name was William Brock. I didn't know him. I said, I find that difficult to believe, considering I've got several letters my father had written to you, several you had written back to him. I know you sat 3 desks away from him for 3 years. He was the only black man in the office, and you guys had several run-ins. And this is what he said next. Get this. I didn't kill him. In law enforcement, that's called spontaneous utterance. When I took that to the FBI, they blew me off. I went to the Pennsylvania State Police once. Right around the same time I reached out to Trudalski. And I wish I had the name of the officer, but I do have the name of the colonel. But the officer, I called the officer, and I said, my father was murdered, and I need some help. I need some investigators, an investigator to dig into this with me, okay? Because I want my father's case reopened. So the state trooper, he says, well, you give me a couple of days to look into this, and I'll get back to you. And he called me back a few days later, and he said, man, this case is deeper than you think. Your father definitely didn't commit suicide. We're going to definitely get to the bottom of this. And he gave me his personal cell phone number, and he said, well, we need to, you need to stay in touch with me, so that because we're gonna dig into this one, Doc. This is deep. And 2 days turned into 2 weeks, turned into way too long. I hadn't heard from the guy. So I got angry and I called the colonel of the Pennsylvania State Police. His name was Colonel Miller. I remember that one vividly. And I called Colonel Miller up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And I said, I told him about how I hadn't heard from his officer. And his officer told me he was going to dig into it for me. And I want to find out what's going on. Why haven't I heard from him? So he says, well, give me a couple days to look into it and I'll get back to you. He calls me back a few days later and he says, I can't help you because this case is out of my jurisdiction. So I said, wait, let me get this straight now. You're the Pennsylvania State Police. Nowhere in the state of Pennsylvania is out of your jurisdiction. You follow me? So he says to me, well, sir, I can't help you. This is out of my jurisdiction. I said, let me get this straight. I said, so if I took a gun and I approached one of your officers where this took place in Pennsylvania, and I put a gun to his head and pulled the trigger and blew his head off, you tell me you couldn't arrest me because it's out of your jurisdiction? Is that what I'm understanding? He said, sir, I can't help you. And he hung up the phone on me. What that suggested to me is somebody above his head told him to leave it alone.
Wow, man, this is a crazy story right here. I really wish you help, man. I wish that people that watch this show right here, I wish that these guys, they join the website, they donate money, they do whatever it takes in order to get this case reopened, man. I really wish you well with this whole entire debacle. And I just want to say this, man. I appreciate you for joining the show, man. I really appreciate you for joining the show, man. Any last words, bro?
Yes, if you are listening and you want to help, know that this case is deeper than you think, okay? Because like this gentleman is saying to you tonight, I've had a few attorneys take my case and drop it off just as quick as they pick it up. I don't know why. I don't know what they're afraid of, but nobody is. And I've been threatened. I've been told you better leave this case alone before what happened to your father happens to you. And when I said, well, if he committed suicide, it's not going to happen to me, I was then told, well, you and I both know that your father didn't commit suicide. I was standing in the 5 and dime store once, and in Washington County, my father hired most of the police force there because when he worked for the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, that's what he did. He hired the police department, fire department, stuff like that. And this police officer was like staring me down, and I'm not well known in Washington County because I'm not from Washington. I'm not, even in Washington County is like from, I don't know, Houston to say, uh, what's that, Beaumont. Okay, but even with it being Houston, I was raised in New York City, in money making Manhattan. So I don't know much about, you know, uh, uh, about Washington County, Pennsylvania. So I'm standing in this 5 and dime store, and this Washington County police officer is in there in the store with me, and he's staring me down. So I said, man, why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something to get to bother you? He said, you look like it. I said, Bill Brock. He said, yes. I said, man, that was my father. He said, man, your father didn't commit suicide. Your father hired me. He was a hell of a man, and I know he didn't commit suicide. I said, I know. But even though we know these things, my question is, why can't we get the people who have the power to do something about it? And I tell you what I believe the answer is. Because every time Volkswagen makes a sale, our government gets tax money. But if you, the listener, the guy on the other end of this screen, wants to get involved, reach out to me on Facebook, TW Brock.
Wow, man, that shit crazy. But like I said, I appreciate you for joining the show, man. And
Yes,
with that being said, right there, and with that being said, I just want to say peace, brother.
Back at you. God bless
You working on something new?
I got hella shit going right now, bro. I got a couple singles. I got a couple motherfucking videos I'm trying to drop too. I got a couple features that's gonna be coming out with a couple California people, man. One of my boys, Lucci Angeles, man. I want y'all to keep y'all ears open and put y'all ears to the motherfucking speaker too at the same time. Keep them open and put them to the speakers and keep y'all eyes glued. Cause that boy coming up, he on the ride. Lucci Angeles, look that boy up on what's that? Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, all that good shit. So on the real, I got a couple of them coming out with him, and then I got a couple singles that's about to drop in a couple days. Every Sense, that's one of the singles, and I got another one too called Misunderstood that's about to drop too.
All right, where you see yourself 5 years from now?
5 years from now, I'm about to be shit in the next year. In the next year, I'm about to be somewhere on the boat with 6 bad bitches slapping my dick. No, I'm just playing. No, I see myself building my business, basically taking over my business, getting my business off the ground.
This is what I call a critical question. If you could bring any musician back from the dead to work with on your project, who would that person be and why?
Who would that person be and why? Damn. If I could bring anybody back, I'm gonna say, no cap. I think I want to do Kurt Cobain. I think I want to do Kurt Cobain, cause he come from a dark place, bruh. Like if you listen to his music, G, like his music is really like down to earth type shit. Like he really get to the nitty gritty. You feel me? Like he got that type of music to where he I don't even know how to really explain it, but Kurt Cobain just that nigga, bro. That's just that nigga.
So Kurt Cobain, you will bring him back in 5 years. All right, so if you can put yourself with any record label or rapper in the industry to be signed by, who would that record label or rapper be and why?
It'd have to be Snoop Dogg and Death Row. Snoop Dogg and Death Row. Self-explanatory. You know what Death Row did for the industry. You know what Death Row did for hip hop. Not even hip hop. You know what Suge Knight did for individuals on trying to get their motherfucking shit right. You feel me? Like getting like if you know what Suge Knight was doing behind the scenes for real, and what Death Row was really about for real. Oh my mama. Stop playing. Death Row and No Limit.
What do you think about rappers that's GDs going to California flipping Bloods and Crips like Soulja Boy?
I never heard of that. Bro, he was not he was not in the fold. He was not into the fold for real. Cause that nigga was saying he was from where at in Chicago? Fucking around there from somewhere from around my area. I can't even get it right now. My motherfucking brain on 10 right now. But yeah, like that, and that nigga a liar, bro. And he lived in Chicago only for a little minute. They needed for clout. That's all I can say. Shit, they needed for clout.
All right, because I'm asking you that because you still GD. You was a GD when you went there.
I'm gonna stay GD till I die, and in the afterlife. I'm a big like Snoop. I'm a big West Coast. I'm a big Cali fan. And so Snoop is one of the reasons why he the big main reason why I'm a Cali fan. Like California for real.
Top 5 rappers in the industry right now today.
Kanye, T Grizzly, motherfucking Kanye, Grizzly. I fuck with Young Boy.
All right, what do you think about Young Boy? Let me cut you off real quick. I gotta cut you off because you said Young Boy.
Folks misunderstood.
What do you think about Young Boy doing his first show back in Chicago after he dissed King Von?
He ain't no bitch. Folks on his shit, he ain't no bitch, period. And can't nobody, basically, man, that's a grown ass man. Who the hell gonna tell another motherfucker they can't come to a whole motherfucking city? Don't give no fuck about none of that shit, bro.
Let me ask you this. What you think is gonna happen to NBA YoungBoy's show? Is gonna be a bomb threat called in?
If and probably not. No, I don't think. No, I don't think nothing gonna happen because it's gonna be too hot. You got to look at it like this, bro. It's deeper than that shit, bro. Look, like this. This is NBA YoungBoy. Come on, boy, bro. This nigga got
Young Dolph
powers.
got killed. Young Dolph got killed, right? Tupac got killed, right? Biggie Smalls got killed.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
yeah, bro. The world we live in is so fucking crazy and so fucking mixed. It's you just never know, bro.
We got room for one top artist to be on your first single. Who would you want that artist to be and why?
It'd probably be the Drake or YoungBoy, cause them is the most popular right now. Them is the people that's literally they got it. They got the streams, they got the numbers, they got the fans, they got everything. They got it. They got it all. Why not get a cheat code to get on your motherfucking shit?
All right, why don't you tell the people where they can find you on social media?
You can find me on motherfucking Instagram at Leo2 LeoTWOTYMEZ. You can find me on motherfucking Facebook too. Leo Wilson, LeoWilson. That's my last name. That's my real last name. Like they got my joint on there. You can find me on there, man. Look me up, bro. Real shit. YouTube, same way. Right there at the bottom of the screen. LeoTWOTYMEZ. And if you can't find it like that, it's LEO, the number 2, and the letter X.
I like the way that you spell your name with the Z because that's the way we spell our name. We spell our name with a Z. News with a Z. You know what I'm saying? Members with a Z only podcast. So I like that. I'm rooting for you, man. I'm really hoping that you really out of California, no matter how you represent. I like what you represent. I like what you're doing. I like that you keep Chicago in the forefront, man. Hey, look. Man, we went overtime with your interview, really, because you kept me going, bro. Like, this is a really funny, exciting, like guy with he got enthusiasm, like
man.
There, man.
Thank you. Appreciate that, man. I appreciate you for even bringing me on, man. We gotta do this again. And man, Joe, I want to bring to y'all attention too, man. I gotta give a shout out to my boy. He's on the fucking rise, man. Lucci Angeles, man. That nigga going crazy out here, man.
Hey, with that being said, I just want to say peace.
Gang.
What's that word, family? Hey, man, check it out. Ears to the streets, ears to the mother effing streets. Homeboy Low from the Go, and I'm back with another episode of Fast and Furious Interviews. On today's show, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special guest in the building. So why don't you tell the people who you are and where you from?
Big YMG Goon, man. OG the Goon. You hear me? DMV, DC, really, though. Shout out all the members, though.
DC, man. What's the temperature down there right now?
It get cracking, but gangster shit going everywhere. Hood shit going everywhere, But yeah, it should be cracking, should be happening and shit. Gotta watch your person out here, you hear me?
Right. Hey, I got a personal question to ask you. What was it like for a young OG the Goon growing up?
Shit. Young OG the Goon, boy, I'm treacherous. I'm on niggas' ass, man. You hear me? I went to Roosevelt. Oh, you hear me? I'm in Roosevelt beating shit, no cap. I'm in Roosevelt getting on the ops, you hear me? I'm really just looking for this shit, you hear me? It was what it was, though. And shit, for real, I was thugging, cooling. For real, I wasn't too much of a hype. I was doing me,
What's that, Roosevelt? That's high school?
Yeah, that's high school. I mean, I joined Royal Rumble, some shit.
What type of student was you in 4th grade, bro?
Oh, 4th grade? What the fuck as I was in the 4th grade? I was in 4th grade. I ain't never really been too good in school. My mother used to come to that joint every day.
What type of issues was you having in school, bro?
Oh, I get to talking shit to teachers, fuck them niggas, all type of shit. I was just a wild student, man. I remember in school and shit. I went to the school, what's this school? I went to school named Brightwood and shit. Me and my sister and them. We go in the little teacher class, get the bag in our ass for the candy. She was sweet for it too, and she ain't never find out. We were just laughing, just eating good, young nigga shit. Mm.
All right, man. So you mentioned that your mom used to have to come up to the school for you.
Yeah.
Did you come from a 2-parent home?
Oh yeah, I definitely came from a 2-parent home, but my parents told me, right, I did wrong on my own. I'm a grown man type shit. Been a grown man since a youngin' though. So,
Right.
made my own decisions.
What type of man was your father, bro?
He was cool, man. He was doing this little 1-2 or whatever. You know how that go.
Did he ever like have to go to prison and leave your life or anything like that, bro?
Nah, hell no. My man chilling, man. He a civilian. He a civilian, man. He ain't on that, man. He taking care of what he gotta take care of. All that gangster shit is food. Don't be brainwashed, man.
What was the difference between 4th grade and 8th grade, bro?
4th grade and 8th grade? Oh, 4th grade shit. I was bad. I just had a mouth, you know, in 4th grade. But in like 8th grade, oh, niggas was beating shit. By 8th grade, niggas was out here fighting. You wouldn't be getting into it with niggas hating, you know, niggas trying to play bully and shit. That shit did.
When I think of DC, man, I don't really think of like gangbangers and shit like that. But I'm pretty sure it was a lot of crews and cliques, man. How was the gang situation out there in DC, bro?
I mean, we don't really bang on no gang shit. Anybody out here on some gang shit, they capping. You see what I'm saying? We got gangs like motherfuckers make their little cliques, but it ain't no organized crime and shit like that. Motherfuckers in the streets though, you hear me? All that other shit, that shit is, you know, internet shit. They want that shit to just seem like that. But I'm YMG though, that ain't no gang. That's really my people though. You know, you make your little own shit like that, but it ain't no gangs. Motherfuckers going off hoods. Like a nigga be from right there down the street, and then a nigga from up there. Oh, they into it. 2 hoods that's been into it for years. But other than that, ain't no gang shit. Like gang shit for Chicago and shit.
When did you realize that you can put words together and make them rhyme, bro?
I mean, shit, I was been a little intellectual, little young nigga though, you know, a little intellectual nigga that knows something. Because for real, I ain't never been dumb. So I was always doing good in spelling bees and shit like that, like spelling class and shit. So I started noticing like if I could put words together and spell them good, I already know I can rap, you know. And then at first I couldn't rap. I used to be rapping with my men and shit. Like back in the day, like 2013, I made this one song. Like, bro, that's joint some shit. Like I was thinking it was cranking though, but it was real ass though. I don't give a fuck. I play this joint for my peoples, all that. They telling me it crank, but me listen to it now, I know that shit ain't crank, but shit, niggas got better over time. It take time and shit, you know. Motherfuckers elevate and get better, you know.
Hey, any rappers that you fucking with out of DC?
Shit, I fuck with my boy Stilo Bangs. Shit, I fuck with No Savage. I fuck with Glizzy. Shit, I fuck with the whole city, man. The whole city hard. They doing their thing. You know.
All right, I don't want to put you against, you know, your other brothers, but who the best rapper in DC right now?
I'm the best rapper in DC. I'm the best rapper ever.
Sure.
Straight like that. Yeah, but look, I'm supposed to feel like that though. You hear me? Anybody else say different, bro? Come on, man. I'm the best ever. Prove me wrong.
Has anybody ever told you like, man, you kind of cocky, but it's good, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah, man. All the little bitches like it though. I be, you know, I'm one of them niggas like. I'm more focused on the money and the business. I did my little 1-2 outside. I don't got shit to prove, man. I'm out here just, you know, this ain't no image. This really me though. I just be chilling for real. I'm just one of them niggas get the bitches. Man, they call me cocky, man. I love it, man. That's what it is. And what I ain't, I'm never gonna be like King Von. You hear me?
Right. Hey, look, DC, man, they call that shit, they used to call it Chocolate City, right?
Yeah.
So, man, when I think of Chocolate City, I'm thinking of some bad black bitches, bro. That's how it is out there?
Oh, yeah, man. You know, they got them little thicky things out here, man. I'm out here smacking shit. You know? Mother beating shit. I'm whooping shit on my mother.
Right. You putting belts to asses.
Man, I'm putting this meat on a bitch grill. You hear me?
Hey, check this out. Check this out right here, man. I got a question to ask you, bro. It's like a critical question a little bit. But if you could bring back any artist from the dead to work on your project with you, who would that artist be and why?
I'm going to have to go with FBG Duck. FBG Duck is versatile. Shorty was hard. He was doing his thing. And there wasn't really too many rappers fucking with him. Not even from my city. Like Shorty was like good overall. You feel me? Like could do multiple styles. There's not many who can do that. And I'm one of them rappers who can do that. So that's why I say FBG Duck. He the hardest rap on me. Harder than Dirk and all that.
What's your favorite FBG Duck song, bro?
I'm gonna have to go with Dead Bitches, man. Cause he went crazy on that bitch. He dissing the oppositions, man. That joint go hard. I've been fucking with Duck though for like I was fucking with Duck since like 2012, 13, like for the beginning of the shit,
Tell me about your style. What's your style like, bro?
My shit trap shit, I be doing trap shit. I be doing little love songs for the bitches. I be doing all type of shit. I do pain songs. So I really don't have no distinct style. I just call this shit the goon style,
Tell us about your last project.
Oh yeah, my last project, Goon versus the World. I had just dropped that, August. Yeah, I just dropped that August. But that was all old shit right there. It was just like 2 new songs, and the rest of that shit's I'm just trying to get that old shit out. But I'm about to drop this My Luther Goon 2, September 16th. You know what I'm saying? That bitch all new songs, no features, all hard shit. You hear me? Pain, love, street shit, trap shit, however you want to put that shit. Just know that shit about to blow. That shit going crazy. And my shit already fake be doing numbers too, though. Like, motherfuckers be fake downloading and streaming my shit.
Martin Luther Goon, man. That's a crazy name. What made you think of that?
Shit, I don't even know. One day I'm just smoking with the gang. I'm high as shit. I'm getting that shit. What I'm about to name my tape. But motherfuckers always add shit in front of their names like, yeah, woo woo. All right, Martin Luther Goon. I'm the king of this shit anyway. You feel me? No.
Any features on the album, bro?
Nah, I ain't got no features on the album, but I got some features in the though. My boy Stilo Bands, TBE. You know what I'm saying? I got my boy on some shit. And I got a few more little sneaky artists on some shit that's about to be coming up with me. It's a whole little gang activity. But not like no real gang shit, because we ain't from the rack, but yeah.
Any visuals coming with that project?
Oh yeah, for sure. And there's visuals coming. I'm trying to do a visual for probably all them janks. It's like 8 songs on that bitch,
Right. Where you see yourself 5 years from now?
At the top, man. If not at the top, at least well off. I don't need to be famous. I just need some money. I'm trying to take care of my people. I ain't with all that other shit. They can have the fame. Just pay me.
Hey, what record label, artist or group do you fit in with, man? That's industry.
I don't fit in with the industry, man. The industry fake. I'm YMG though. That's my label though. But shout out everybody doing their thing in the industry. I ain't got no problem with none of them. They fake. I'm staying independent for real. I never sign.
You got any artists that you plan on picking up on the label?
Oh yeah, I got my own label, just like YMG. That's just some independent shit. I got a few artists like Stilo Bands. I got a few niggas, but Stilo Bands, TBE too. All that. But it's a couple motherfuckers that just starting out though. You'll see them soon. I ain't know.
Let me ask you this. What does Wale mean to DC, bro?
Man, Wale don't mean shit. Wale ain't from the city for real.
Wow, man, that was kind of hard right there. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you gotta be. I'm being real though. Wale from Maryland. Wale not from DC. I never seen him. And my whole life, I never seen him. Some of these rappers I didn't came across before though. You know what I'm saying? I haven't seen a lot of these niggas. I haven't seen. I'm not saying that he not from here, but like most of these niggas you see. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Hey, look, if I'm the record label, I got you signed as an artist, and I say we got room in the budget for one industry artist to jump onto your first single. Who is that industry artist that you want to jump onto your first single to make that shit pop?
NBA Youngboy, man. NBA.
What you like about NBA Youngboy?
He go too hard. He don't give a fuck about nothing. That's the way you gotta be to survive out here. You can't care about nothing. If you got a heart out here, you dying. You got a heart out here, man. You getting backdoored. There's no love out here. That's just already your circle that love you already. There's no love in the street. No way. So Yeah, I'd rather be on my NBA YoungBoy shit. I feel we relate. I ain't really into talking and shit to niggas. Cause I don't trust niggas, you feel me?
Hey, NBA YoungBoy made a song with Lil Nas X, man. What do you think about that?
Shit, I have no problem with them type of you know. So you know, I mean, shit, he did this one too though. What can you say? That's a hit. Both of them niggas is big artists. Just think about it. This is money. That man's probably cool with his sexuality. It's not my business, you know.
Right.
But shit, he did his thing though. That's NBA. Come on, that's Lil Nas X. They big artists. That's what they do.
Speaking of NBA YoungBoy, his artist Quando Rondo, man, he's been involved in a whole lot of controversy recently, man. The recent thing he just did was drop his flag from being a Crip. What you think is gonna happen between him and YoungBoy's relationship? Should YoungBoy drop him from the label or what?
A lot of niggas drop their flag. Maybe you can't judge a nigga. You don't know how a nigga been. What a nigga been through, bro. Motherfucking Ronald just lost his people, bro. Cause don't want to be no Crip, bro. Them Crips ain't gonna ride, bro. If you need a nigga, if them niggas gonna ride, okay, cool, they're my niggas. But them niggas fucking with the ops. Them niggas, man, look, I'm not fucking with no nigga who fucking with the ops. I don't give a fuck how long I knew you, what we been through, nigga. Look, if they not holding it down for me, fool, fuck all them niggas. I don't need to claim your shit. I can make my own shit, nigga. You hear me? That's what I'm getting from it. Like, he really just like, damn, niggas leaving me out there. These niggas fucking with Lil Durk and shit. Ooh, that's how he feels. That's basically what I get from that shit. And I understand that shit because if you my man, why you fucking with them? You know?
Right. Hey, who is your top 5 DC artists?
Shy Glizzy, Fat Trill, who else? I'm trying to think.
Wale?
No.
I'm fucking with you.
I'm trying to think. No Savage. My boy Stilo Bands. And shit, me.
Right. Hey, who is your top 5 industry artists?
Oh yeah. Lil Durk, NBA YoungBoy, Lil TJ, Lil Boosie, and Chief Keef.
All right. Hey, so speaking of Lil Boosie, man, you just brought up Lil Boosie name. He was just in a situation out in Houston, man, where a Chicago jeweler was shot and killed and robbed, man. A lot of people feel like Boosie had something to do with it because it was a video floating around the internet with Boosie leaning over his shoulder while he was shooting dice. You know, he won like $100,000. Mm-hmm. So the internet started doing police work, and the internet said that Boosie's 19-year-old nephew was driving the same vehicle described as the vehicle the killer was in. Bro, do you think Boosie had something to do with that and it just went wrong?
Hell nah, man. But look, hey, I ain't gonna hold you. I don't want to talk about that shit though.
For real. You know, that shit, when I said it, when I thought about it, it seemed kind of scary just even mentioning it. But yeah, I appreciate what you did say on it. All right, so where you see yourself 5 years from now in the music business, bro?
I mean, shit. If I keep grinding, I'm going hard right now. I'm pushing that shit. If I keep pushing that shit and drop some visuals, oh yeah, I'm gonna blow. Cause I already got niggas who hate me, who want to see me down. You know they gonna watch. That's how you blow up. Dick eating niggas, they blow you up. You feel me?
Hell yeah. Hey, what could the people find you at on the internet if they want to support you?
Instagram, OG the Gun. You know, Twitter, _ OG the Gun. You feel me? And that's really all I do. Instagram. You know, that's all I really do. Instagram and Twitter. I don't do all that other shit. You know what I'm saying?
All right, man.
You can find me.
Okay, man. OG the Goon, man. I really appreciate you for joining the show, man. You know what I'm saying? I want you to keep it up, man, because I believe in you, bro. I seen some of your work, man. That shit was amazing, you know. So, man, any last words that you want to say to the peoples, man?
Hey, look, Big Australia son, nigga. Shout out the gang, man. Shout out the members, man. Big YMG, all that. Shout out Stilo Bands. Remember that name, Stilo Bands. Shout out that name. Shout out my boys. Shout out TDE, MGE, all them niggas. YMG is really what it is, and what it ain't is what it ain't. Fuck the ops too. Let's go.
And with that being said, I just want to say peace. Who's your top 5? artist, rap?
Young Boy, Dirt. I'm telling you, this like a industry-wide Young Boy, Dirt. Gucci, Boosie, that. Like, I want to fight. That was people that motivated me. So, first people I really started really liking.
I noticed that you didn't name no Detroit artists, bro. You know, name your top 5 Detroit artists.
I'm gonna go with Peasy, Vezzo, Cash Kid, Jay Swan, Babyface Ray.
Hey, bro, what record label is a good fit for you?
Good record label fit for me. Jeez. I don't even know, man. Like, I don't like the record label I be seeing. I wouldn't go with them though, cause if I could go with somebody, it would be Gucci though, man. I'd go with So White.
Why you say Gucci?
But I like how he pushes artists and stuff. He don't really be playing. It's like it's a lot of respect for his artist type shit. I can feel it's I like his stuff, but then who is it? He got in his camp. Like I like Dottie Camp too. Don't get me wrong, Dottie got the hardest camp out right now. Dottie got the hardest camp out.
Hey, let me ask you this real quick. What does Eminem mean to Detroit, bro?
We can just say he put Detroit on the map a little, man. Well, he's a cold rapper for Detroit. He got his own little swag out here, I guess. He did his thing to put Detroit on the map.
Eminem still live out there, don't he?
I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. I don't even follow him on social media. But my knowledge, I ain't never heard about him still being out here. I heard his daughter was still out here though. So if his daughter out here, 9 out of 10, he probably got a little house out here.
Was the gangsters really listening, rocking with Eminem?
I'm gonna say, yeah, I heard a couple gangster people rocking with Eminem. Like a lot of homies in the hood, it's like certain songs, but it'd be like it ain't all his whole album. I never heard no whole like just bang his whole album. Got my mom probably, but yeah, you got a couple people that bang.
Tell us about your latest project, bro.
Latest project. Okay, we working on the 5-letter tape right now though. So, like I said, we just building up everything we got. We just dropping all new stuff, getting our new vibe together. All new producers. I mean, not producers, but new engineers on the beats. So, about to see what we about to do for real. Like I say, with the music, like I just come over here, I drop my, he tells us what songs and stuff we about to put together, the beats. We go up from there.
I only mix and master and record. I got a personal producer for the beat, Zeke Audio. A nigga Isaac from high school. Been rocking with him for like 15 years for sure.
So,
hey, where you see the company at, bro? Where you see the company at in the future?
In the future?
Yeah.
Shit, I see that shit running neck to neck with Gotti and Bruce.
So,
not soon. That ain't no 10-year thing. That's in the next 5 years for sure.
Hey, what is it like when y'all do a concert, bro?
Shit, our concerts be lit, whether it's 5 people in there or whether it's 150. We done rock the stage with 3,000 people. Wherever we step foot in, we gonna light that bitch up.
So what's next for the group, bro?
Just dropping more content, keeping our catalog full. Don't want the fans going to sleep, keeping them waiting on new stuff. So we drop a lot. We just dropped a 20-song tape a couple months ago. They're still doing numbers. I'm waiting for the numbers to stop going up before I drop again.
All right, so you already got the next project ready?
Yeah, we got enough music to drop like 3 more projects for real.
So why hold off? Why not just keep striking while the iron is hot? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Just to not take away from the fans. If they love that catalog, we're gonna let them keep rocking it up. I watch the numbers daily, so once it stopped going up like hundreds a day, once it starts slowing up, I drop more. I can see when they get tired. But and then we got 20 songs, so we got to get footage for all that too. I don't want to move on to the next project and we ain't got at least 15 videos of them 20 songs.
So, and he just got done showing me the numbers. I'm like, man, they going up on those songs, man. Like our chief, that's like, man, that's 5 letters, man. You gotta get hit to him. He's going crazy right now. Man, whole gang going crazy.
All right, so check this out. I'm the record label, right? I say we got room in the budget for one featured artist to be your first, you know what I'm saying, do your first single. What industry artist do you want on your first single?
See, I ain't know that that'll be off Pigs or one of them, because I ain't no rapper, so it'll be off one of their favorites.
If you gotta pay for it, if you gotta pay for it, who you want to do a song with?
See, a little baby, fucking young boy, somebody that's dropping fire every day.
And what you think about Young Boy's new album he just dropped the other day?
I'm rocking with it. I've been waiting for that shit too, cause I've been heard like the little Nas song album he put out, so I'm like, he probably dropped the whole album for that shit. That been fire.
Hey man, you think Lil Tim gonna beat that murder case against King Von, bro?
For sure. Hell yeah.
Why you say that so confident?
Man, look, dog, it's self-defense. You helping your man out. I think Atlanta got that rule too, like have a gun, so help your man so they can physical harm. Keep putting physical hands on them. I ain't gonna lie, I was kind of happy about that shit, though. You feel me? I don't know why I told you I'm into that Chicago shit, but I know so many G's that he say he smoked, though. You feel me? So, but I like King Von, though, man. I can't take nothing from that nigga. He just stand on business.
Hey man, Charleston White be roasting King Von. What do you think about that?
Really, I just feel like I can't even say cause like on that man, Von was talking about shit people though, but it was actually people that he was beefing with. That nigga Von didn't know that man, so you talking on that nigga and shit, man. It's like it is what it is for real. He doing what he do. Oh yeah, he know he gonna get some views off that motherfucker.
R. Kelly got sentenced to 30 years, man. What do you think about that shit, bro?
Man, I feel like, man, it is what it is. R. Kelly was doing what he do, man. Everybody, I feel like I know he a Chicago native, but man, he was doing that, man. He got caught up in what he said.
Do me a favor, fam. Describe your style, man, to the people.
I'm a laid back dude, though. You feel like my rap style, I'm a laid back, but I talk crazy. Like I taught that drill and shit, taught that killing shit. But I'm a laid back type dude for real. And when you see me in the club, I'm laid back as hell, chill, man, for real. I like to move like an owl for real, man.
You say you got a baby on the way in a week, bro?
Yep. Friday. That's last week. My first daughter. I got a son already. That's 16 months. About to have a girl now, though, man.
Hey, what do you think about the McDonald's dad, bro? Is you that type of nigga?
The McDonald's dad?
Yeah. Looking back, man, how much sense did that make for you to drop out at the time and the age that you were?
Honestly, it don't make no sense at all. Like, it didn't make none. But at the time, it felt like it It felt like it was. It felt like it was the right move and all that good shit, but it wasn't. Because like I say, as you grow up and get older and go through things in life, you start to learn and you start to realize shit could have went way different than it did. You feel me? Like I look back at that situation and say to myself every day, all the time, like man, I could have went a whole different route. I could have went to college. I don't know why the fuck I ain't want to go to college. I don't know why I didn't want to finish school. I never really liked school, honestly. Never really did. I always felt maybe that's why, because I felt like school was forced on me. You feel me? I felt like certain things in my life was forced, and that's why I resent a lot of shit because it was forced on me.
You drop out of school, right? You go home the day that you drop out. What's happening?
My people and them was like, shit. I knew so you don't want to go to school. You don't want to go back to school. I told her, yeah, nope. They said, all right, bet, but you gotta get up out of here. You know how that shit go. You ain't going to school. You ain't paying no bills. Gotta
I don't know how that. I don't know how that go, bro. You gotta explain to me and the rest of the people that don't know how it go. How it
Yeah,
went.
man. Basically, man, like shit. You ain't going to school. You ain't working. What you doing for yourself? Nothing. Okay. Since you're grown, don't bring your black ass back home. Type shit. So I had to motherfucking go out and I had to get on my shit. You feel me? I had to go out and beat a motherfucking man, whoever, and whatever man I thought I was at that moment, I had to go out and be that. Period.
How you supporting yourself after your parents kicked you out?
Jobs, man. Jobs, and I was motherfucking running shit. I was kicking, running in people's cribs, cars, jobs. You feel me? Yeah.
All right, so your parents kicked you out the house. Where did you have to go?
I could go anywhere in the world because I had the freedom. And where did I first stop? I stopped at my brother crib. I stopped at my grandma's crib. Yeah. But it's selling property.
So you moved in. You moved in with Granny after Mom and Pops kicked you out. You moved in with Granny.
It wasn't really a move in. I just stayed with them for a little minute. I'm gonna say for like a week or two. Then after that, shit, I talked back to my OG. Then she shit me out. I'm not gonna say it because that sound bad. She told me I can go to motherfucking Iowa, out there, Clinton, Iowa. I went out there. I fucked that city up. I can't go back there like at all. Fucked it up. Kaboom. Had to leave that motherfucker. Came back. Then boom. When I came back, I fucked up again. When I came back to Chicago from leaving Clinton, Iowa, I fucked up again. So I had to motherfucking move again.
What type of mind state are you on in Iowa?
I was on bullshit. I was pissed off. Like I was fresh. I'm fresh from the city. You feel me? Like I don't know nothing but Chicago. Everything's Chicago. Literally everything. I'm moving all the way to motherfucking Iowa. The fuck? I'm mad as hell. I'm mad as fuck. I gotta move out here. I'm mad as fuck. As hell. So shit, I went out there on straight demon time. I ain't get no fuck about shit or nobody. Real talk.
Let me ask you this. Who did you move to Iowa with?
I was by myself. I had moved there by myself, but I had family out there. Basically, bro, like I went to Iowa. I ain't have another companion with me going to Iowa. It was just me alone. I just had family out there. My cousin. Shout out Tede. Shout out Teddy, man. Yeah, my cousin, he was out there in Iowa. I think he's still out there. I don't know, but yeah, he was out there and shit. So
How old is your cousin at that point?
At that point, he was in his 20s. He was in like 28 or shit, like 27 or some shit. I hate rules, bro. I hate fucking rules, especially when they like when it's so simple. When it's some simple shit, like you don't gotta have no rules for that shit, bro. Like it's so simple. Fuck you need rules for.
All right, so you go back to Chicago. How long did it take for you to go down there with your real father?
It took me like shit a couple. Matter of fact, I'm gonna say like that next month, probably that next month. Chicago from Iowa.
Yeah.
I had went back to the crib. I went back to my OG crib.
So what's she saying now? She's like, all right, so you back now, but you gotta go.
No, she wasn't saying that, and it was just a simple fact. Like, why not go if I'm not about to be on nothing but bullshit in Chicago? You feel me? So it was like, she had brung it up. Like, you know, your cousin out there in Iowa. I'm like, damn, yeah, that's what's up.
Why not do something else like Job Corps?
I don't need Job Corps.
But what I'm saying is, you seem like an intelligent person, right? You had to go to Iowa, then you had to leave Iowa because you started fucking shit up. And it's like you talk to your mom, you go back for a month. Then how did you start talking to your father? Because remember, you said that your mom didn't want you talking to your father.
Yeah, basically, it was just like, I think she just said, the hell with it. I think she just said that. The hell with it. You want to go out there with your daddy? Go with your daddy. Go.
Did you want to go out there with your daddy?
Hell yeah.
So now y'all in contact. When did y'all get in contact to start talking? Because you said that your mom wouldn't allow you to.
Shit, mom. Shit. OG made that shit happen. I told you, bro. OG, shout out to my OG, man. She made that shit happen. I don't know when, but she just made that shit happen. I got on the phone with actually my cousin. I called my sister Tonetta, and I was talking to her, and she was telling me like, bro, you should come down. I want you to come down here so bad. We miss you. We ain't seen you ever since you was a little baby. Woo. And I've been seeing you on the internet and everything. Woo. I talk to you a lot, but I don't really just come down here. And then like the shit, I ain't even gonna lie, she got gang. She made a nigga come down there. She made a nigga come down there. And I went. And shit, when I went down there, as soon as I hopped out the motherfucking car, it was like a big ass group of motherfuckers walking down the street. I'm saying in my head, like, fuck, here we go again. I'm thinking I'm about to have to beat some motherfuckers' ass. I jump out the car, me and my sister, we jump out the car. It's just a group of motherfuckers. Like, oh shit, that's Bebo's son. Oh, that's Bebo's son. That's Bebo's son. That's Bebo's son. What up, G? What up, G? What up, G? Motherfuckers coming up, shaking my hand and shit. I'm damn. It's love like this out here. I'm like, oh, all right, this shit might be something smooth. Because shit, my biological father, he lived out there too, and shit, he that nigga. So that nigga out there, but it's just different when it comes to family and shit like that.
Y'all came into his life, so he's not your real father?
Nah, that's my real father. I ain't trying to hear nothing. Blood, do blood make you related? Hell no, blood don't make you related. That's my real father because he been in my life ever since I was born. He been in my life. He the one been taking care of me, and he the one that's been raising me and all that good shit, putting me through school, showing me the way, showing me how to tie my shoes, showing me how to wear my clothes and get a haircut, showing me every fucking thing a father needs to. On the real, that's a father. That's my real father.
What type of man was your biological father?
I ain't really know him as a shorty. I was just learning I'm just now learning my father for real. And I'm 28. I'm 28, so I really was learning. When I was a shorty, I always wanted to go to my pops as a shorty, but my mama wasn't having it. Like my mama knew what was up with my daddy. Like you feel me? Like my daddy was my daddy a gangster disciple. You feel me? He one of the head honchos for 7 Dukes. His name B.O.G. That's my daddy. So he gangster disciple. He one of Larry Mans, all that good shit. Like this shit go deep. And my mama ain't want a nigga around that shit. So she was, trying to move around every time he came and shit. But as I got older and shit, I'm like, damn, hell no, let me be around my daddy. Like shit, I already made my decision. Cause as a youngin', I already made it up in my head. I'm GD. I'm GDN. My mama GDN. My mama. So shit, it's like.
Let me ask you this. All right, so why would your mom want you away from your father?
Because at the time he wasn't, and he wasn't. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, like I don't want to say something that ain't true. You feel me? But I just feel like he probably wasn't even a father at the time. At the time, he probably wasn't even ready to be a fucking father because he was still in the streets. He was still doing other shit. Like he was doing shit to fuck his life up, basically. You feel me? Like he was fucking his life up in the midst of trying to come to me. Like you can't do that. You gotta make sure you get your shit straight. You gotta make sure you straight, and then come to me because he already knew my mom was already in a relationship, feeling about to get married and all that good shit. So my mama ain't want that shit around. Shit, I wouldn't even want that shit around. I wouldn't want that shit around my kids. On the real, period. So my mama didn't want me around, but until I got older, you feel me, around 18, 19, I went out there to meet him. This the kicker. I went out there to meet him and shit. And he was living in Decatur, Illinois. I got people out there too. Big G's and D's. But yeah. He moved out there to Decatur, Illinois. Yeah, Decatur, Illinois. I went out there. Shit. Honestly, when I first met him, it was all good. You feel me? Cause it's crazy. Cause he looked just like me. You feel me? And I look like my mama, but I like my daddy too. But I'm tall just like that nigga. He just more lighter than me. It's crazy because I was kind of looking myself in the mirror like, damn, this is how I'm gonna look when I get older. Like, damn, it ain't bad. Cause damn, Pop's handsome ass nigga. And he still look young too for his age and all that shit. But at the same time, I'm like, damn, he fighting so many demons to where he drinking himself. Like the only way he can cope with it is drinking. You feel me? So it's like I really ain't get to see my biological father actual self. Like I never really got a chance to really actually see him for him. I always saw the intoxicated side because he got so many demons that he fight. You feel me? Because of the shit he did in his past and shit like that. You feel me? Because of the life he used to live. So I guess all that shit, like all that shit just transpired and shit. Like it just turned into a whole nother person. And when I met him, like I liked him. He was cool and everything, but I really didn't. Like shit, I never lived with him. I never went down there to live with him. When I found out I had a family down there, I went to go stay with my other family. You feel me? I went to go stay with his sister. You feel me? And his nieces and shit like that.
How old was you when you went to stay with your other family members?
I think I was, damn, turning the cap, man. How old was I think I was like 20. I had to be like 20. And I stayed out there for like I think I stayed out there for a minute. Wait. I had to be like 20, man. Like at least 22. Yeah.
So at this point, you're a grown man.
Yeah.
Are you moving?
Shit, I actually been grown ever since I was motherfucking 16, 17. That's the time that was around the time I really left the crib by myself. Like I ain't, when I left the crib, I ain't had nobody. Feel me? I had myself only. I ain't had nothing, nobody. Nah, that's it. Like all that picking up the phone call. No, I ain't had none of that. I had myself.
Why did that happen?
Shit, because shit, man. Like basically, I'm gonna say I'm man enough to sit up here and tell people, and half of the shit that happened in my life is caused off me. It's caused off my problems and the shit that I done or the shit that I said. You feel me? It could have went a whole nother different way, but it's just like, no, I ain't for none of that shit. Like, period. Like, I don't, like, that's crazy because I always been like that. I always been like that my whole life. And my mama, my people, my family, they hate it. They hate it. I hate it. I hate it that I'm like that. Like, I ain't going for shit, like, period, from nobody. Like, I got that mind frame. That's why I had to get up out of Chicago, because I know them niggas ain't going for shit either. And just as quick as I pop off, they pop off too. And then it's a me versus you, my life versus your life type shit. Like I was that type of person. And basically maybe that's what transpired. Like I wasn't trying to be a teenager no more. You feel me? I was ready to I was ready to come out my cocoon. I was ready to bust out. You feel me? I ain't want no curfew. You feel me? I ain't want no motherfucking. You gotta be in for the street lights. You gotta get off the phone at this time, and if you don't clean this, you get whooped. And man, I was getting tired of that shit. I was getting tired of all that shit. Oh, man, fuck that, boy.
You said that you were 16 when you left your mom's house, right?
Yeah, matter of fact, let me rephrase that. I think I was probably like 17 because I was going on 18. I was tired of rules. Basically, boom, right there in a nutshell.
Do you feel like he may have been a little bit hard on you because you wasn't his biological?
A part of me did feel like that. A part of me do feel like that a little bit, yeah. But at the end of the day, I know it's nothing like that. I know it's nothing like that. And then if it is, shit, motherfucker got it. Shit, they got a good way of not showing it. Like shit, they done real good at, you know what I'm saying, harboring that shit. But it's not like that though. It's just that was just me on some young shit. You feel me? Me on some young minded, and he just came into my mama's life just because of her. He really don't care about me. That was just me thinking of some. That was just me being young, man. Me being young, stupid, dumbass shit. You feel me? It take a lot. Like you have to go through things in life to grow up, to understand shit. You have to go through things to understand things. That's all shit.
So Leo 2 times, man. Did you get the name from the movie?
No, I ain't get the name from a movie, but that is bro name off Goodfellas. I got that because that's my sign, man. And everybody been like, because at first it wasn't Leo 2 times, you feel me? It was just regular Leo. Then when I was rapping on the track, I always come on like Leo. Then everybody like, I'm gonna start calling you that. And then I just shorten it up. Just don't call me Leo. That's kind of corny. That shit lame as hell. Just call me Leo 2 times. Simple as that.
Right, because I can't see myself saying we got Leo in the building. Well, I can, but it's like, you know,
yeah, that's it.
That's 2 times compared to Leo.
Yeah.
They go with the 2 times, you know.
Right. Cause that shit lame as hell. He got Leo. Nah, fuck that shit.
All right, so you've been doing music for how long now?
Shit, over 8 years. Shit, I've been taking music since Since I was like 16, 17. Yup.
Okay. That sounds great, man. Why don't you tell the people where you from, bro?
From Chicago, Illinois, born and raised in Inglewood, 7 dupes, 8 up, gang, 2 fingers in the thumb, none, GDN. Let's get it.
Any 7 Deuce rappers you want to send shouts out to?
Man, shout out to the whole Inglewood, man. On the real, shout out T-Love, man. Shout out to the block. Shout out BAG, man. IEG, STG. Let's get it, man.
So you in Chicago right now making music?
No, I'm out here in California.
California? What brought you to California, bro?
California, man. You know, better opportunity, better everything. Good weed, good weather, good bitches, good water. You feel me? Like shit. It's just everything good. And then I came down here to get my hair right too, because I wasn't going in the right direction down there in Chicago. You feel me? So I came down here so I can grow and develop more.
Can you explain a little bit when you say you wasn't going in the right direction? Because the people, they want to know stuff like that.
Well, basically, I was around hood niggas. I'm just speaking like a real person. I'm just saying everything real. I was around a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Shit, that gang bang, the thing gang bang, they was associated with it. They was drug dealers. Motherfuckers out there doing whatever they got to do to get that bag. Scammers. Kick dope artists. You feel me? Like they all about that. You feel me? Like that's who I was around. I was around that shit. And trust me and believe this, my mama never wanted me around that shit. I was raised right. It's just the route I took. You feel me? That's just the route I took. And shit. And it's only because literally I'm a product of my environment. That's what was around me every fucking day. Every single day. That's what's around me. So it's like I ain't had no other choice but to lead into that. I was either gonna go to jail or be in somebody mortuary.
All right, look, man, when you say you was raised the right way, could you elaborate on that a little bit more? But people seem to think that Chicago is just full of savages. Like no black person in Chicago is prosperous. No black person is legitimate. Could you explain or elaborate a little bit on that?
What I mean by that, and my perspective is, I was raised in a 2-person household. So I had my mama and I had my daddy. You feel me? I had both of them, and my daddy always had a job. I never once saw that man ever in my life without a motherfucking job. That man always had a bag. And he had a side hustle. No matter if it was selling weed, no matter if it was going to knock niggas out, take their money, no matter what it was, he always got to that bag, you feel me? And my mama was always there. That's the queen. That's the ace coon boom. That's the one who always held the crib down. That's the one we all go to for anything. Mama this, mama. Mama was the heart and soul. You couldn't do shit without mama. Mama, whatever mama say is what mama go. Feel me? Like type shit like that. Like, and I always went to school. I stayed in school. They never ever let me, you feel me? They never let me venture off to a person want to drop out of school or something like that. Nah, that only happened as I grew up and everything. As I grew up and I started seeing the world for myself, really by myself, and I venture off and I had to leave the crib and everything because I wanted to do things on my own, because I wanted to be the man that I wanted to become and not what nobody else wanted me to become. You feel me? Like my people's always gave me that option. They always gave me that option of free will, like, but they always was like, they always kept a tight fist on me though. But they always gave it a free will. They ain't never harbored me or nothing like that. So basically, they always taught me right. I'm very well mannered. You feel me? They raised a very, very well respected human being for real. Like they did everything in their power they can to keep me alive right here today and keep me moving and keep me focused and keep me pushing forward. And just me being the person I am right now today, it's all off them.
All right, let me ask you this, man. You grew up in a 2-parent home. So was things hard for you as a child, man? How was it growing up for a young 2 times, Leo?
Okay, growing up in Chicago with a 2-parent household, it was hard. It was hard because it's Chicago. You feel me? It wasn't like shit was handed to us. Because I remember watching my people struggle at one point. Yeah. And I remember seeing my people having to turn the oven on, you feel me, just to get heat in the crib. Boil the water, put waters in pots on stoves and shit. Damn, that shit starting to touch your little soul, man, because that shit starting to bring back memories. Because I really remember this for real. Like, I remember when we literally had to damn near sell our whole crib just to get fucking shit paid, bills paid, rent paid, all that shit. You feel me? Like, I ain't never have a silver spoon-fed ass life, basically. You feel me? Like, wasn't nothing handed to nobody in my family. We have to literally go out there and get it. And we have to literally, like, make our future to what it is today. Got that shit out the mud.
You said that your father, he always worked, right?
Yeah.
Was your mom's working at that time?
Yeah. My mama was working too. But from what I remember, my mama really took care of the crib. I don't even think Pops even really let my mama work for real like that. You feel me? Like, honestly, cause I'm not gonna sit up and say like he's that type of person, but he is that type of person. Like, he that type of person. Like, when it come to that, and he can hold down the family for sure by himself. He just needs somebody to take care of the crib. Like, that's one thing. Oh yeah, and I want to give a shout out to my pops too, RBZ. I gotta give a shout out to you too, because he came in my mama's life too at a time of need. He's like an angel, like a God sent him out of nowhere. He changed my mama's life. You feel me? Like, he changed both our life. I'm gonna just be 100, man. Shit, man. I remember shit. Me and my mama was homeless. Shit at one point. I was just a baby though. I was just a little baby. You feel me? And around that time when she was down bad with me, you feel me? She ain't had nobody, but he came in and he was on his shit. You feel me? Like, he was on his shit and he took her in because he ain't have to. He ain't have to take my mama in and another baby because he ain't have one at the time. He was a single person. He ain't had no kids or nothing, but he took that responsibility on as a man and taught me so much while doing that. You feel me? Like, just off him doing that, like, I ain't gonna lie, that like I kind of want to walk in his footsteps a little bit because that's a real man. Like, the things he did, the things he done. He took my mama from not having nothing to having something. He took us from not having nothing to having something. You feel me? Just because he really wanted to be hunted back in those days. I don't even think fathers was even really in motherfuckers' lives for real. Because I'm a 93 baby. I'm a 90s baby. I'm an early 90s baby. I'm shit, for real. I'm a late 80s, early 90s baby.
It's a viral video going out here about a guy bringing McDonald's only for his child. Have you seen that?
Yes, I did.
What do you think about that guy or that child or that woman?
All right, me. One thing about me that people are going to learn is I'm a fair person. I look at both sides. You feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you the guy version. I'm gonna give you the girl version. You know, the guy version, I don't feel as though he was wrong. I don't. Like people say, you never know what that man was going through. You don't know if that man ain't have enough. And you think just because your other kids didn't eat, that his kids ain't gonna eat? No, that was dead. And my thing was, what made me mad with her is you tried to expose him and you tried to make it seem like he was a bad dude. And that right there made me mad, because it's like, why would you do that? Why would you try to expose him like that? Because he came in the house with food for your son? Like, I would have exposed him if he came and didn't bring nothing for nobody. But he made sure his kid ate. That's a father. Because he didn't get them other kids, he's not obligated to do that. Like, okay, they dealt with each other. Once y'all break up, not everybody is going to be like, oh, well, we break up, your kids are still my kids. No, it's not. People out here like that. That's not enough good people out here like that. You got real people out here that don't give two flying F's about nothing but they self. And if they kid hungry, they gonna make sure they kid eat. And that's what he did. He made sure his kid ate. Because her food stamps ain't come, that's not his problem. That's her problem. Where's they fathers at? Because I can guarantee you, it's been times where they fathers came in with something for their kids and young boy didn't eat. Like, nah, that was nutty. So that's what made me go against her on that, because you tried to expose him. No, but then I understand where she came from. Okay, y'all was once together. He was doing that when y'all was once together. But again, once y'all break up, he is not obligated to take care of somebody else's kids. That's not theirs. It don't, nah. If I was in a relationship like that, and yeah, we was dealing with each other, what happened was she got comfortable with him always bringing food for him, his kids and hers, because they was together. Then when they wasn't together, she was salty. She was sick. These females out here screaming how independent he is, how they don't need no man. Women rule the world, huh? So why you couldn't get your kids no damn food? Why you had to wait for your food stamps to come? You ain't got nobody you could call, like a brother, a aunt, a uncle, a mom, a dad, that could say, hey, the kids are hungry. I don't get food stamps until such and such. Can you lend? It don't hurt to ask. But she just, her pride, she just wanted to be a typical female and try to downgrade the black man. That ain't no way to do no king. That man a king in my book, because he could have just said, I'm not with you. I'm not going to come back and take care of none of these kids. But the fact that he still come around to take care of his, he gets kudos from me. I take my hat off. I gave him all 100 respect. That's nutty.
Yeah, that was crazy. Hey, look, man, why don't you tell the people where they can find you at on social media?
Okay, I'm on Instagram. You can find me at Reds_TCMG. I'm on YouTube. You type in YouTube TCMG Reds, I pop up. I'm on all streaming platforms. That's what my United Master said. So, I'm on all streaming platforms. So, I mean,
any advice that you can give to a young man that may have lost his mom and his dad?
Well, I can't for a person that lost their dad, because like that guy's still here. It just for fathers that don't want to be there for their kids. The advice I can give is to the young boys is not everybody's bad. Sometimes there are people out here that want to see y'all do better. There's kings out here that want to keep having kings out here. So, my advice to the young boys that fathers aren't in their life, excuse my language, but F them, man. F them. Because honestly, let me tell you something. There's a lot of good dudes out here, a lot of kings out here that would be happy to take a young boy off of these streets and take him and guide him into the right direction. Like that would be no problem. One thing I can say, any young boys out there that don't have a mom, I'm gonna tell you this: it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard, but just keep fighting, stay in there. Just know, because she's not here where you can't see her, but she's here with you. She's in your heart. She's gonna be there with you. Make her happy, make her proud, because if she was alive, she would be proud. So just keep it up, man. Keep it up. It gets harder. It does. The pain don't go away, but you can overcome it. Look at me. I wasn't nothing, man. I was terrible. I was terrible. I changed my life around. I stuck in my kid's life. I was there. You know why? Because I know if me leaving my kids, that'll put a sour taste in my mom's mouth. And that's not what I'm trying to do, because she didn't raise me like that. So it's people out here, young boys, that if y'all father's not around, and it's big brothers out here. And I don't mind being nobody big brother. I don't mind sitting down talking to you about real life instead of trying to feed you a bunch of BS. Because I'm going to tell you how it really is. I'm going to tell you it's a jungle out here. And if you ain't built, don't step foot out here. Don't do it. Don't portray to be something you not. If you ain't no killer, don't be. Don't be. Just because your homies are killers, let them be killers. You don't be no killer. That's not you. It's enough of us dying out here, man. And it's not even grown-ups that's dying really like that no more. It's teenagers. It's kids, man. It's kids and female. I'm an 80s baby. I was born in 84, and growing up, the one rule was never no women and kids. But it's like, I just stepped on that. That don't matter no more. That don't matter. It's like everybody's a target now. Everybody. They say a bullet don't got no name on it. A bullet ain't got no gender. So tighten up, man. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth selling drugs. Let it go. Let it go. You gonna go to jail. And see, what y'all fail to realize is the world is small. It might be big, but it's a small world, and the jails is even smaller. And you think just because you done got locked up and you away from the block, but remember, there's other people's in that situation. So you think you gonna kill somebody and you gonna go to jail and it's gonna be an easy ride? Negative. You still gotta worry about folks. And that's what y'all need to pay attention to. Y'all not really tough out here. Like, I'm gonna tell you, y'all not tough because y'all wearing what's them, Crocs? Y'all not beefing if y'all wearing Crocs on y'all feet. You wearing slippers outside, you ain't beefing. You can't wear no slippers. Because when it's beef time, you need to be able to get away, or you be able to throw them back. You can't get away, you gonna get away in flip-flops and some Crocs. You're gonna break your ankle. Tighten up. Stop wearing these masks. It's 100 degrees outside. Y'all don't want to walk around masked up. My mom was murdered. You hear me? So y'all little niggas want to walk around with masks on? Stop it. Stop it. Because there's people out here that ain't right, man.
It was a very interesting interview. You know, I learned a lot from this situation right here, bro. Are you actively trying to seek like counseling or something like that, or have you did that already, or what do you think? It doesn't work?
Yeah, no. And why I say yeah, because talking about it, it helps. Like, everybody on here didn't see me. They didn't see me cry. Like, and that's one thing I don't do. I don't let people see me cry. Like, this is a real situation. So it's like, yeah, talking to somebody, it helps. It do help. But is that person willing to help you? Are they there because you're paying? You know, it's a big difference from getting help and being helped. I really feel as though I do need it, but I don't, because I can easily talk to somebody that's really going to listen to me, you know, and not judge me. But then it's things that's going to be let out that people look at you differently. Like, you could be a whole wholesome person and you got a killer inside of you. As soon as you start talking and they know you're a killer, they're going to look at you different. So sometimes it don't pay. Nah, it works, but it don't. I mean, it only works if you let it work. I tried it, and everybody that tried to help me left. So nah, and I'm good. I mean, but I'll do it. I'll do it. It's one thing I would do. I'll sit there, I'll talk. No problem.
And with that being said, I just want to say peace. What label situation do you see yourself in?
I see me being more independent because I'm in my own lane. I don't really talk about killing. I do mention guns every now and again because I do like guns. I got guns. My niggas got guns. So it just is what it is. I'm part of the MC, which is a motorcycle club. Shout out Cartel. We got bike night tonight. You know, we about to go in there and turn up. But I try to make it to where is me, and I'm not stepping beside myself trying to rap like something I'm not. So that's I don't feel like at times I might fit into people's agenda. So I feel me being more independent on some dog shit. You know, part of MC here in Cincinnati, we got motorcycle clubs here in the city. Cartel. You know, I can't really go into detail about much, but we do got bike nights. You know, for Sin City and some other places where you can come. You come as a civilian. You know, grab a few drinks. You know, talk to people, even if you're thinking about joining or not. You know, you can just come and have a good time. You know, it's a place for people to come. You feel safe, have a good time. You know, I love it. We meet up. We got cabarets. It's like where all the clubs and around the U.S. they come from far, and there's just a big shindig in a hall or whatever. You do count, see how many, who brought the most, who traveled the farthest on a motorcycle, you know, things like that. We do a lot of stuff for the public as well, where we do free barbecues and free concerts, where we just have people, you know, the community come out. We just, you know, doing it for the community, you know, because we do be causing the ruckus sometimes, but not all the time. But yeah, we do try to be there for the community and show love, you know. So that's all we about. We one big family for real, for real. You know, we all Cincinnati is small, so everybody know each other. Everybody know literally everybody. I might be standing next to somebody that know my people, and I don't even know it. Like it's rarely that's how small it is in the city. Before Cartel came to be, my peoples was part of another club. My uncles and some other people. I was always around them. Never really thought about it until they hit me like, "Hey, we starting our own." I'm just like, "Shoot, I want to be a part of it. Just already my family, you know. You feel me? Like, I do want to ride bikes. I never really thought about joining a club, so that's that. So I was kind of recruited, but I was already on the fence about it. Once I heard that he was starting up his own thing, I was already like, "Yeah, I'll join." So I did what I had to do to get my patch and my center on my back.
That didn't cause no trouble with the other club?
Why would it?
I don't know, man. When you watch TV, you know.
Sometimes it do. I ain't gonna hold you, but some of the people I roll with, they hold weight, and people love them, so they're not gonna really, you know.
So you do a lot of concerts at these events, right?
Yeah. I really hadn't came across a wild one yet. To be honest with you, I'm kind of glad because I don't want to deal with that. But I haven't honestly. I've done probably about 15 shows total, maybe more. I haven't came across a wild one, so I can't even put a finger on it. I say my wildest night was the VIPs. You know, I was there. Twister came and I opened up for Twister. It wasn't motorcycle related. I opened up for Twister. Performed on 2 stages. I was there. My day was busy. I was there from like 4 a.m. to like 6. Like yeah, it wasn't nothing like crazy that happened, but it was just like a crazy party, you know. So I ended up not leaving till like 4 in the morning.
Hey, Twister, that's my nigga, man. You know, I'm low from the go, man. I'm from Chicago, you know what I'm saying? So that's my homie right there. I like what he did with the gun thing. You know, he's teaching classes. What do you think about that?
I agree with it. I feel like if anybody got the time to do something like that, to help teach a community something and put knowledge in people's brains, and all for it. I got guys out here to teach, training to be motorcycle teachers, so they can train people how to properly ride and like really talk to. Because there's a lot going on from the shooting to people crashing on these bikes and stuff here in the city. So it's like I applaud people that does stuff like that because you don't get paid much from that, but it's a service to your community, and I applaud that.
Are you recording music at this point?
Of course, bro. I would never stop recording music. Never. That's my passion. I love it.
Like, did you go to college?
Yes, I did go to college for a year and a half or two. Greenville University is in Illinois.
Was you still like a ladies' man during this point in time?
Yeah, I was.
The all boys school, that's the part that's getting to me. I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like how stressful was that though, bro?
It was stressful because of the way the teachers acted. The students was being kids. I mean, it was fucking teenagers. Teenagers being fucking teenagers. But what was like, I didn't like the gay shit that was like, no offense, like I'm sitting in class, we all in gym class, and another guy next to me laying down, he got a straight boner. Like, that's like, okay, yeah, nah, that's a no-go. It's a no-go. Like, I don't care what you do. I don't care who you like. But, like, bro, come on. We in a gym class about to do gymming. Like, come on, you got to control yourself a little bit. But, like, so, like, other than, like, the weird shit, it didn't, the students was fine. It was just the teachers. Like, I was lumped in a class of all black students at a time, a few of my classes, and I was surpassed some of those students. I'm not saying names to nobody, but one of the students literally couldn't read, and I'm just like, "Are you serious? Why did I get placed in the class with the students that can't read? That didn't make no sense to me at all." So it was like they just lumped all of us black kids together doing this new program, and that shit sucked.
Wait a minute, man. You say was it a lot of gay activity going on in the all boys school?
Man, I was at a white school. You know, it was like I said, I don't care what nobody wants, who they like, and what they do. But it's just like when it's blatantly like right there, like, dude, like, is that like, can you go to the bathroom and handle that? It's just like, don't. I just, it was just weird at the time. I was young. I'm like, bruh, I want to be around it. Like, I just didn't want to be around it at that time. I'm like, what, 13, 14 years old, and a dude next to me got a boner next to me. It didn't make sense. Like, I'm like, what are you thinking about? Like, I'm thinking about running these 15 laps after school. Like, what's going on with this guy? But like, yeah, it was just shit. A lot of them guys weren't gay though. That's what's crazy. They just played around. They thought it was funny and they thought it was fun. I'm just like, yeah, nah, not for me.
All right, so you make it to high school with the women, where the women are at now. Man, what's going through your mind? Because you really went crazy, bro.
First day of school, I already knew some of the guys there because one of was family, and then some of the people I grew up with. They already knew who I was, so a lot of people wasn't really, they was fucking with me, but wasn't gonna fuck with me, if you get what I'm saying. So like, I never had altercations that with her. I had maybe one or two, but not too many people tried me. I didn't walk around like the toughest guy, but that's what it is. But I was me, and I said the first day I had this girl named, I'm not saying no names. I had this girl come up to me, straight give me a hug, and I was like, "Ooh, I heard I heard you from a different school. Your mama the one with the good credit." What? So before I even touched down at that school, motherfuckers knew who I was because I came from the South, and they just assumed we had bankroll. I'm just like, yeah, y'all got shit fucked up. Ain't no bankroll over here. I got on these Fresh Forces because I did that. Like, we ain't got the money for this shit. Like, so, yeah.
Wow, man, that's funny, bro. Hey, top 5 rappers in the industry right now. Who are these guys?
My top 5 or like the industry's top 5? Because that's totally two different things.
Top 5 for you?
Top 5 for me in the industry right now. I'm biased, but J. Cole, Drake, Jay-Z, Future, and 2 Chainz. That's not my top 5 favorite rappers though. To me, that's top 5 in the game right now that's still putting shit out.
All right, who your top 5 forever?
J. Cole, Drake, Nas, Jay-Z, Biggie, and Tupac.
Why those particular group of people right there?
I feel like I relate to J. Cole in his life. Like, where he wasn't raised in the hood, but he didn't have it all either. He was always around the niggas that was doing all that shit. That's like how I was with me, with certain family, and then certain guys I associated myself with growing up. And then with Drake, when it comes to his bitches, like how his women, I was low key relate to him on that. And, like these both, to me, J. Cole is a very lyrical rapper. I've been listening to him since Sideline Story, Friday Night Lights. Like he's my all-time favorite rapper, so I know it shit lyrical. But he's very lyrical and crafty. I like his metaphors and his beat selections. Like brother genius to me. Drake, he just like a different. He's on another in the lane by himself. Like I was fucking with him when he made "Closer to My Dreams." I think her name Kendra Mills. I think that's her name. Like I like related to that. Like I'm out here trying to get it too. Like I felt like that was me. Like so, and then Jay-Z, he's his business mindset. Bro is a genius. Man, he's live with the bars. I don't care what nobody say when they say, bro, be biting. It's called paying homage to the people who helped make you. Like, so I don't mind bro going say 2, 3 bars from another thing. That man is paying homage. Bro know what he can do in the studio. He ain't even got to write. Biggie and Tupac was like salt and pepper. They had to be put like together. When you make like a dish, you need both of them. Like Tupac was smart. That man was a genius as well. He was far beyond the streets, though he was of the streets. Biggie, he ain't give a fuck. You know, he had that flavor. Hey, I'm here to fuck you raw, like shit, like bro was straight raw, gutter. He didn't care what nobody did thought, and he can come up with shit. The way that man was freestyling on the streets, that man was amazing too. So those are my top five. I want to throw Wayne in there, but I can't. I don't know where to put him because Wayne also, I was raised on that man.
What's that word? What's that word, family? Hey, man, check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out. Ears to the streets, ears to the mother effing streets. It's your homeboy, Low from the Go, and I'm back with another episode of Fast and Furious Interviews. On today's show, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special guest. So let me bring my homeboy in the building. Hey, man, why don't you tell the people who you are and where you from?
How y'all doing? I go by Mac the Don, MCDADON. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. Y'all can check me out on Apple Music and everywhere, Spotify. You can also follow me on all my Instagram and Snapchat, whatever. It's all MCDADON. Holla at me.
All right, so Mac the Don, the reason why I got you on the show is because somebody told me to listen to your music. I listened to your music, and it just blew me, back. It blew me way the fuck back, man. Why don't you describe your style to the people?
I got various different styles, from me listening all the way from my the old school hip hop rap. To me, it's Nas, Jay Z, Biggie, Trap Called Quest. I was listening to them. That's kind of those gave me inspiration for a few of my songs. Now I know for Cincinnati, that's just a straight 4-minute song with no chorus. That I did the new me. It's the same thing with no chorus. I just straight dropped 3.5-minute song with no chorus. I just dropped Bring It To Me May 5th. I was inspired to that because I was like, man, I need something I need people to, dance to in the club. So I was like, I literally just went in the studio, wrote that, and came up with that. And I'm like, yeah, that's it. It don't make me sound too crazy. It don't make me sound like everybody else. It's me. I'm in my own comfortable lane. I got my own flow. My own flow is various different flows to any beat that I hear. So that's how I roll when it comes to me making my music. So I don't say I got one flow. I got 10, and they probably still growing.
All right, man. So I'm interested to know, when did you learn? What age was it that you learned that you can put words together?
4th grade, honestly. 4th grade, I wrote my first poem. What inspired me to write it was that black statistic, not to be another statistic. That's what inspired me to write that. And I got an A, and I got to say it in front of some civil people down in Music Hall growing up. Also, my mom, she took that to work with her every day. It was sitting in there, and she still has it. She still has it to this day and send it to me every time I, get beside myself or start to act out. Like she would send that to me and be like, "Remember, this is you." So I say in 4th grade, that's when I realized I could put words together, but I never really thought about music because it was already in my family. My family was doing it, so I couldn't sing. I was just like a writer, I guess.
Speaking of 4th grade, what was your lifestyle growing up, man? What was it like for a young Mac the Don?
I was raised in College Hill. We wasn't rich at the time, but we wasn't broke. I wouldn't say middle class either because we struggled for real. I didn't always have the freshest J's or all of that stuff. You know, it was just me, my sister, my mom, and my dad. And my dad didn't really make much. You know, back in the early '90s and 2000s. You know, black men in the corporate office. You know, it was kind of they wasn't making that much. And then my mom was in the same field, though she was making more, still wasn't that much as well. But I didn't starve, I can tell you that at the time growing up. So for me in fourth grade, it was more. I wasn't even really focused on what was going on in the house. I was too busy running around. I was great at math. I was great in school on the subjects, but I was just bad as hell for real. So I didn't really give a fuck about shit at that time.
Okay, so you had pretty much a stable lifestyle, you know, growing all the way up.
Yeah, so you would think. Growing up at that age, you don't really notice a lot that's going on in the home. You might hear your parents arguing here and there. You see your pops storm out or whatever, but you don't think nothing of it because let's be honest, you're innocent at the age. You just see them arguing and he back the next day, so you think shit cool. So like growing up, it seemed that way. Yeah, it seemed like I was in like a pretty stable home, but as I got older, like I said, so like 11, 12, that's when I started seeing more. My dad was writing plays. He had a few of them at the airing off. My mom was help supporting that, and that's when I started to notice and see things. You know, my dad was, you know, he wasn't a Rolling Stone because we is only kids, but he had his other women, and I didn't recognize it until I got older, and a lot of problems I was going on when I was younger. So that's I wouldn't say it was what it was, but it wasn't.
What type of man was your father?
He was a humble man. He was good. Everybody loved him. You know, the from at his even at his funeral, listening to people talk, like they spoke highly of him, and I agree because as I got to know him more, I understood. So in a lot of things that he was doing, so I could say like he was a very proud man. He was humble. He did change his life, and he was a good father because he did try to correct his wrongs. You know, so that's all of my father's son. That's all that matters for in the end of the day.
What type of woman was your mom's?
Man, she was church going since the age of 1. She didn't do nothing for real. She grew up rough though. She didn't have it made at all. She graduated third in her class at Withrow High School. Shout out, that's where I graduated from, Withrow University. But she graduated from there with her twin brother. Back in those days, you know, they wasn't really giving a hell about about black people. So they didn't go to college after that, but they did good with what they had and made do. Um, so I would say my mom is very church for church going, God fearing. She loves kids. Kids love her. Everybody love her. So she's a very good woman and very caring. You know, that's what a mother is: nurture and care. You know, you'll see that.
All right, so now you're in high school, man. What's going on? What was the difference?
So I went through an all-boy high school my freshman and sophomore year. That was terrible. I got recruited there for track and football. I quit football my sophomore year. I hated it. I ran track all high school, but I got sidetracked once I went to Withrow by the women. And though I was good enough to get recruited for college, I wasn't the best, but that's because I was too focused on, you know, what was going running around. So I wouldn't say high school was a kind of a blur, but wasn't at the same time. I got ran in. I had to run in with the law a few times. Um, you know, taking my mama car. I was honestly like a typical badass, you know, high school student that I was going through. We was in my high school year. We was broke. Yeah, so high school. I went to LaSalle my freshman sophomore year. It was an all boy Catholic high school. Education was good there, but I wouldn't say that I didn't prefer to go there. I got recruited there for track and football. They wanted to talk to my mom, gave us like a scholarship, so wasn't paying she wasn't paying much at all, if anything. It was a new program that they had started, so I was there. I was getting in trouble in classes. I didn't like being around all boys 24/7. Let's just say that I didn't like being around all dudes 24/7. That zoned me out. Like, so then I transferred, went to Withrow. I started falling off on track, though I got recruited to go to. I ended up getting recruited to a D3 school. Um, I was focused on the little girls I was running around. So my mind was gone. I was still in my mama's car, driving to school. Bunch of typical high. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if it's typical teenager stuff, but with me, that's what was going on. I had a few run-ins with the law. Thank God I ain't got no felonies, no misdemeanors, to show for it. That's a blessing to Jesus. But yeah, that my high school, it was a blur, but wasn't at the same time. I had fun. I at least graduated. That's the best part of it. I was able to graduate, so I kept my grades good enough to do that.
And at this point right here, mom and dad are still together?
My parents are not together. My father is deceased. They're not together. My father is deceased, and he was remarried with another woman named Delisa. My mom is remarried to another man named Gregory.
Did your father get married first?
Yes. Yes, my father got married first. I want to say it was like 2 years later.
At that point, man, what was going on in your mind, bro?
What was going on in my mind? So I was in high school still. So, like I said, at the time, I was basically a ladies' man. So I wasn't really focused on what's going on in the house. I was getting in trouble, chasing these little girls around. And I saw my mama struggle, and she still didn't ask me to go and work, do none of that. She wanted me to actually be a high school student. You feel me? She didn't want me to go through and have to stress. So I did my own little thing though, where I was bringing in a little money and stuff. And I don't want to get into that, but I was doing my own little thing where I was able to at least go to school and show off a little bit. But my mindset wasn't on what was going on in the home because I wasn't really. I was still numb to the situation. I'm going to two different homes. I was numb to that shit.
See, that's the thing, right? Now, I fuck with a lot of BDs, man. I was locked up with OTF Booney Mo. I know Lil Durk. I met him when I was in Chicago working at a shoe store. I met Lil Durk and locked in with him a long time ago. I got a picture with bro, everything, I locked in with a lot of BDs, man, from it be love, man, gangster respect gangster, real recognize real, when I come around guys, I expect I don't even come with no prior notion. I don't care what you say or do before we meet. When we meet, as long as you respect me, I'm gonna respect you. And every time that's what worked for me, bro. Because I always stand on my belief strongly and being a respectful man and a real man. I look men in the eye and man, it has to be love, bro. If I'm coming with love, then meet me with love. If you on bullshit, I'm gonna see that you on bullshit, and I guess we just gonna be on bullshit, But luckily, it don't happen like that. And 600 Breezy, he a real one. I ain't talked to him about his gang affiliation when I met him. That wasn't on my mind. I'm trying to see what's up, man, with you. Let's work. I'm a businessman, and real gangsters know that, if you say you a gangster, man, we about business, man. This stuff business, man. Business over everything, man. You a real brother of the struggle, man. Organization is important. So, that's what I do is I organize business with people. If I could do it, I seek opportunity when I can, and I don't let fragile preconceptions of people run my mind. So when I met that brother, I kept it real with that brother. I respected that brother, and he showed me love, man, and end up showing me even more love when I met him again. with Mimo 600, man. You know, I'm locked in with Mimo 600 too, you know, and that's my blood. You know, I got a lot of love for Mimo 600, man. I got him on my channel. And Mimo 600 end up introducing me to King Von. Now I got a King Von. Now look, man, y'all Google. No, don't go to YouTube and search King Von and search Check That Bag, man. You feel? Because I got a King Von video that got almost 1 million views. Let's get that to 1 million views, man. Long live King Von, bro. But Mimo 600 introduced me to King Von, bro. And I ended up locking in with bro. And this is crazy. Before King Von died, now mind you, I'm a photographer. So I got pictures and photo shoots of King Von, you know, at Lil Steve Day. You know, I got pictures. Him and Mimo 600 was shooting a video. So that night he asked Mimo 600, man, do your people got some pictures of me, man? He like, damn, man. Ask him what pictures he got. You know, let's lock in. He wanted to lock in, bro. I was gonna do a photo shoot with bro. You know, I've been working, but I got some photos of King Von, you know, and I'm putting them out for the world. It's on my page. Follow me at Check That Bag. You're gonna be like, damn, he ain't lying. He really tapped in, you know. A lot of big names I got a Pooh Shiesty video. I was on stage with Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Man when they was down here in Atlanta. I got the Pooh Shiesty video on my page going crazy right now. But free Pooh Shiesty, you know, long live King Von, long live Zach TV. You know, we gonna keep working though, man. Cause I don't like how the cards be stacked up against us brothers, man. We just trying to win in this world. And you know, whether you GD, you BD, you Vice Lord, Femball, whatever you is, bro, you gotta meet the next man with respect if you're trying to make some money, man. Now, if you ain't trying to make no money, go on and just kill everybody then. You're gonna go to jail or you're gonna die or something, you know, one or the other. But if you're trying to get some money, meeting real men with respect, and then it's gonna be love, you know, because I'll be with a lot of BDs, I'll be with a lot of GDs, I didn't even get cool with a king. I got a Latin king I could call right now, and he'll give me the shirt off his back. So it ain't what you know, it's who you know.
Let me ask you this: did the 600 Breezy promo, did that help?
Yeah, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, everything help, bro. That's the thing. If y'all got something that you doing and it's important to you, keep working because everything help, bro. I do so much stuff, bro. I'd have been on TMZ. I did, man, bro, so much. I covered live. I got an interview with G Herbo. I met G Herbo in the street about 3 times before I actually got a real interview with this man. I met G Herbo and I was trying to get a feature from him. He said, yeah, I'll give you a feature. You got to just hit my manager up. You know, he gave me the manager number. I'm like, man, Herb, I ain't got it like that, bro. I need a play. Now this a stone that I'm talking to. I'm GD. That's what I'm saying. You can't let stuff just block your blessings, bro, because I'm trying to get a feature from D Herbo. And lo and behold, at this stage of my career, when I didn't blossom into much more than just a rapper, I end up meeting him again, going backstage to his 25 tour that he had down here in Atlanta. I met him, met his family. He showed love. He gave me a drop too, the same way 600 Breezy gave me a drop. And then, man, I got the interview with him, bro. You know, so man, you got to show love to people in this world, bro. And you can't just be coming thinking people on bullshit. Because I know when motherfuckers say GDK, I know they ain't talking about me. I don't. I'm GD, but I know they don't want to kill me. I can be a shit to you, and if you want to kill me, it ain't gonna be easy. I promise I ain't gonna make it easy because I got a family to protect, so I got to protect myself. You know, so I'm gonna stand on what I stand on.
Let me ask you this: where was you at in 2012, bro?
In 2012, I was just getting released from prison. So I caught like a few pistol cases. You know, I started playing with pistols at a young age, and it caught up with me, and I got a few gun cases, and ended up being locked up in the Cook County Jail in Division 1. There, I met OTF Bonimo. You know, he was doing his thing. You know, I really ain't even know about the rap scene, the drill rap scene like that until I got out in 2012, and that's when I learned. Well, when I was in jail in 2012, and I met Bonimo, that's when I started noticing Chief Keef and Lil Durk and all that stuff, because they would be talking about these guys, and at first I thought like, man, like who is these dudes he talking about? But then as like the music started coming and we started getting like, you know, music in the jail, and they started, you know, really, you know, popping their shit. They was doing their thing in the jail. They stayed shaking the bag when commissary came through. So, you know, as time progressed, I seen how big of a movement that OTF and the whole rap scene and the drill rap scene that made. You know, 300, all of them. It was a big movement. JoJo, it was just a big movement, and I seen that in 2012. So in 2012, I came out and I said, "Fuck this! I'm not going back to jail."
Let me ask you this. All right, so you just mentioned Lil JoJo.
Yeah.
What did you feel when you first heard the BDK track?
I'm like, this some of the most gangster shit I ever heard. Shorty was so gangster for that. That is so at a young age like that to just come out like, man, y'all dissing me. I'm finna put it on a song, you know, and I'm finna really be like that and really be aggressive with it and let you know I'm for real. That was hard. I really liked that song when it came out. You know? And I fuck with the BDs, you know, so it ain't no bad blood. But shit, I like the song. It's good music. But do I want to see BDs die? No. Do I want to see any black man die for no reason and that don't deserve it? No.
All right, so when Lil JoJo got killed, man, what did you feel about it? What was you doing, man, the day that you heard Zach TV was killed?
Man, I was down here in Atlanta, and you know, after we went to New York that time, me and Zach got super cool, man, and he actually came to the A and fucked with me, man, one time, man. That he introduced me to 600 Breezy. I met 600 Breezy down here off of the strength of Zach TV, and man, I got a connection with 600 Breezy. He gave me a drop for my YouTube channel, man. Y'all follow me at Check That Bag. You already know, on YouTube. Subscribe. We have more than 1 million views, man. Tap in. You already know it's big work. But he tapped me in with 600 Breezy. He tapped me in with who else did? Oh, and he tapped me in with Rico Reckless. I met Rico Reckless down here, man. And these guys were showing so much love, man. But anyway, after we kicked it in New York, we end up linking and doing all type of stuff. I got an interview with Zach TV on this channel right now, man. Y'all go watch that interview, one of the classics with the GOAT, Zach TV, man, in my prime, man. You know, I had just shot a video, and he came and showed love and all that. But, man, when he passed away, bro, I was down here because I'm in the A now. I got a construction business. I'm working. I'm doing photography, all that, bro. Still rapping, all that, man. But I was down here doing my thing, man. And, man, that shit hit me like a missile, bro. Because I never knew that somebody as good and as genuine as Zach TV could lose their life senselessly, you know. And this was a smart guy. He would always, man, Zach, I used to be joking about him being a conspiracy theorist, you know, because he would always put me up on a lot of game, like the HART program and all the stuff that the government doing. And y'all seen that he was going real deep in that Kanika Jenkins story, man. He went real deep in that story, man. He linked with LA, you know. And man, I ain't know nobody that with a genuine heart like bro could just get took off the map in such a senseless way, man. It broke my heart, bro. And this one of the biggest deaths to me. And I got friends and family that done died. And this hit me harder than anything, bro. I broke down, bro. You know, I couldn't even control it, man. Somebody as pure as a soul as bro is, he ain't deserve that. Now some niggas be deserving what they get. I promise you, he ain't deserve that. He ain't deserve that, bro.
Yeah, that was deep right there. Hey, you said that you bumped heads with 600 Breezy, but earlier you said that you was a GD, right? Was he GDK or what? Hey man, give us a story about Zach TV that don't nobody know.
So one story in New York, this shit was funny as hell. That's how I know Zach a real one, right? Now, man, we in New York, you know. It's four of us, but you know my other two guys, they on what they on. You know, me and bro was locked in. You know, we was with each other. Just now it's like a big group, but two of our guys up in the front, me and folks in the back. We just trapping through the streets. I think we was on like Manhattan or some shit. So most of them walking, they going where they going. I don't even remember where we was going, bro. But I'm just leaning back. You know, I'm just leaning back as we walk, and it's like downtown Manhattan or something. I don't know what it was, if I was seeing somebody, talking to somebody or what, but I ended up being in the back, and Zach was in front of me, you know. So out the blue, I noticed it was like some commotion or something. It was like a fight going on. Now, all of my friends was like a decent amount in front of me, and something just told me, damn, let me record this fight. So I try to record the fight, and man, this nigga tried to get on my ass, like, hey man, you recording my bitch? Ooh. I'm like, damn, what you talking about, homie? He tried to run up on me. I go in my pocket trying to put my phone in my pocket since he ran up. And when I did that, he thought I had a gun and ran. This shit funny. But I'm saying this just to say that like literally after that, like 2 seconds passed and all this shit transpired, and I look up Zach TV right there. He like, man, what's going on, folks? Man, something told me that something was happening, bro. I'm just making sure you good, bro. We out here together. We gotta have each other back. Man, I really seen that this man really cared about what was going on with me, bro. And I'm telling you, I just met him. He a real one.
You mentioned that you moved on 119th. Is that where you met Zach TV?
Well, I was on the 119th when I met Zach TV, but I didn't meet Zach TV for the first time in person. When I met Zach, we was actually friends on Facebook, you know. I've been rapping all this time, and as I've been rapping during my childhood and stuff, I've been meeting friends and stuff on the social media and all type of stuff. So I locked in with Zach, you know. We was clowning each other. I'm clowning, bro, on the social media and his DM, and he responded to me on some cool shit, man. And I seen like, damn, man, this a good brother, cause I'm talking shit. I'm down there trolling, bro. You know what I mean? But he just kicking it like, you know, a lot of people got friends that you just kicking with. Now, man, those friends be in real life, and you could talk shit to your friends in real life, but talking to somebody on the social media, you know, talking shit is like they'll get on your ass. But folks ain't get on my ass. He was just like, man, cracking jokes back, kicking it, you know. So I seen Zach was a real one, and by him doing the blogging and stuff that he do, and by me rapping, I knew I wanted to get more in tune with bro. And I did.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, so it ended up, so I got cool with bro on the social media, and this crazy, this how God works, man, because it just be crazy stuff happening sometimes. So my man, Sammy Wow Hunter, shout out Sammy Wow Hunters, man. He a rapper, he a battle rapper in Chicago. Now, a lot of y'all know about Chicago love battle rap. You know, it's a lot of y'all that know about these battle rappers, man. Y'all got to check out Sammy Wow Hunter. He going crazy, man. So anyway, Samuel Hunters hit me out the blue like, hey man, what you doing for your birthday, bro? We finna go to New York, man. What's the word, man? Let me know, man. Put the send a deposit, bro, and we gone. You know, I know you want to do something for your B-Day, man. Let's go to New York. At the time, I've been to Vegas before, but I ain't been to New York. I ain't been to the East Coast before. So, you know, I was thirsty as hell. So end up, we booked the flight and I didn't even know who I was going. I know folks booked the flight, so I just was gonna get in where I fit in. You know, we booked a few rooms, you know, and locked in. But when I get there, it was 4 of us, and one of the guys was at TV. I'm damn, man, you my fucking Facebook friend. What up, bro? You know, that shit was just crazy as hell. So look, this was New York, Summer Madness. I'll never forget. So me and Zach TV end up sharing the room, man. You know, we get us a double king and just trap it out. You know, fuck it. We out here in New York, man. Shit, we ain't even finna be in the room. We ain't even go to sleep out there, bro. So we went out there. The first move we made was going to meet with 2 battle rappers, DNA and it was somebody else, I can't forget. But another guy was Rain from Rain 910. I think he with URL too, you know. So we meeting all the battle rappers, folks doing his interviews, you know. We also met with Big T, another battle rapper. He a pretty famous guy. He got bars, another MC. He cold. He could spit and make music too. You know, y'all check bro out. But we linked with Big T and we ended up going to Summer Madness, man. Big T versus Shotgun Suge. We was on the stage, just kicking it with Zach TV. I'm just shadowing, bro, and just seeing how he moved, bro. Everywhere we went, people knew him. This is crazy, bro, because I didn't really know how popular bro was. Like, I knew Zach TV was popular, but I didn't know that people really knew who the fuck he was. Like, we walking up to people and they like, man, yeah, woo, woo. Yeah, you, what you do, man? Y'all from Chicago? He like, yeah, man, woo, woo, I'm Zach TV. They like, damn, you Zach TV, damn, we watch that shit. We just watching that shit right now, bro. Damn, you was that. Bro, going crazy, bro. That's the influence that this man had. He was the first blogger doing this shit. And I'm telling you, we walking up to random people and they know what the fuck this man, who he is. They just putting a face with, you know, the actual name, the brand, you know. But man, we had a great time out there, man. You know, hit the city, did our thing, man. And I really bonded with bro at that point.
When you coming back and forth to Chicago, what type of activities are you doing that made you feel like you was a grown man?
Well, now at this point, my auntie, she was from the project of Robert Taylor's. You know, now I'm bringing this to you to let you know how I migrated in Chicago. Now, I told you I grew up in Jeffrey Manor, so boom, 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 as a kid, doing my thing, came out, end up being in Blue Island, but now I'm locked in with my cousin because my auntie moved from the Robert Taylors and she got a crib in the hundreds, you know. So now I'm locked in with 11-9. I'm on 119th all day, every day, you know. And I end up, man, growing real close to my cousin, man. Shout out Big Gucci, man. You know what it is. Big Lee's, man, you know what it is, man. But look, I end up having a real good relationship with my cousin out there, getting locked in on the 119th, you know, getting good with all the guys out there, you know, showing a lot of love, you know, and receiving a lot of love back, you know. Sometimes there be some hate coming from different places, but, you know, it's still all love. You know?
All right, so you locking in with your cousin. Y'all, what y'all doing to get money, bro?
So my name Nick Bags is funny as hell because one of my clients, I used to sell so much weed, bro. I started off selling nickel bags. Now I got the nickname way after, by the time I was selling like quarter pounds and stuff, you know, I got the nickname Nick Bags. But I'm just letting you know that I just in North Chicago I started selling weed. We skipped that part. I forgot about that. But in North Chicago, I actually this is a funny story, right? In North Chicago, I started experimenting with rapping for real, like actually going to the studio and stuff. So I had a guy I got cool with out there, and I guess he used to smoke weed. Now I never smoked weed. You know, I told you they was older than me at that time. They was still older than me. I was like 13 when I was a freshman, and they was like, some of them was 15, some of them 14. You know, so some of them was smoking weed. I ain't smoked weed. I was just a freshman. You know, I was only 13. You know, but I ended up rapping and stuff. So the next year, my sophomore year, I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna hit a blunt. You know, I linked up with some guys that was rapping out there and came to the crib. My mama wasn't at the crib, so me and my homie went on the back porch, you know, and rolled up and went in the kitchen. I said, "Fuck it, man. I got to listen to some music. Like we trying to listen to some music, catch a vibe." So you know, the music was in the crib. We go in the crib, flame up the blunt in the crib. You know, I was bold as hell and dumb as hell for flaming up weed for the first time in my mama's house when she was gone. Cause I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to. I don't want to be in. I'm thinking that it would have been seen as embarrassment if I didn't smoke the blunt. You know, it was kind of peer pressure because I'm assuming that shit most motherfuckers can smoke in their crib. At the time, that's where my mind was at. Me now looking now, shit, he couldn't even smoke in his people shit. You know what I mean? But I ended up smoking in my people shit, you know. And got high as hell. Anyway, my mama come in, so I could not believe this shit. She came in, bro, and just looked like, oh my God, I know you're not smoking in my crib, boy. What the fuck is wrong with you? So I tell folks, hey, bro, you gotta get up out of here, man. You already know. So, but I was so shocked because my mama did not. She ain't treat me in front of my friend. I'm like, man, my mama a real one. I seen that was the first time I seen my mama was a real one. She gonna treat me when when he leave. You know, she like, look, you bogus as hell. I ain't know you was smoking. We out the band. She ain't even get down on me, kick me out, and all that. You know, but that was crazy. I seen my mama was cool for the first time at that time.
So, at what age did you realize you can put words together and make them rhyme?
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Boy, that's some of the hardest shit ever. Like Dr. Seuss did his thing on that, bro. Because when I learned that, that taught me the sauce right there. Damn, that's how rhyming go. Boom, 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 boom. You know, so Dr. Seuss did it for me, bro. So, you know, as a kid, like I said, I always liked reading. You know, I used to read Harry Potter books. I used to read all type of books, bro. You know, I loved to read as a kid, you know. And that's where my vocabulary got cold. So like I'm like an MC. Now don't get me wrong, I could write any genre of music, you know, genre. You know, I could do drill, I could do real rap, you know, like that New York style. I could rap all type of ways. But, you know, I would call myself an MC because I'm somebody that like to rap. You know, most of these rappers don't even like rapping.
Hey, describe your sound to the people.
It's authentic and it's me, and I so the thing is sometimes I know what the wave is, so I try to stay as close to the wave that I can, but you always gonna get authentic Nick Bags, and it's gonna be real, man. And man, we got more new music coming, and you know I don't do nothing but evolve as an artist constantly. But if you listen to me, you gonna bob your head.
All right, so now you're making it to high school, man. What was the transition like for you going to high school?
Now it was a big difference going to high school because I told you on 44th Gonzalez Academy where I went to, then that's like a gifted school. I had to get accepted to go to that school. My brother got into school first, my little brother. You know, good man, free bro. Matter of fact, free B-boy. You already know he in Detroit doing his thing. He got locked up, you know. But we both grew up in Chicago though. But anyway, bro got accepted to the school first. Then I ended up getting accepted off his strength. You know, they was rocking with him, so they started rocking with me. And in the school, I got a lot of popularity. You know, but when I went to high school, my mama got some Section 8 in North Chicago. That's like Bad Waukegan for people who don't know. You know, that's probably like 40 minutes to 50 minutes away from Chicago. You know, my mama got Section 8 out there. So she's like, hey man, we finna up and move, man. You know, I got a crib and y'all finna go to school out here, man. You know, so I end up going like my first 2 years of high school in North Chicago, and the main difference was that they was not fucking with me. Boy, it was a lot of pinballs out there. You know, I'm a gangster, so I stay with my kind. You know, it was just so different. It was kind of country compared to Chicago. It ain't country because I rock with North Chicago too. Let me just first say shout out North Chicago, shout out Waukegan, shout out the whole Lake County, everybody out there, Zion doing y'all thing. Shout out RND, you know, Real Never Die, you know. I'm rocking with them. I'm rocking with Neek, OG, and all of them, man. You already know. But anyway, though, when I got there, a lot of people didn't like us because they ain't know us. You know, it's a tight-knit community out there, and all of them knew each other. So we coming in high school, they done already went through grammar school and shit together. They locked in. So we some outsiders, and we ain't really representing what they represent, you know? So I had a lot of friction coming in high school, boy. I had a lot of fights. Fighting every day.
You gotta give us a story about a fight, bro.
Ah, man, bro, I had so many fights. That's why I promise you, when I was going through, now, you could say like a weaker person would be able to say that they got bullied, you know, like damn man, when I was in high school, man, motherfuckers bullied me, you know, because that's how much hate that I can't had me and my little brother had coming to us, you know, motherfuckers wanted to fight us every time they saw us. But this why I don't look at it like bullying is because every time me and my brother stuck together when we had a situation and we stood on our six and we just, you know, made sure that nobody would take advantage of us. We done got jumped together, made sure we throwing hands. This funny, and look, this is an important story for y'all. So I'm gonna let y'all know, never follow nobody. Always be a leader because I'm a born leader. And one night I decided to follow some guys. You know, we was leaving this party and, you know, I thought I was cool with some guys. You know, so I'm following them after the party. I don't know what they on. And next thing I know, one nigga up to 38 on me, you know, and all his guys just started trying to get down on me and my brother. So man, me and bro, we got back to back. We fighting. Now mind you, we know they got a gun and it's pitch dark. We outside by ourselves. Man, we got the throwing hands. It's like 20 niggas. It's two of us. But we have been in so many fights prior to this. We was already trained. So shit, man, it's crazy too because when you a young kid, you don't even have no fear of death. I thought I was invincible, bro. So we throwing hands, man. Next thing I know, a nigga hit me hard as hell. Me, I fell. But look, when I fell, I rolled and got right back up. Throwing hands again. You know, get them niggas up off me. Next thing I know, me and bro got out the crowd and took off. And go straight to the crib, you know. But man, we done had some real fights, and we still here alive today to talk about it, man. You know, I feel good about the fights I done had because it helped me grow to the man I am today. You know.
Hey, so why did y'all leave North Chicago?
Okay, so now mind you, the whole time I'm in North Chicago, every weekend I'm in Chicago. So the older and older I get, so I guess now I'm like 15. But every weekend we getting on the train, me and my brother, and we riding back to Chicago. So the older and older we get, the more I'm starting to jump off the porch in Chicago. You know, I'm looking at North Chicago way different now because shit, I'm in Chicago every weekend and I'm soaking up all type of game. I'm like a grown man in Chicago. Then when I come back to North Chicago, I got to be a kid, you know. So my life started changing, my mentality started changing. Everything about me just started changing, bro. And man, I guess it was kind of changing with my mom too. She was tired of living out there, you know. She from Chicago. She don't really got no friends in North Chicago and stuff, you know. So she like, man, you know what? We finna move back to Chicago, man. You know, matter of fact, we ended up, you know, what Blue Island is.
Yeah, it's out there.
In the Burbs. I ended up moving to Blue Island and going to Eisenhower right there on the 127th, and it's a little past Western. It's about like Pulaski.
My granddaddy wanted me to go to that school.
It's a pretty good school, bro. But I ended up, when I went to that school, I got expelled. It was a good school, and I was learning a lot. The ladies was loving me up in that school, man. You know, I was doing my thing, man. But I did a lot of networking. That's what that school taught me. I went to Eisenhower and did a lot of networking. And when I went to Eisenhower, it's crazy because I got in a fight with this guy that, you know, I was into it with his people in the street, and my people knew him. It was just some, you know, some kid, hood, dumb shit, you know, basically, you know, he was a op, you know, that word wasn't even out back then. That's so funny. That word wasn't even out back then, but he was a op, you know, so I got down there, I seen him in school, what up, we get down, you know, I was too trained for him at that time, my nigga, I had a 50 fights in North Chicago, so now, you know, I'm decent with the hands, you know.
Right.
So I got him right together, and they got me right the fuck up out their school, you know. So
right.
from there, I had to go to an alternative school where I ended up catching up with all my credits because my grades were going down. Now, mind you, I told you I was a smart kid. All my teachers loved me. You know, it's just that I had so much going on the outside world that you know, I just lacked in doing my homework. So I lacked in and messed up a lot of my grades. But I ended up getting back in the alternative school. I did like 2 years worth of work in like a few months, you know, and ended up graduating a year later than I was supposed to. Now I started a year early, but ended up graduating down there a year later just because of how much I was messing up in school.
What's that word? What's that word, family? Hey, man, check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out. Is to the streets, is to the mother effing streets. It's your homeboy Loafing to Go, and I'm back with another episode of Fast and Furious Interviews. On the show today, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special guest in the building. So right now, I'm going to bring my mans up. Hey, family, why don't you tell the people who you are and where you from?
Yo, what's the word? It's your boy Nick Bags, man. You already know what it is, man. I'm tapping in from the A, but y'all already know I'm from the rack. Man, you know, I did a lot in the game. Rapper, blogger, photographer, business owner. You know, we could keep the list going, baby. You know, I'm out here working, man. TMZ, my YouTube busting. You know, more than 1 million views on YouTube too, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Thanks for having me, Lo.
Oh, man, I really appreciate you for joining the show. So what I like to do here on Fast and Furious Interviews is I like to go into the past, man. So I want you to go back, man. I want you to go back in time right now and tell us, how was it for you growing up, man? How was it for a young Nick Bags growing up?
All right. So, damn, how far you want to go back? Man, we're going to take it all the way back, man. We're going to take it back to 67 in Paxton. I used to live in Paxtown, man, as a kid, and I went to O'Keefe in second grade. And I remember O'Keefe, man, it was a cool school, man, you know. And I was just learning myself as a young man and just gaining allies. I learned how, at a young age, how important gaining allies was because this the crazy part. When I was 4 years old, well, my mama told me that I was reading when I was 2. So when I was 4 years old, I was drawing and all type of shit. I could draw a full person, at 4 years old. So when my mama took me up to the school, she like, man, look, let me show y'all what this boy could do. He's smart as hell, man. And man, they end up putting me in kindergarten when I was 4. So I started school a year earlier than the other kids. So you already know that I'm way smaller than the other kids. I'm not as big as them because they're a year older than me. So when I went to school, I noticed that shit, even though it was an age difference and, a size difference too, because most of the other males and most of the girls too was like bigger than me, because they was older than me. So, I learned that when I was meeting friends and, kicking it with people, that I was building allies, and those allies helped me when I would get into altercations. They helped keep the shit fair. But motherfucker trying to bully me, I got my homie here. He gonna make sure that y'all ain't gonna, I'm gonna get a fair 1-on-1 or something. So O'Keefe was good, man. I met a lot of good brothers there. From O'Keefe, I went to Gonzalez Academy. That's on 44th in Sacramento. So I was in at that school from like 3rd grade to probably like 7th grade. And what that school did for me is show me diversity, because I never seen nobody other than black kids. But when I went to 44th in Sacramento, man, I'm meeting Mexicans, Chinese people, all type of different kids. Boy, I'm starting to see the difference of how different cultures is. Man, I was learning so much that I feel like I soaked up a lot of game, man. So Chicago public school system, they talk a lot of dirt about CPS, man, but they taught me a lot, man. It ain't about what you do, it's how you do it. So from there, where we go,
I want to know this. I want to know this. Do you consider yourself like a natural born leader?
Man, you know what, bro? I do. I feel like I was born to lead because I always been forced into a position where I had to take lead. I'm the oldest child. So I'm the leader in the house. Yeah, little bro got to look up to me. Little sister got to look up to me. I'm calling the shots, So I was forced to be a leader off that. Shit, I'm the first one, that mama that made,
Hey, check this out. Did you grow up in a 2-parent home?
I didn't. I didn't grow up in a 2-parent home. Man, my dad spent a lot of my childhood incarcerated, unfortunately. I I I learned a lot about life with him going through what he went through at the time of my life. He did about 9 years in prison at one time. Altogether he probably did way more than that. Combined probably about 15 years.
Let me ask you this. What type of man was your father?
Man, you know what? My father was a good guy, outstanding member, real man. And I feel like he did the best he could, at times in my childhood. But for sure, in adulthood, he like a friend, and he really try to, give me a lot of game. Good
All right.
brother.
So now you making it into 7th, 8th grade, man. What was the difference between 7th grade and the grades before that?
So when I went to 7th grade, that's when I really start, developing a little bit, and that's when the girls start getting on me then, you know what I mean? That's when I started seeing like, oh, hold on, I got a little play with the ladies. They see, young brother, come through. Cool, I would always had a way with the words. I know how to talk to people at a young age, know how to make people laugh, So I was a likable guy, and I learned that really in 6th and 7th grade because of the feedback I was getting from my peers.
And at that point, you were still smaller than everybody else, right?
Yeah, bro. Look, this funny as hell. This how I gauge my strength in my head because I was just having internal thoughts. Ain't nobody else know that I was younger than them. You know, like I that ain't no conversation that kids really bring up like that. You know, maybe some kids do, but in my case, they didn't really. They just assumed that I was they same age. But it was funny as hell how I mentally gauged my strength against they ass is because we'll be playing dodgeball and gym. These big ass dudes, they throwing the ball hard as hell. Boy, I'll throw that bitch as hard as I could. That motherfucker, boom, they catching it every time. I was like, damn, these niggas stronger than me. Boy, I gotta think. I gotta use my mind. They stronger than me. So, you know, I was okay. I was always okay.
All right, I want to go back just a little bit and talk about your father. What
Yeah.
exactly happened to him getting 9 years?
That's a good question. I really don't remember, and you know it. I try not to speak about other people like personal stuff, but you know, bad being my dad, and he a cool guy. You know this, like uh, a guy that done really changed his life. You know, he in Atlanta doing his thing. You know, making money too. So I'm sure he wouldn't mind. But I think he ended up catching like a attempted murder or something, and he had to. I think he ended up playing out to like 9 years or something. You know how they do it. Like it's probably double that time, and he actually did 9 straight. You know, so they gave him a hefty sentence. That's a long time, boy. 9 years.
Hey, check this out. You mentioned earlier that your father was an outstanding member. I interview a lot of GDs on my show, man, and GDs like to say outstanding members. Is that what your father was actually representing?
Yeah, man. You know, man, my father, one of them guys. A lot of my family members, you know, they with growth and development. That's just what it is. That's how we rock it. You know, we in that vision of the chairman, and that's just what we are. You know, it ain't no gang banging. We ain't doing that for the feds or whoever watching. We with growth and development. You know, it's a movement. That's what we on.
All right, and earlier you also mentioned that you was living in Paxtown area of Chicago. That's a GD
Yeah,
neighborhood, right?
yeah. But my family was based in Jeffrey Manor, but we moved to 67th and Paxton. You know, when I was young. And man, I stayed on 71st, man. The whole 71st strip, bro, I just that was my stomping ground as a young boy. Like before I was even off the porch, like just going to the store for your mama. You know, I'm going up there buying me some shoes. My mama give me some money. I gotta be careful on the way back with them shoes. Boy. One time a nigga tried me for my Subway. Boy, coming back from the crib, my mama peeled me off some bread to go to Subway, folks. I come back with the bag. They try to get out on me. Oh, damn. That's what y'all want. Y'all trying to get out on me.
All right, man. That's crazy right there. Hey,
Yeah, but luckily I got out that jam, you know, and still have my Subway, so it's still lit, folks.
all right, so look, man, growing up in Jeffrey Manor, how was that, man? Because that's like a projects, right? They had like boss pimps out there. Guys called themselves boss pimps, right?
Yeah, well, it's a fine line between like the boss pimp territory and like the gangsters. You know, it's more JMG is the side of the manor that I was from. See, boss pimps was mostly they was like across that like 93rd, like Peel Hill. They call that Peel Hill. You know. But I'm not from that area, so this is just what I heard. You know, I don't really know personally, no boss pimp. You know, but I know about JMG. That's the side of the Jeffrey Manor that I'm from. I used to live on. Well, not I ain't lived there, but my family had a house on 97th and Ogle Street. So you know, Murder Park, all of those parks in the neighborhood. You know, I just go up there as a kid, hooping. You know, learning all type of stuff.
When did you realize, and how old was you when you realized that you could put words together and make them rhyme?
I mean, honestly, man, 9 years old, and I ain't trying to sound cocky, but Man, bro, I can do that shit. Me and my crew can do that shit better than a lot of the people y'all. I ain't gonna say you, but the rest, a lot of people bumping today. Everybody just making albums and shit, and they all sound the same. Like especially the female, they always dissing broke niggas, but guess what? A lot of them come from being broke. So it's like shit. Why turn the radio on? You know what I'm saying? Like my shit got a message, man. Like I can ghostwrite. That's more talent than the average motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, so I got a reason to feel as strong as I feel about the shit. Cause like I say, but my average rapper you hear today, they gonna sound like some shit you already heard. Like, oh, I hear this shit all the time. It's the same shit over and over and over. It's nothing new. And it's just kind of like, all right, I'm in 5 o'clock traffic. I'm just trying to turn on some shit to help me make it home. But do you really want to hear what these motherfuckers playing on the radio? Or you just got the radio on? And some days you don't even have the radio on because you tired of hearing the same shit. That's why they need to put people on that really got some shit to say instead of people that's saying the same shit over and over.
Well, when you look at the situation that's going on today, we got YouTube, Spotify, and all type of other places where artists, unsigned artists, can put their music on. You know, you look at all the things that you can do today. It's much more easier for you to get to a worldwide audience. So you're not trapped in your state, regardless. You know, because I'm from Chicago. I'm low from the go. You know what I'm saying? And I'm interviewing you in South Carolina. But let me ask you this, man. Who are the popular rappers out of your area?
Not a lot of people. I'll say it like that. Not a lot of people.
Who are the South Carolina rappers?
Man, last I heard, the Spiff Kids, they was doing their thing. I ain't heard of him or the group or whatever.
Damn, that's crazy. Y'all ain't got like one artist. Like I can just name Chicago artists off the top of my head. Like I can just say R. Kelly blew up.
But see, now you see where I'm coming from. Now you can kind of walk into my world a little bit. That's why I wasn't trying to overtalk you or nothing, bro. I was just trying to, you know, welcome you to my hood and see, you know, how we living and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like that around this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I ain't fussing or nothing. I'm just saying, like, you know, we just having a healthy conversation. It's like that for real. You know what I'm saying?
So,
and it's like I don't got no beef. I don't hate nobody that no part of art, because art is art. I was just saying, like, because I don't want nobody to see this interview and be like, you know, damn man, this nigga got a problem with old not old school rap, new school rap, and this and that, this part of it. Nah, man, it's just certain shit that I'm voicing my opinion on because I feel strong about it, and it just really just don't make sense to me. Like I just was telling somebody, like a lot of these female rappers today, they steady dissing the fuck out of broke niggas, but half of them come from being broke. So if you come from being broke, how the fuck you dissing broke niggas? That shit just dumb to me. You know what I'm saying? And then I go back. I know it's a new era of hip hop now, but I go back and I play some shit from Evie Eve or Lauryn Hill, and I'm like, damn, like, you know, they did some shit that these new school chicks, they can do it, but they ain't fucking doing it. And it's really not, it's hip hop, but it's like, yo, it's the same shit over and over and over, bro. And it's like I don't have a problem with the sexuality. I don't have a problem with the twerk music. I don't have a problem with the twerk beat or the trap beat. Like I say, art is art. I respect it. I just don't understand how an artist can do a 10 or 12 mixtape project or album, and every fucking song, I repeat, every fucking song, my niggas sound the same. Nothing authentic, nothing different. Like, and then, okay, I'm gonna call this hip hop. Is it rap or is it hip hop? Because hip hop started off as fucking storytelling.
Let me ask you this. Describe your style, bro.
Man, my style, that shit is lethal. Southern, storytelling, metaphoric, all of that. All in one. All in one.
All right, let me ask you this. What crew do you fit in with the most? What rapper, crew, group?
Group. Right now, I'll probably say I'll probably say between okay. I'll probably say between Young Money and I'll probably say Young Money right now. Between them,
Young Money, they ain't even. Are they still together? It's like Drake doing this thing, Nicki doing her thing. No, they got into it with Lil Wayne and Birdman got into it with each other. Like Young Money, like all of them are superstars in their own rights. You know what I'm saying?
well, you said group, so that's I couldn't think of nobody else off the top of it.
That's a old group right there, man. You know what I'm saying? Like Young Money, yeah, you know, like I can see if you would have been like, I can get with Kendrick Lamar. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, but I mean, you said group though. You didn't say solo artist. But yeah, I can. I'm glad you say Kendrick Lamar. I can. Yeah, I can get with that nigga lyrically. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got his shine right now, but yeah, lyrically, I can get with that nigga. I can get with J. Cole.
Hey, name your top 5 artists, bro.
Outkast, T.I.P., Wayne, Bootsy, and I guess I'll throw Pac on there.
Do you feel like, because all the names you just named, bro, they all rappers, you know what I'm saying? That's like out of their prime, or they all rappers that then had successful careers already. You know what I'm saying? Like do you feel you missed your chance because that's the generation you belong in?
A lot of times I do feel like that. But I want you to understand something too. Well, I ain't gonna say understand, but hear me out about something, because I don't. The reason why I named those names is because those people, they had messages in their shit, and not only that, the longevity they lasted long. You know what I'm saying? Like these rappers today, it's only a few that you can really talk about. Now, if you want to talk about just like, okay, making like some hits, like, okay, this person, it's a lot of people that got hit.
Let me ask you this, bro, because you know you say these rappers of today, they haven't made it to 10 years yet, so we don't know what they gonna do.
Drake been in the game for a minute. I want to say that.
Right, that's like saying Lil Baby ain't gonna be around for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Or Da Baby ain't gonna be around for 10 years. Or Lil Durk, you know what I'm saying, ain't gonna be around for 10 years. They haven't made it there yet. Lil Durk already been in the industry for 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, nah. I mean, I'm glad you asked me that. I'm about to try to make it make sense. All those guys you just called out, I bump a lot of those guys, and I wasn't really directing it at artists like them or artists in a lane. I mostly was talking about how I feel about the female culture of hip hop today. You know what I'm saying? That's mostly what I was directing.
Let me ask you this: Why you even care about the female culture in hip hop? You're a male.
Cause man, like, I mean, you gotta understand, if you love some shit, you gonna pay attention to a little bit of everything about it, man. You know what I'm saying? That's like a fucking, my bad. Not trying to diss you or nothing, but like a basketball player, you know, they gonna pay attention to a lot of stuff about the game of basketball, because they infatuated with it. See, a lot of niggas like the rap. I love the rap, man. Like, I eat, sleep, and breathe this shit. I ain't got no shine for it yet, but at the same time, I feel like I got love for the females. You know, I just feel like they need to switch it up a little bit more, you know, because I feel like this, like I told you earlier.
Why put yourself in the conversation with Megan Thee Stallion? Though I just don't understand that. Look, basketball at one point in time, they was not even dunking. You know what I'm saying? Like, game changes. Like at one point in time, you just pass the ball and people would shoot it. You know what I'm saying? Like, no dunking, no running to the hole, none of that, bro.
the game changed.
I'm gonna tell you why. Cause I feel like with me having rap skills and ghostwriting skills, me personally, if I was writing they should be just as hot, if not hotter, and they still would be selling our shows, and you wouldn't have to hear the same stuff over and over. That's the only reason why I comment on that shit. I'm not trying to belittle they skills because right now, if anytime they drop some shit or you might see them on a BET cipher, I know they gonna throw down. I already know that.
What about Cardi B, man? She got a writer.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Cardi, I respect the fuck out of Cardi right now. Cause Cardi just moving around a lot. Like she got a little, I ain't gonna say little, but she got a reality show out right now. And you know, I fuck with well, you don't know, but I fuck with the Migos. So I ain't got no, so of course I fuck with her a little bit. But I think I think Cardi really can rap. I think a lot of the females really can rap. But to answer your question, I just want to hear something a little different, a little juicier from them, other than the usual. You know what I'm saying? Because the usual is kind of like, I don't know, man. It's like, I don't know. It's like you go to McDonald's and you just order the same shit every time. It's like, man, you ain't tired of that shit. It's like the same. It's like, man, like change it up. Like, god damn, like every time you turn on the radio, damn broke nigga this, broke nigga that. He can't fuck if he ain't got $1,000. And like, goddamn, like switch the shit up. Like, come on, man. Like, I'd rather play a goddamn Evie Eve album when Eve had the goddamn color in her hair, the curls and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
What? You're talking about
you know, I was just keeping it a book, man. I mean, everybody got their own opinion.
Hey, let me say this, bro. Let me say this. Eve with the curls in her hair, man, that was over 20 years ago, bro.
I respect your opinion, my brother. You know, I mean, you know, I get it, but and I'm glad you said that. I guess it's a new trend. I understand it is a new time today. So let me just say this. I don't know what the future holds for me and my team, but if I ever put out especially more than one female artist, I want this, fuck with my mans, cause y'all heard it first from me. And that way, if I ever put female artists out, y'all heard it here first. It's gonna be just as hot as the shit y'all hear from these females today. No disrespect to them, cause they all throw down. But the content is gonna be on a different fucking level. It's gonna be that plus some. It's gonna be like a goddamn like a jammy jam. You know, it's gonna be like a fucking party mixed with this and that. And if you going through some shit, it's gonna be like all of that, like a fucking masterpiece. Cause like I say, hip hop, I feel like hip hop is being not appreciated the way that it should. You know what I'm saying? And
you think that hip hop evolving? You know, now you sounding like an old nigga, man. Like an old rapper. I'm saying, look, just hear me out for 1 second. Now you sounding like, let's just say, a common sense. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, today's rappers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like.
I tell you what, bro. When I drop my next project, I want you to give that shit a listen, and I want you to. I'm not even doing it for no profit. Cause I'm the type, just like them artists. Only difference is they made it, I didn't. But if I like my shit, I like my shit. But you can judge it for yourself. Cause see, I got lyrics to back up everything I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the difference. I can see if I was just talking and I ain't had, but I got lyricism to back it up though. And like I say, none of my shit, I don't sound the same every song. Like that shit boring. But
all right, so let me ask you this. What's working?
What you mean, like on my end or what?
What's working? Making every song sound the same, or trying to be different? Like every song got a different beat.
I mean, to me, that's what it's working for the females. But I mean, shit. I mean, Kodak Black switched it up. recently, and his shit is bomb, like Osama shit. You feel me? Like that song, damn, what's the name of that shit? I can't think of the name of it right now, but you know what I'm talking. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. The Kodak, that nigga be dropping some fucking heat.
Well, do me a favor, bro. Why don't you tell us about your upcoming project? What is it about?
Oh man, well, I'm working on more than one thing. I'm gonna start with the music. 32. This a special project because this project is basically talking about me possibly stepping down from the mic and giving game on the mic at the same time. Basically, like, okay, if I step away from this shit right now, I ain't gonna have no regrets. I done gave it all I had. I'm gonna give little niggas game on, how to rap, how to last lyrically. I ain't talking about the spotlight. I'm just talking about lyrically. How to, you got girl problems, this and that player shit, all that shit.
That's what your latest project is about, bro. That's what your upcoming project is about.
And how to deal with, anxiety and shit like that. And then I got that, like I said, that player shit too. Cause sometimes you be feeling good and you just want to chill. So yeah, if you listen to it, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say you will like it, but you might. I feel like you gonna like at least one track on that shit because I know how I'm coming. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I got.
Hey, that's the thing though. That's the thing. That's why the city girls they not rapping for guys. You know what I'm saying? They rapping for girls. You know what I'm saying? So they make the same exact type of music because they're rapping for girls who's in the club shaking their butts and they want to talk about broke niggas. You know what I'm saying? So all right, you rapping about broke niggas is working. So you keep using that format. It's like you said, McDonald's. Like every day you go up in McDonald's, the Big Mac still got lettuce and tomato. You know what I'm saying? Like it got the same. Like they not switching. Oh, try this new Big Mac sauce. You know what I'm saying? They stand with what's working, right?
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. From that point of view, you know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at that. It just, I mean, I heard, even I ain't the only one though. I heard people on YouTube complaining about, this new female, this shit that's going on. I ain't gonna say this shit, but this new art form today of hip
Well,
hop.
the thing is, like I said, like I don't listen to city girls. You know what I'm saying? Only time I will listen to them is on the radio or if I'm someplace and somebody play them. But like I'm not going to the store. Yeah, I need that new city girl CD. You know what I'm saying? Like it's what it feels.
I can respect that, bro. It just, if I could, I wish I had one of my other phones on. I would play you some shit. Let me see if I got it.
Hey, just tell the people where they can find you at on social media, bro.
DaVinci Space Johnson 82 on YouTube. My Black Family, I'm on TikTok, and DaVinci Johnson 82 on Instagram as well. And the Samantha story, that's a audio book I'm working on as well. I ain't playing, I do it all. You know what I'm saying? So that and anybody that need a hit, I promise you, I ain't bullshitting. I ain't trying to display because I'm on camera. Like I said, anybody that need a hit, I got the bars, I got the fucking hits for days. You feel me? R&B, hip hop, all that shit. I give you a fair price, at least while I'm at this stage. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I get big, that price might go up. But like I say, y'all been sleeping on me. But like I say, I write my own shit. Nobody don't write my shit. I write my own shit. A lot of artists can't say that. Word is bomb. Low time shit.
All right, so what do you see yourself 5 years from now, bro?
Man, I'm gonna keep it a buck, man. I want to be doing this artistic shit, but if I can't, I'll be working for the man. You know what I'm saying? That's better than the street shit, because the street shit don't last long. But that's what I want to be doing. So that's how I'm answer that.
Anybody that you work with right now?
I'm working with my old lady, and I'm trying to reach out to some artists to work with as far as like ghostwriting go. Cause like I say, I'm the one of them niggas. No matter, I know how far I want to go. I got my expectations, but I wouldn't mind helping somebody else out. And you know, like I know everybody ain't got pen skills. They might have stage presence and shit, but you got to really hit pen skills. You got to be born with it, and I'm born with it. So I'm willing to help somebody with that.
Hey man, I just want to say this. I really appreciate you for joining the show today, man. Any shout outs you want to give to your peoples?
Oh yeah, before I get into that, please send me a copy of this interview too. Since this the first one, and that should have mean a lot to me. I appreciate you too. Yeah, shout out to the family, mama, my old lady, my brothers, rest in peace, little bro. You already know what it is, 100. Shout out to Wilson, my high school, Flow Town. Shout out to K Town. Y'all already know, man. You know, I'm staying down all day, every day.
And with that being said, I just want to say peace.
Like I say, you know, at 7, that's when Pops and my mama separated. Uh, Infidelity shit, man. You know how that shit go.
All right, so you with your old lady, you get the phone call. What do you do immediately after that?
I just started smoking like a motherfucking chimney, honestly.
You didn't go to the hospital or nothing? You just started smoking?
I mean, of course I went to the hospital, but I went like probably, I think I didn't go immediately. You know, I had to, you know how you gotta let that shit marinate. You gotta check on your mom and everybody else. Y'all figure out, you know, who gonna ride with who and all of that, and where they at. You know, yeah. So it went down like that. But I did go the very next day or whatever. I went. I stopped everything that normally would have took place on my end, and you know it went down like that.
So this is a child that's from your mother and your father?
No, just my mom.
How did your father react when he found out that news, bro?
I mean, I heard he was asking about it, but that's it. You know what I'm saying?
You never showed no support, came through the family and said, hey, you know, I'll help out with this or that. No.
I mean, I my eyes ain't put it like that. My eyes, as far as coming to the hospital and shit like that, my eyes ain't see that. You know what I'm saying? And when he asked me, was I all right? You know, it was after the fact. Just being, you know, transparent. You know what I'm saying?
It sounds like you holding something against your father because you say he asked you after the fact. Of course he asked you after the fact. You can't, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, but you gotta look at it like this though. If you know some shit went down like that, you know what I'm saying? You supposed to reach out immediately, not wait after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Like that's some okay, a slip and fall, motherfucker in the wheelchair. You know they coming back home. Somebody on the ER, in the ER on the breathing machine, they might come back to life. They might not come back to life. I don't know how much information he knew, but still, the fact that you know somebody close to me and the rest of your kids and they in the hospital, bro, you should have been, yeah, you know, because that's what I would have did. You know what I'm saying? But it's all love. You know, everybody move different. Everybody got their own testimonies, and I ain't trying to make them look bad. You know, because a lot of people say that to me. You know, I done heard a lot of people say, "Man, it sound like you know, got animosity towards your old man." It's just, I'm just real.
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true, bro, because I see it right now. Like, how long was your father and your mother broken up before your brother died?
I mean, it's been a long time, but you know, when you a child, you look at that shit a whole lot different versus, you know, now. You know, like now it make more sense now because you understand that, you know, no matter how much two people or one person love each other, if it ain't meant to be, it ain't meant to be. You can't force love. You know what I'm saying? That's like trying to, I don't know, force a motherfucker to like your outfit. You know what I'm saying? Like you can try to make them like it, but if they don't like your outfit, they not gonna like your outfit. It don't matter how fly you think it is. So I kind of look at it like that. Like, you know, they tried several times, shit, probably more than that. Before I had all this on my face, and it just didn't work. You know, I love the nigga, but you know, right is right and wrong is wrong. And anybody that know me, they'll tell you that. They'll be like, yeah, he a real one. Like, you know, if he feels some type of way, he gonna say something about it. Or he gonna let you, he gonna do something about it. He ain't gonna just be like, all right, this, you know, just like if I was to say, you know, I ain't gonna lie, these some tough questions, but I know it's a part of the interview game.
Let's just say I'm with a female. I have a baby with her, maybe 2 or 3 babies with her. Then she moves on with her life. I move on with my life. She has, you know, several other children. Now, one of those children died. As a man, are you supposed to really what was he supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, he got obligations to another family now. I'm assuming, right? So what is he supposed to do besides call and say, you know, I'm sorry about this, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's all I was trying to tell you, bro. Like, you know, man to man, he ain't did that shit the same day. Not with me. You know, whoever he might have did that with, he didn't do it with me. And I'm the oldest son, not adopted. You know, I'm talking about out the womb. No condom. Like, like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look just like the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't had that. When I was at the hospital, man, I was at that hospital day and night, man. I was down there motherfucker for like, I think at least a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, I came back home, went right back down there. After like, I from what I remember, like a goddamn week, I ain't get no damn call. I ain't get no call, no FaceTime, nothing. So what I'm saying is, as a man, it's just a certain way you do things. You know what I'm saying? The same way you can wake up, handle everything else you got to handle. And I tell people this shit all the time. Make your money, but when you make certain decisions, it's certain shit that the money ain't gonna, it ain't gonna make it right. You know what I'm saying? Because money ain't nothing but a piece of paper that pay your bill.
You know, I kind of understand. I kind of understand where you're coming from, because he should have called you that same day as soon as he heard about it. You know, do you think he immediately heard about it? You know,
I mean, I heard he did, but sometimes you can't go off heard. But my brother, I ain't gonna say his name on camera, but my brother told me that he got the word early enough, and he asked him about it. He said something to him about it. But as far as like all the kids, nah, I at least not me. Well, I'm gonna speak for my damn self. At least not me. I feel like, yo, you know, same way I can get a phone call or get a message from my brother or another family member, and they saying, yo, your daddy want to talk to you because he want to know this or he want to know that. The same way, if you want to get in contact with me, talk about anything else, say anything else, shit, it should have been the same thing with that. If that shit more important. Like, shit, I just lost a whole damn part of me, and I ain't talking about this. This a nigga that grew up in the household with me. This ain't no nigga that just came around. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was giving this nigga money, advice on females, all kind of shit. So now it's like to live with that, and I ain't gonna lie, it's shit I could have did differently too while he was still here. But I own my shit. You know what I'm saying?
all right. So let me ask you this, because you said that your father had a problem with being a faithful man. Do you feel like him being a DJ, he had a chance to have multiple relationships with women because, you know, he's popular DJ? You said, right?
Yeah, he one of the best niggas doing this shit down here in South Carolina. Like, no argument. You know what I'm saying?
So why didn't you just like try to make that like a family business? Is he like holding you back from doing that?
It ain't that, man. I'm glad you asked me that shit. A lot of people done asked me this shit. From this point of my life to like years back, I told people this how I'm gonna break it down. I don't want to live in my daddy's shadow, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of kids they don't mind that, but I heard Romeo Miller say that shit about his own daddy, Master P, and I felt that shit because it's like, you know, it's nothing wrong with it. But even if I was to do that, bro, that wouldn't be the only thing I do. Because I don't want people to be like, oh, you know, see me, and then you see my daddy. I want you to see me. I know I look just like this nigga, but I'm good at shit that I still need to get props for. Do you understand that I'm one of the best lyricists that fucking come from South Carolina? Not saying that to you, but I'm saying that in general. Like,
Hey,
people need to know that shit. You know what I'm saying? If it's possible.
hey,
But
I feel you, right? But rapping ain't paying the bills. Like being a DJ is actually making money. You know what I'm saying? Like a
yeah,
rap.
that's cool. I mean, I heard him say that too, but at the same time, it's like some general. It's like you gotta. I told my pops. I'm gonna tell you a short, interesting story. When he told me the same thing you just said, I told him. I say, well, pops, you gotta look at it like this. I say, when you came, when when your generation came, you was a part of that generation. And I said, look, your old man was going to the plant, paying the bills like that. You wanted to do something totally different. And I want to do something different. So what's the difference? I
But
understand
let me,
DJ. Go ahead. Go ahead.
see, Ludacris worked at a radio station until he got on. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to find a way to make some money, and rap is still there. Like if
Yeah.
you're a DJ, that's one step away from being a rapper, bro.
I mean, that makes sense. I don't really feel like I'm that good at shit. I'm working now. I'm not doing what I want to do, but I'm working now. But I just wish that the same way you said that just now, I just feel like he had what I didn't have. You know what I'm saying? The only person that I can think of that didn't support his DJ passion like that was my grandma. And he told me that shit. He just had a lot of people around him that supported him. I ain't really had that support. And then I'm gonna tell you, no disrespect. I don't know where you from, bro, but in South Carolina, I'm gonna tell you, DJs get way more support than artists down here. I ain't gonna lie to you. Down here, like they just jock the people that already own. Like Katrina come down this motherfucker next week. Everybody be on Facebook like, yo, you going to see Trina? You going to see Future? But shit, let a motherfucker from down here trying to rock the show be trying to do some shit, even if he pass out flyers. Oh man, I ain't going to that shit. Man, it's probably like 50 motherfuckers out there all together. Especially if it's his first show or her first. Well, females get more love than niggas, but you get what I'm saying. Like DJs get way more support in South Carolina. Look at shit, DJ B Lord. DJ B Lord, that motherfucker Lord. But imagine if he was a rapper coming from South Carolina. South Carolina don't really, we don't have to even, I'm gonna say it like this, bro. We don't have to be a retirement state. We a retirement state because of the people, because of the way people are down here. We have a lack of supporting people all around. DJs always got support in South Carolina. 'Cause think about it. It's a retirement state. Motherfuckers don't like to be bored. So when they want to come out, get crunk, get fucked up, and girls want to shake a lot of ass, yeah, they got to show the DJs love for shit. They the ones getting the party going. But they should do the same for the rappers. So that's why I try to think outside the box when I'm grinding and shit. Like how I'm doing this interview now, and I'm shout out to you because you made this shit possible. But I just feel like, you know, everybody should get the same love. I shouldn't have to move to goddamn ATL or Florida to get the love that my state supposed to be showing me and my crew.
Well, when you say that, man, when you say that, that makes no sense, bro, because that's everybody's complaint in every state. You know what I'm saying? You have to go to Atlanta. You really have to follow your dream. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be a rapper, it's hard. It's a million niggas out there making songs, but being a DJ is an actual skill, bro. All right. So when did you realize, and how old was you when you realized that you could put words together and make them rhyme?
10 kids.
All right, so you're the oldest out of 10, man. Is it any, do you feel like he messed with your other brothers and sisters like more than he messed with you, or what? Is it a jealousy thing? What? Did you disappoint him as the oldest? What?
I ain't gonna lie, man. You know, I'm a real nigga, so I kind of feel like that. Yeah, I kind of feel like that.
How did you disappoint him? By not becoming a DJ?
I guess not reaching certain height that of his expectation, and you know, he not the only one. I got a lot of people that, you know, had expectations for me to do certain things, and I guess once I didn't do it, and I'm glad you asked me some of these questions too. Some of them tough, but some of them probably need a real answer. Because of that, I feel like that's why. But what people don't understand is, you know, no matter how the chips fall and lay, you know, it's nobody that wants to do good and be the shit more than the man or the person in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? So I got plenty family members and plenty old homeboys. And don't disrespect them niggas. Like, I wish them niggas well, but you know, I'm a loner today because a lot of people couldn't really just fuck with me and appreciate me for who I am. You know, we done smoked hella blunt, whatever we did the day before previously, and then the next day it's like, all right, nigga, you a scrub now. Fuck you. I don't want you around me. You a bird ass nigga. My baby mama don't want me around you. Like, I ain't that type of nigga. You know what I'm saying? But the world we live in today, you know, is programmed off what we have, what we accomplish. So looking forward to the future, it's kind of like, damn, if I come up, you know, I already know who I'm gonna fuck with. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people I know I'm not gonna fuck with. And I'm saying people gonna probably try to fuck with me, but it's like, you know, why would I want to fuck with you now?
Was your father a violent man?
Damn, I ain't even know how to answer that, homie. He could have been a better man at times. I answer it like that. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Tell us about your mom, man. What type of mom did you have?
Independent, very independent. Like independent like a motherfucker. Basically, just all about being proactive. All about education. Doing whatever she got to do, basically, to, you know, feed us and try to, you know, put us all through school, keep us out of gangs, you know, away from the trap, street shit, you know, and all that.
What type of job did your mom have?
Man, she had many jobs. Me growing up, man, she done worked at Dollar General, plant, Subway. She did what she had to do until she could do what she wanted. And I respect that shit. I actually admire that shit. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So you mentioned that you had 10 brothers and sisters, bro. Was they all by your mom?
Well, the 10 kids, they're my daddy kids. I got a brother, but we had different daddies. You know what I'm saying? And that's the one that passed away. Rest in peace.
How long ago did he pass away, bro?
Shit, man, it's roughly about 2 or 3 months ago, man. Shit changed my life, man. You know.
So you had a step there from when your father left out your life
the whole time your mom was with the one guy?
Not consistently, but I will say my brother that passed, his father, he saw potential in me, and I always admired that about him. Matter of fact, shit, I admire that about anybody that sees something. It's rare. I ain't used to that.
How did your brother pass?
To give the short version of it, it was a pool. It was an accident in the swimming pool. You know what I'm saying? And it was just unfortunate. They rushed him to the hospital and got him in the ER. And I mean, he fought a good fight, but shit, you know, when we took him off the breathing machine, you know what I'm saying? The nigga just got that phone call, and I just knew I had to get my vape on after that. That's what I did. Pull on the vape pen, and I was like, shit, now I gotta, you know what I'm saying? So that's how that shit went down.
How old was your brother when he passed, bro?
19, my nigga, 19. Nigga ain't really get to even live life yet. You feel me? I would go into more detail, but you know, there's still some shit getting, you know, look into right now. So it's a lot of shit I ain't want to say on camera. But I will say this: it ain't had to go down the way it went down. You know, it just went down because he was in the motherfucking wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people. You know what I'm saying? That's just on some real shit. You know what I'm saying?
Was it like a fight or something like that? Maybe.
No, it wasn't a fight. It's more like, you know, he left here as a hero, you know, trying to save, you know, trying to save a life, you know what I'm saying? So
You gotta dig. You gotta dig. We gotta dig just a little bit deeper into that. He tried to save a life and ended up losing his life in the swimming pool.
yeah, I want to say more, but you know, out of respect for the family, I ain't want to say too much on right now. But you know what I'm saying?
But
we
when
was
you,
one
hey,
that would
check this out. But when you say something like that, man,
have.
it's kind of mind-boggling. You would say that your brother was 19 years old. It's a swimming pool. Can't be, you know, like too much deeper than 10 feet, right? You know, and he tried to save a life, but he didn't know how to swim or something like that, bro.
I mean, realistically, he didn't. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. I can't say too much right now, but if I was there, shit definitely wouldn't have went down like that. If immediate family was around, shit wouldn't have went down like that. You know, he just was in the. You hear these kind of stories every time, my nigga. Like, you know, kids be young adults be, you know, wrong place at the wrong time at the club. You know, wrong night. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody rub on somebody baby mama ass, and then the guns come out, pistols come out and shit, and then you know it's unfortunate. You got this like Trayvon Martin. I ain't gonna lie, I'm still fucked up over that shit. But I will definitely say he was wrong. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I remember I had a conversation with him through text that same fucking day. I told him, I said, man, yo, be careful. And then, man, I think it was like the next fucking day, man. Like it was like between 6, 7 o'clock in the evening.
How did that affect your mental health, bro?
I ain't gonna lie, man. It fucked me up, man. I'm still smoking, man. I smoke more now than I did when my homie was still here, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I smoke like, man, shit. Dog, I smoke probably like goddamn 8 times a day at least, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's just like for non-smokers, like that's just like smoking goddamn 8 blunts a day. You know, for my vapors out there, y'all know what the fuck it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't if I sound unprofessional to whoever, man, I ain't directing this at you, but hey, you know, y'all gotta understand, like that pain real, man. You know, that pain real, man. When you lose somebody you love, your whole outlook on life gonna be different, man. You gonna try to make better decisions, all kind of shit. Cause
Right.
every day I wake up, I be like, man, you know what? I'm trying to make sure my mom ain't got to bury another son. That's one reason why I ain't trying to go to the motherfucking army. I just told somebody close to me that earlier today. Cause I mean, how I feel about the army, the money good, benefits good, but niggas got to think about whether they gonna make it back home or not. And I'm like, shit, my mama done had to bury one son. And yeah, we take a risk every day we walk out our door, but that's a bigger goddamn risk. You really don't know if you gonna make it back home. So I'm like, you know what I'm saying?
What's that word? What's that word, family? Hey, man, check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out. Is to the streets, is to the mother effer streets, is your homeboy loafing to go, and I'm back with another episode of Fast and Furious Interviews. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special guest in the building. I want y'all to show some love for my homeboy. Why don't you tell the people who you are and where you from?
Afro Flow Production, you already know it's your boy Defense Johnson. Shout out to Miss True. Shout out to the Fair Carolina. Y'all already know what it is.
What was it like for a young Da Vinci Johnson growing up, man?
Oh man, that shit was a movie, man. I ain't gonna say a Bobby Brown movie, but that shit was like a movie for me in my own shoes, man. It's like, you know, I fell in love with hip hop as a kid. I was beatboxing as a kid. Fell in love with basketball as a kid. Michael Jordan was my favorite basketball player as a kid. Shit was just crazy, man. Whole lot.
Growing up, man, did you have both parents in the home with you?
Yeah. In the beginning, yeah.
What you mean in the beginning? Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Can you dig just a little bit deeper into that?
Well, my parents split up when I was like 7 years old, and I ain't gonna lie, that took a toll on me for a long time until I started to approach manhood. Then things started making a little bit more sense. And that's the best thing I can say, man. You know, that should have taken a toll on you, man. Cause what it feel like the other kids got, it feel like you ain't got it. It feel like they got their shoes tied and your shoes untied. So it's like you just got like no tripping. But I still love them equally. I'm closer to my mama, but you know, I still fuck with Pops at the end of the day. Shout out to Pops. He a well known DJ, South Carolina. You know, no matter what, I respect that hustle.
What type of man was your father?
Damn, that's a good question. Basically like a businessman. Always about money. You know.
Did some of that rub off on you?
It did, but not the way I wanted it to. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he taught me the value of $1 and, you know, like how to get my hustle on and shit like that. Like, especially if shit ever got like super real or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But the type of hustler I wanted to be was different from the type of hustler he wanted. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wanted to do more like local shit. No disrespect to, you know, his passion or whatever. Because he one of the best DJs in South Carolina, period. But I just wanted to do something a little different. Like, I wanted to do rip shows with that rap shit, write books. And I'm still trying to bring it off the ground, but you know, it takes time. Like, it ain't like the people that make it look easy. Like, people that's watching right now, y'all need to know, like, it's hard work and dedication, and it take a lot of faith. It ain't that easy. So, you know, all I'm saying is the young G's, T.I.s, the mulattoes, the Megan Thee Stallion, it's their job to make that shit look easy, but that shit ain't really easy. And everybody ain't gonna make it.
By your father being a popular DJ, did you reap any benefits? Did you feel like wow, everybody knows my dad or something like that?
Yeah, I've been saying that last sentence for a long time, but I didn't. I honestly, big bro, I can't say I reap no benefit because, and I even had homies and classmates, different people walking up to me saying, matter of fact, a chick was like, "Damn, I don't see why your old man don't support what you do. You got flow, like your shit really got a message to it, and you really can rap. Everybody else just found the same, just like the day. Not everybody, but most of them found the same. But he didn't even spend my shit in the club, like no club, no time. His homeboy had spent my shit at the club one time. It was a song I had called "Big Booty Girl" from back in the day, and he say the ladies went fucking crazy. I just wasn't there to see it, unfortunately. But to answer your question, nah. And I wanted it to happen, homie, but it just, I guess my pops is more just certain shit. I guess he wanted to see me do first in a way too, like, cause I ain't gonna lie, school. I At the age of 30 years old, I tell people this shit. Like I'm gonna try to keep it not too long. Like school, it'll take you further in life than trying to do life without school. You know what I'm saying? But the best thing you can do, the smartest shit you can do, is try to get that shit while you young. Because when you gotta try to get it when you older, you gotta pay for it then, and then your brain might not even be as sharp as it was when you was about 16, 17, or 18. You know what I'm saying? But still, I always felt like, damn, pops, like, I got the template, so put a nigga on. But he ain't never did it, so I used to hold a grudge, but I didn't let that shit go. Nah, I just was like, fuck it, man. I'm gonna keep it player, cause if I don't keep it player, I ain't gonna have no peace within myself. So,
Put a nigga on. What do you mean by that?
like, you know how it is. I mean, if you really holding a grudge with somebody, like, right, like, you be on some shit like, man, I don't fuck with this nigga, man. Like, nah, man. Like, you tell your peoples, like, nah, I ain't wanna go to the party. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. I ain't, nah. You can pull up on me though, so it ain't like that. So we can coexist. You know what I'm saying? Like we can drink a Bud Light together, or if we wanted to, smoke a blunt together, shit like that. But it just probably ain't gonna be on no everyday shit. And I do respect the fact that that's still my daddy at the end of the day. But how I used to deal with it coming up versus how I deal with it now is different. It just sounds like I still deal with it the same because I just got so much love for that rap shit, and when I tell a story, I tell it like it just happened yesterday. That's the type of storyteller I am. And when you listen to my music, you gonna get the same vibe.
So you said something that was interesting to me, man. You said a grudge, man. You feel like your father had a grudge against you? Like, did he show you how to be a DJ?
Honestly, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I mean, he tried to teach me that shit. I mean, he got the skills to pay the bills, but I wasn't really good at it like he was, and he was trying to teach me how to get my hustle on with it. I didn't really want to do it. I'd rather have be the nigga that was working with the DJ. They on the ones and twos, and I'm on the mic, and I'm making motherfuckers dance. Like, oh man, like y'all heard this nigga music yet? Like, man, so and so, this nigga got it, bro. This nigga might blow. You know what I'm saying? But he wanted me to do that shit, and when I was like a little boy, I actually wanted to do that shit, and then until I fell in love with rap and everything I fell in love with, and then I was like, okay, I'm more passionate about this shit. But he was trying to get me and my baby brothers to do it. But no, they was better at the shit than me, honestly. But I was just like, nah, this ain't my thing, man. But I fuck with DJs because DJs, of course, they've been a part of hip hop ever since the essence, the beginning of time. Run DMC, LL Cool J, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
Are you harboring any type of bad feelings with your father right now?
nah. I mean, I got a lot of respect for the nigga. Like, what I respect about him the most is his hustle. You know what I'm saying? Like, his hustle is that shit is crazy, man. Like, you know, I give him more credit for that than anything. You know what I'm saying? And some shit I probably won't get into it, you know, on camera, you know, but it is what it is. You know, anything I feel some type of way about, I got a reason for feeling like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say it's times that I felt like, okay, let me start over. I'm not gonna say that I don't never feel like he did some shit wrong to me, because I'd be a lie. Because he did. You know, I feel like, yo, you know what you did that was wrong to me, just as well as if I did or said something wrong to him. I know that. And as men, like, we know about the nitty gritty. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can act one way in front of company, family, you know, homeboys, but behind closed doors, my nigga, like, we already know what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm a real ass nigga, so it ain't like it ain't, put it like this. I ain't trying to make it be no Floyd and no Pacquiao type of shit, but it's like this, you know. That's my pop. I claim the nigga. I love the nigga. What I respect about him the most is his hustle, but you know, I don't agree with everything that mostly what he did versus what he doing. And then some of the stuff he doing is like, yeah, but look in the mirror when I get up in the morning, like, nigga, that's still your daddy. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna say,
Do you think that your pops like thought you was lazy or something like that?
honestly, yeah, from certain aspects. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna keep it real, you know, because you know a lot of motherfuckers, they like to front once they get on camera, once they feel like, alright, it look like I'm about to blow. So I'm gonna just tell these people what they want to hear. I ain't gonna tell them about the downfalls and, you know, days I had to do this, do that, you know, trap, whatever they had to do to survive. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't grew up with no silver spoon. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know how it is, you know, eating the Roman noodles and the ravioli and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just still trying to, you know what I'm saying, graduate from this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, make a better way for myself. Because if I do it for myself, then I can do it for my family. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I do feel like that. Yeah.
How many brothers and sisters did you have?
Damn, that's a good damn question, man. It's a lot of us, bro.
Do you think that the third that was thrown his name, do you think he can surpass that?
Hell yeah. It's 2022. Anything possible. No? Don't nobody care about a lot of shit for real. You see how many people back him up and support him and said shit, they don't give a fuck if we gay or not. So it's like, hey.
Not saying that you want to, but I'm gonna ask you this. If somebody wanted to sign you, one of these camps out here, no matter if it's QC, Top Dog, whoever else, a record label, who would you want to sign to and why?
Honestly, I ain't gonna lie. I feel like I do want to get QC I would give QC a chance. Like, that's one label that I always say, like, I'll fuck with QC. Only because QC got done it. Like, I feel like every artist that I have seen that has signed to QC have got pushed in some type of way. It's never been, I never saw an artist with my own eyes that was signed to QC that didn't get the type of push that they needed. Whether their music went and kept going, or it went and it flopped, and you feel me? And it was like it wasn't. But from what I done seen, they artists from Lil Baby to the Migos to Cardi B to every last one of them to Young Miami, them like City Girls, like, bro, they shit. Even Marlo, and Marlo one, hitting like all of them, but they still gave him that push, you know. And shit, look what he did. He can't. He had hits. I feel like they push the artists, man. I like that because I don't goddamn it try to sign me and put me on the show. And goddamn it just I'm because I'm signing y'all. It's cool. No, like push me, bro. And shit, we saw what Lil Baby became since 2018. Shit, that motherfucker and that boy went crazy.
All right. So let me ask you this: if I'm the record label and I come to you and I say we got room in the budget for one top artist that's not from Chicago, that's on the top 10, one top artist to get on your track, who would that artist be, and why would you want him to be the first artist, industry nigga?
That's not from Chicago.
First.
YB. YB. The
Why?
reason, bro. YB.
He do it better, I know, but
he different. That why I felt like him and Juice WRLD, goddamn it, complimented each other so much on that song. Like, bro, he different. Shorty, like that boy, the shit that come off his brain, the shit that come out his mouth, it just be different, bro. That boy hard. I ain't gonna lie, he hard.
okay, YB or Lil Durk, who do it better?
YB. And I'm from the right, man. I'm from the right.
Did you see the wrestling? Like it was a wrestling show and somebody had a sign that said YB wrestle better.
Yeah. They be crazy, man. These people crazy. We troll, you trolling fuck out them rappers.
What's the next project?
So my next video that's gonna be coming out, I'm shooting with my cousin, man. EBE Murder is called Murder Zone. Feel me? Like we realize like we talk that shit on there. We went crazy. And it's like, I ain't really been able to like since I've been home, I think I put one song out with somebody on it. Like one video out with somebody on it, and that was one of the guys on me and my family. So it was like me and my cousin. This shit been a long time coming. Like he cold too. He got some shit. He talking this shit. So it's like I'm ready to put that out with him and act crazy on that shit. And let's see what the fans say about this.
Let me take you back just a little bit.
Yeah.
Rico Reckless and Ewald Selma went to Vlad TV and said that niggas is spitting in niggas' booties. Did you ever see some shit like that while you was in the county?
Well, they ass spitting all over the county. But me personally, never seen it. Never seen it. It's just I don't know. It was like shit. It seemed like everywhere I went, we went with that shit, man. We went with that gay shit, bro. I feel like that's gay as hell. Fuck you touching that man. You feel me? Like we don't do that. I ain't seen it. I'd have heard of it getting like I didn't been around niggas that shit didn't happen to. Oh yeah, they spit in his ass, boy. Hey, but it ain't happened on no deck I was on.
Top 5 industry niggas. Who was that?
YB. No cap. I gotta get Dirk his props, bro. YB, no cap. Dirk. Hey, it's a nigga that they sleeping on. It's a nigga that a lot of people sleeping on, bro. I don't know if he signed, but I know the motherfucker is verified. So he might do be signed. His name's Sterl Gotti. STERLGOTTI. That motherfucker is something else. Like he cold. And Juice WRLD. Sterl Gotti got shit though. I fuck with Sterl Gotti hard.
All right, so the internet, Bandman Kevo just came out and said that he had surgery. The internet is comparing that to a BBL. Do you think he should have did that? And I heard that the only reason he brought it out was because 16 shot of visuals, my homeboy, got the fucking footage and put the shit out there. And man, Kevo tried to get ahead of it and came out and said, "Yeah, you got to work out still." But I noticed that the nigga, like the last few interviews with Seichi, I noticed that his chest was like weird looking, like they was hanging up. But I was like, he a fat, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, shit. I don't know. To be honest, that shit, man. To me, that shit out of bounds. Go, you bogus. How you do it?
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
We men, bro. We don't do that type of shit. We don't get our bodies done, bro.
Hey, remember when I first told you I was putting a video out with Batman Kevo on there? I was talking about that, right? Because
Yeah.
I blog also. The motherfucking video got 100 views on it since we've been talking, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
they not. I don't know. I ain't seen no. I just looked at my phone just now, and I was like, damn, we got 100 views on this motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right, so with Batman Kevo having liposuction, Lil J putting his dreads back in his head. What the fuck's going on with the rap community right now, bro?
Well, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's just the rap game fucked up right now. There's a lot of shit going on. But it like I don't know, like I feel like this shit watered down now. It's watered down. It's like shit. They just don't give a fuck no more. Then I feel like they don't give a fuck about all. It's black people for real.
So let me ask you this: who's gonna be featured on your projects?
Alright, so I got my cousin Murder. I'm trying to put some shit together with my homie, man, the Trail. Bro be going crazy. He got some shit. I'm gonna fuck around for Lil Flip on my shit, NBA and Lil Flip. To be honest, I don't know. I don't think I ain't really going with too many people. Like I ain't really putting too many people on my shit because it's like I really don't need.
All right. So King Yella, man, do you fuck with King Yella? Do you know him? Or have you heard of him?
Yeah, I done heard of him.
All right, so King Yella decided to start blogging. What do you think about that?
Hey, shit, if that's what you want to do. Nothing to try. Why not? I feel like everybody should be able to try something if they want to. Like shit, if it's something else out there, like me, you know what I always said I want to do? I always said, man, I want to get on with this music shit, and then like I don't see myself doing this forever, but I want to get on with this music shit and goddamn it, become an actor. Swear to God, I always said I want to get a movie on. I want to see how it feels.
It's funny that you said that, man, because King Yellow was on YouTube the other day. I don't know if you know about it, but he broke down crime, man.
Oh, that's right. I think the last time I watched like an interview or anything like with a rapper or some shit, I think I was watching Cairo shit. No, matter of fact, but that was just like a little clip of the nigga butter shit. But only last time I actually sat and watched somebody shit like that was like when I watched Cairo interview. That was it.
But let me ask you this, man: do you think King Yellow should be out here crying on the goddamn internet?
Man, I feel like it's certain shit the internet needs to see, and it's certain shit they don't. But hey,
right.
If he felt like he wanted to do that to show the world, because he said something about like he wanted to show the world that it's okay or some shit to be real and show emotions and some shit. If that's what he wanted to do, then that's what he wanted to do. But it's like I feel like there's certain shit that the internet don't need to see. Like if you gotta goddamn it, cry in the corner by yourself for 30 minutes, bro. Take that time out. I feel like the world didn't need to see that. Because then that gives the world and everybody they chance to have their opinion on everything that's going on with you.
Right, I can't lie, man. Me as a blogger, before King Yella started blogging, I had an issue with him, man. And my issue was he was fake as hell, bro. I can't lie about that. I love King Yella. He's a great character for the internet, but nigga, stop acting so fucking weird. But I feel like King Yella was always doing too much on the internet. And now that he's a blogger and he came out crying and shit, now it's like no wonder Lil Durk is winning Chicago. Nigga, he ain't cried about nobody.
Yeah. I feel like, man, breathe in silent, homie. Don't. Like I say, they get the internet. They get the internet in the world. The goddamn it, like they gonna be able to have their own opinions and speak their own opinion and say what they want to say about you. But the less they know, the less that they know, the less that they are able to feel me like be able to say shit and speak on your life. Cause it's like shit, y'all don't know shit about my life. Y'all don't know the shit that I go through. Y'all don't know if I cry every day and I'm depressed every fucking day. Y'all don't know because I don't let y'all know. But once I let y'all know, then now y'all can speak and be like, oh, he's the depressed motherfucker. He's a motherfucker that's just ready to do this all day. You know? Like, nah, keep certain shit off the internet.
Right. That's why I can't say that I do like Lil Durk. You know,
Yeah.
he's not on the internet crying. You know what I'm saying? And another thing about King Yella, man, he always got his bitch on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like Mama Lang or whatever the fuck her name is. He always got her on the internet. She feeding him food. She's sitting on his lap while he on camera. You know, and the thing is, he got into a situation with a bitch named Queen D about Lil J, right? Queen D even had to get on a fucking interview and say, nigga, stop tripping. It's only pussy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That was jealous bitch. She like, nigga, y'all supposed to be, it's only pussy. Y'all ain't
Right.
supposed to be fighting. No. And I look at King Yella and I say, man, he's a weirdo, man. Yella needs help, man. Do you think that looking at his antics on the internet, do we need help, man? Not saying that he's a bad guy. I love Yella, you know, but I think we need to send this directly to him because it's not looking good.
Yellow ass. No, though, gang. I feel like I really like. I don't know that Yellow for real, so I can't say that he need help because I don't know what he's going through. I don't know. I don't know if he's going through something. I don't know what he's doing this shit for. I don't know. So it's like I really can't say nothing about him. Like he made me able to have my own opinion about him. Goddamn it, crying on the internet. But as far as anything else, I really don't know him. Only time I ever saw Yella in person, I was with Dex. I was with famous Dex, and we got them. We bumped into Yella. And him, we was in the hundreds by my crib, and got them. We was coming out of the crib, and it was Yella was right there. I think it was him and Duck. To be honest, like 2013, shit. No, as a matter of fact, 2014.
Your first track
Yeah.
that you recorded in the studio.
Yeah.
What was the track about?
I think my first song that I actually like recorded. I think it was with my homie. I think it was with my homie Reggie baby. Yeah, I think that was the first song I actually went and like recorded. Uh, it's called "I Don't Love These Hoes" by me and Reggie. Yeah,
How did you meet Reggie?
I actually met Reggie through my other homie, Louis. That's how I met folks because me and Louis was going to school together and shit. That was my boy. We used to always be kicking it together and shit. And then like Louis fake had his, well, I ain't gonna say fake. Louis had his little clout on Facebook and shit. Then I had my clout, and it was like he was always kicking it. And he used to be kicking it with Reggie and shit. And then you feel me? I think one day Louis had saw me listening to one of Reggie's songs or something like that. He was like, what did he say? I think he was like, feel me? Like, I be with bro and shit like that. I'm all shit. You know, we can link, pop out, type shit. And I end up going to one of bro cribs with him and shit. And then that's how that shit went. Yeah, me and Reggie clicked, and then that's just how everything started going. That became my boy, to my brother.
Louis, who was Louis? King Louis or another Louis?
Nah, Louis. So that's just what we call him. What that was, yeah, what we called him back then. But actually, he go by Lil Wop now. He was signed with Gucci and shit.
All right, so you do the song with Reggie, baby. How was the reactions?
But you know, shit, they was fucking Reggie hard. I ain't gonna lie. They was fucking Reggie hard back then because you know Reggie was goddamn into what he was into. So, you know, he was JoJo World and shit like that. So Reggie shit was busting. So they fuck with our shit hard though. They fuck with our shit. It was going crazy and shit. A lot of people was fucking with it. So it was decent.
All right, so that song comes out and you start getting reactions. How did you feel when you started getting those reactions from the fans?
I felt good. I ain't even gonna lie. I felt like I was goddamn it. I felt like I was a celebrity and I wasn't even no celebrity. I'm going to the mall, my mom and shit, people noticing me and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? Shit is weird. Like, oh, damn, like, this shit for real. Like, YouTube finna do this for me. And it was just crazy. Like, shit. I was just doing shit then. Doing shit to get my face out there. I did, like, I was goddamn it. I was on my way to doing something before I went to jail. I was on my way to being something before I went to jail. Like, for real, for real.
What was the next thing after that?
I did a song with this dude, Famous Bill. So he was Vail was goddamn it. Yeah, this cloud too. Yeah, this cloud back then. So it was like, but at the time, he goddamn it was messing with somebody that I knew more. Well, one of my peoples. So it was like, you know, I locked in with him, did a song with him, and shit just was kept going up. You know, shit just was looking good. But it's like the songs that I was recording on my own. I don't think I really like. I wasn't shooting videos to my personal songs. I only shoot videos to like songs that I did with other people. You know. So I feel like I wasn't really taking it serious back then. But when I did go do it, when I did go do the song and shit, it just like, you know, shit was busting.
What made you start taking your music seriously?
To be honest, bro, I just started taking my music seriously since I've been home. The reason I said that, because like back then we used to just be playing with shit. We never really thought that we was gonna make it out this shit. Like we was just doing it. We weren't doing it to really get on for real. Cause I ain't think that shit was gonna happen.
All right, so let me ask you this, right?
Yeah.
So you do the track with Reggie, baby.
Right.
Get arrested, right?
No, I ain't get locked up right after that. I actually was out like shit like a year or something after that. I think me and Reggie shot that video like February of 2014. Then shit, I got locked up like November 2014. So I was out for a minute before then. I had did some I did some song. I think I did like 2 songs with hell. But I think I only shot 1 video. So yeah, I had did a couple more things before then, but yeah though.
Explain your style to the people.
I don't know, man. I'm different. Like I'm not the typical like just drill rapper that be coming out of Chicago. Like, oh yeah, I just speak rap. I speak about drill. Like, I speak about everything. I try to talk about everything that's going on. Whether it's goddamn relationship shit, whether it's pain shit, whether it's, you know, I could do the drill shit too, whether it's depression, whatever that shit. I really can speak on all that shit. So that's what I try to do. Like I'm not stuck in one genre. I'm not just a rapper. I don't want to say I'm a R&B because I don't sing, but I harmonize, bro. Like I can do it all, you know.
All right, so I got a question to ask you. And it's about Lil J.
All right.
Lil J got out, right?
Right.
He put his dreads back in his head. But he had some rumors going on about him while he was locked up. They saying that the man was in PC and the man was in there with homosexuals or whatever. And I'm like, well, if you're in PC, of course you're in there with some homosexuals, but you're not in a cell with them. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
ain't PC like where you in a cell by yourself, right?
No, not in the county. Not in our county. Our county, man, and look,
Let me ask you this. Do you believe the rumors that Lil J was in there with drag queens or homosexuals?
man, I'm just saying, I don't push it past nobody. I don't got that man. I ain't never really. I've been around Lil J once in the world, once or twice in the world. So it's like I don't know. Shit, his ass could have been not doing that shit. I only bumped into his ass like once, and that motherfucker saw his ass on the bus. We were on court together, but that was it. Like I ain't never really been around a nigga, but you know everybody that was around, anybody that was around, you know that shit was being said all through the county. Shit, he was in that motherfucker on that type of shit. So on that type of time, so I was just like, damn, hey, you know what he don't make me shit. So like I don't care what he do it. That's on him.
Are you listening to his music today?
I listen to his shit, but I ain't bumming this shit no car. Like some new shit drop. Hell, cause I be want to see if he elevating in any type of way. I want to see if he got them getting better or what the fuck he doing. Did he go from having a hit when he came home to being shit? Like how he doing? So yeah, I listen to it, but yeah, I ain't bumping this shit no car. I don't think I went as far as that.
So what you saying is you believe the rumors?
What I'm saying is I don't push it past nobody.
Okay.
Hey, it's like shit. I don't know. And then it's like shit. Back then, I ain't gonna lie. The 2012 Lil J, he was goddamn it different when it came to this shit. He actually made you want to ride to this shit in the car. Now this shit that I feel like he coming out chasing that old shit.
Why do you feel like that?
Cause it's the same shit. You still speaking on the same shit. You ain't even come home and elevate your. I feel like he could have elevated in so many ways. Like the fans probably want that. They want him to goddamn it. They want him to speak on that. But it's like he's supposed to came out and showed them he was on a whole different type of time and just go crazy.
When you heard his first day clout, what did you think?
It was like it was decent.
What about the million views that came with it?
I was expecting that because of who he was before he went to jail. You feel me? He was already known, and then a lot of people was paying attention to him. You got to think like Doug died, so it's like damn, everybody wanted to see how Lil J was gonna come home, how he was gonna come home. They know how him and Doug was when he was out, so they was like shit. They wanted to see how Lil J was gonna come. So yeah, I was expecting that already though. I said if he came home and his shit was hard, and they was gonna, the numbers were gonna go up.
Did he do it the right way?
Yeah, so that's on.
I mean, he came out like with like a week worth of fucking music, bro. Like I seen him on the internet today doing reaction videos the way he charging niggas $100.
He charging niggas $100 to do what?
Reactions.
Oh, shit. Legit.
Do you think that the dirt that was thrown his name, do you think he can surpass that?
So I ain't gonna lie though. Like a lot of niggas like you build goddamn relationships over them state trades and shit. Like I won't even say state trade, I'll say commissary. But now though it be just like, motherfuckers be in there that be, oh yeah, that's my boy. This my cousin boy in the world. Like motherfuckers be real life building relationships, and then it be niggas that be in jail that be realer than their own homies that you got them and grew up with. So it be different type of relationships. And when you end up with a motherfucker and you fight for your life and he fight for his life, and y'all in this motherfucker real life fighting together and goddamn it like doing shit, you just build them strong ass relationships that be like crazy. So it's my boy. We rocking. I knew this nigga through jail, but I promise you, I'm gonna rock out with him. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of whoever we gotta. You feel me? Like what it is, bro. Like I done met some real thorough niggas in jail. That's like I done looked at like, damn, bro. I feel like I known you my whole motherfucking life. How? Like I met you in here. Never knew you a day on the outside world. So that shit just was like, shit was crazy, man. That shit real though,
Have you ever seen somebody get shot with the Glock Dookie?
No. And I've been to every division. But the crazy, I saw somebody get pissed down though, like somebody threw the piss on a motherfucker. As a matter of fact, he didn't hit him with the Glock Dookie, but I did see a motherfucker get shit through on him. Yeah.
What can you use a Glock Dookie to do?
Man, so look, I'm gonna see what they gonna put in that motherfucker first. They gonna put shit, piss, magic shade. You got they add.
What's the magic shade for?
So magic shave is what you use to shave your hair. So say for instance like a nigga like me, right? Or niggas that be having dreads, right? You goddamn it. Put all that shit together in that Glock Dookie. Slide up on them. Squeeze that shit on the motherfucker. That magic shave get in your shit. As you get the trying to wash that shit out, it's pulling your hair out. You feel me? It's pulling your shit out. So it's just gonna keep your shit just gonna keep coming out. And then that strong ass shit, that shit just be stuck on you for weeks. That shit probably won't come off 2-3 weeks. That damn like smell like what that shit is. The thing that it didn't happen to me before, like I don't know. I was always a P. Everywhere I went, I was a player. I was out the way. I was cool, chilling. Don't get me wrong, I was hot. But at the same time, I was chilling. Everybody know I'm gonna get them, get on the phone, talk to hoes all day. Hit the shower. That's it. I'm chilling. Fall back.
All right, so you get out of jail. What's the plan?
When I got out of jail, my main thing, I ain't gonna lie, I was over focused on my music, bro. That's what I really been focused on because I felt like I got them. I found my sound and like I found how to. I learned how to like, you feel me, like harmonize better. I learned how to goddamn it rap a little different. I learned a lot of shit like, and I was just like, damn. Like I done had people in jail like, bro, you got your own sound. That shit hard. Like, how the fuck you know how to do this in jail? How the fuck you know how to make it sound like your ass get auto tune on your voice in jail? I'd be, man, look, I don't know, just sitting in them cells and goddamn it, writing, and goddamn it, steady going over that shit.
Who the best artist in Chicago right now?
Lizzie. I'm going Lizzie. I fuck with Dirk. But I'm going Lizzie. It be so much shit. Then I could jam out the all shorty shit.
Your top 5 in Chicago, who is that?
Sosa, Lizzie, Dirk, Juice WRLD, Herb.
Let me ask you this. If you can bring an artist back from the dead, no matter who that artist is, no matter if he's from Chicago or not, if you can bring an artist back from the dead to work on your project, who would that artist be and why?
I gotta go with Juice WRLD. And the reason I say that because like Juice WRLD was different, bro. He was going through like a lot of shit and a lot of shit that people can relate to. Shit that I was going through when I was in jail that I could relate to. And it was like he was talented as fuck, bro. I never saw nobody that was able to goddamn it freestyle like him. How could you freestyle 3 different times on the same beat and not say the same shit at all, and every last song be a hit? I know that I can't even do that. I can't do that. And it was just like shit, like that's different. That's real talent right there. And it was like you really can't put a price on that type of shit because like for him to be able to have that type of wordplay off the top of his head, like how do you do that? Like, he was different. So it's like shit, I love to goddamn it. How that dude in the studio with me and just like working with me, like, you know, and he was the crazy thing about it, he was younger than me. But it was like, you know, age ain't really that really don't mean shit. It's just like shit. You can learn from anybody. I can goddamn it learn from a 15-year-old right now today. It's something that a 15-year-old know in this world that I don't know. So I really don't look at things like that. But yeah, though, like Juice WRLD, he was just different to me, man.
When you found out Juice WRLD died, man, how did you feel?
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't believe it because I was like, get the fuck out of here. Cause like you know what, I swear, look, my first time hearing Juice WRLD, I was in the joint 2018 when he came out with the Lucid Dreams. And I was just like, I was going through shit with my ex at the time. So I was just like, damn, like that song hit hard to me. You feel me? It touched me. I was going in. I'm in that motherfucker jam. So it's like, and then I never knew how to spell his name. I never knew how to spell his name, bro. I used to be like, they saying it on radio and everything in the joint, Juice WRLD, Juice WRLD, but I never knew how to spell it. So I wasn't able to find the song in there. And then goddamn it, when I did end up being able to find it, this shit, you know, they have switched over to the tablet, so I was able to get more of his songs. So I was able to, you know, like really listen to him. I was like, shit, this dude crazy. So when I found out he died, like I was just like, damn, like, you know, it just be that feeling like, damn. So I'm never gonna hear nothing really like nothing really new by him. Like after so many years, it's gonna be over. That's just gonna be everything that he got. It's just gonna be just that. And then it was crazy. I think to find out. I think they said Juice WRLD had like over 1,000 or over 2,000 songs that was like that wasn't released or something like that. So I don't know, but shit, if he had that many songs, that shit crazy.
So who would you want to see right now today at their peak? Lil JoJo or Juice WRLD?
I feel like JoJo. And the reason I'm gonna say that because I feel like Juice WRLD accomplished so much in the little time that he did have on. I feel like he was gonna goddamn it. I feel like I know what he was gonna be. You feel me? Cause it wasn't no. I got to see years of him. You feel me? Like he was only elevated. He was goddamn it. Dude was something else. He had done a lot of shit that a lot of people didn't even do that had been on for years. That had been on way before him. But JoJo though, I feel like he didn't get enough time. So it was like shit. We still only got to see the hood part of him. We didn't get to see him with no money. We didn't get to see him how he would have been. You feel me? If that shit would have really, you know, everything would have went through for him. So yeah, I would like to see him though.
In 2012, where was you at?
I was 17. I was still in school. I was in Chicago though.
So 2012, you still in school, you 17. So you older than a lot of people, but you look really young.
I get that a lot.
You look really young. So you older than a lot of people. You 17. So back in 2012, Chicago drill rap was coming onto the scene in the hip hop community. And there was a rapper by the name of Lil JoJo who dropped a track called BDK. How did you feel when you heard that track, BDK?
I ain't feel no type of way about that shit. I would listen to that shit. I was jamming to that shit. Actually, we was in two of the BDs, so I was jamming to that shit hard. But you know, shit. Honestly, I feel like JoJo did that shit for his ops, bro. He made that for his ops, but in the midst of him making it for his ops, he just was trying to say fuck their whole set, which is BD's own, and you know, shit got out of hand.
Was you a fan of Lil JoJo?
Yeah, I don't know, cause it's like I feel like fans do, like when you say fan to a Chicago nigga, it's like a different meaning. Like a nigga being a fan is like a nigga dick riding. You feel me?
Explain what dick riding is, bro.
When you goddamn it obsessed with this motherfucker, when you just goddamn it holding his dick and riding him, like you just goddamn it anything this motherfucker say or do, you just hold on to every word and shit and everything that they do. So it's like I say like yeah, I used to fuck with his music, I used to rock with his music, but I want like if I see JoJo, I was gonna be like fuck damn. Can I take this picture? Like, bro, I don't even ask rappers to take pictures at all. I promise you.
Lil JoJo makes that track. You turning up to it, right?
Right.
How did you feel when you heard he was killed? What was going on? What in your mind?
To be honest, I ain't gonna lie. I was kind of like, damn. Because the music he was making at the time was music that we was all really listening to and rocking with. So it was like, damn, like, that's it. And then, at that age, he ain't really had too much music really put up. So it was like, motherfucker wasn't finna still be hearing JoJo for the next 4-5 years. Like, yeah, every now and then motherfuckers gonna play it, of course. And then, his name had got big. So the songs that he did have out was gonna keep getting played. But, just like, damn, now we can't even see this nigga progress. Because Shorty was going up quick as hell. He was going up. So it was just like, damn, it was like that shit fucked up. Like, he, like, damn, gang, that shit just crazy.
In your neighborhood, when JoJo got killed, did you see any differences in your neighborhood, or was it the same business as usual?
Same shit. It was like, motherfuckers talking about that shit, but it wasn't nothing that really changed my area. Shit, what was going on in my area been going on, so it's like that shit kept going on.
All right, you say you from the hundreds, right?
Yeah.
Did you know Zach TV?
Yeah.
How did you meet Zach TV?
Zach was from the hood. Everybody's in the same hood.
What do you mean by that? Because Zach never came across as a gang member. And a lot of people often say that Zach was this, Zach was that. What was Zach?
Yeah. To be honest, I feel like it ain't my place to speak and say what Zach was, because I know what he was. I know what he was a part of. You feel me? And I know what was what. But it ain't really my place to speak and be like, oh yeah, he was this, because I don't want shit. The people that love him and his fans to goddamn it look at that and be like, oh, so this, you feel me? Like, he was what he was, and what he wasn't, he'll never be shit.
Was Zach and his, let's just say he was a part of a group or a gang. Was this gang cool with your gang?
Yeah.
And you said your gang was a GD gang, right?
Right.
What's the name of your gang again? What's the name of it? What's your set? What set you
We
from?
Murder Zone, Ruski. We Murder Zone, man. I'm 10-5, yeah, bro.
Any shout outs?
Shout out D Block.
Shout out D Block. Any other rappers?
So, bro just started rapping though. But I ain't gonna lie though, it's a couple rappers. A couple rappers. But I don't know if I want to get to shouting everybody out though.
Who's the hottest rappers in the hundreds?
Hey, look, man, I ain't can't put me in no shit, man. I'm cool.
You to say,
For the rappers, look, this all I'm gonna say. This all I'm gonna say. For the rappers that know me, that